Friday, October 18, 1996. Hogwarts Academy. Great Hall. 7:00 p.m. Dinner was finishing later than usual for Harry, and he was in no mood to rush. He had another meeting scheduled with the headmaster. He appreciated that he was finally having meetings with him, but he had hoped that he would be spending the time learning new and advanced magic. But instead of learning useful skills that would help him in a fight with Voldemort, he was reviewing the history of Tom Riddle's time as a student at Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione watched him leave, and they could sense their friend's frustration. "I was hoping we could play a game of chess," commented Ron. "That's all you ever think about," stated Hermione. "Maybe you should spend this time catching up on the essays you need to write, so that way you'll have some free time to enjoy Hogsmeade tomorrow." "What? And ruin a perfectly good Friday evening? You're barmy," snapped Ron. Neville just shrugged his shoulders as he watched the two interact. "Hermione's right, you know," he interjected. "If we get some school work done now, we'll have a more relaxing weekend, and with this being a Hogsmeade weekend, I'm hoping not to have to spend time writing essays or studying tomorrow." "That's the spirit," encouraged Hermione. "Why don't we gather our things and meet up in the common room and get to work on the essay for charms?" 7:10 p.m. Slytherin Common Room. In the middle of the room, Draco sat in the nicest armchair, like a rule holding court. Over half of the students in Slytherin were present, waiting on their unofficial leader to begin his weekly list of commands for how they were all to behave. "Now everyone, you better listen up," he commanded in his superior tone. "Potter's up to something. He keeps meeting with the headmaster. You all have a mission, and that mission is to find out what he is up to. And I don't trust the Mudblood or the Blood Traitor Weasel either, so keep tabs on them." "Why do we have to this?" asked a young second-year girl. Draco narrowed his eyes on her, trying to place her. From the looks of her chubby cheeks, he surmised she must be a cousin to Crabbe. "1, because I said so," he snarled, "and 2, because I have more important business to attend to. I have my own special mission from the Dark Lord, and none of you want me to have to give a report to him." "I don't think things would be too pleasant for your parents if the Dark Lord found out that one of his followers' brats wasn't doing their part. Potter is marked for death by the Dark Lord, and anyone who gets in the way of that inevitable outcome will have their own problems to deal with." There was an uneasy quiet that passed over the room. This was the first time that the young Malfoy had admitted to more than just his few close friends that he had been in contact with he who must not be named. A first-year boy was so nervous he wet his pants. He just hoped his robes would cover it until he had a chance to clean up his mess. "Now, I have to go work on my special mission right now, so you all better find out what the Golden Trio is up to and have a report ready for me when I get back." With that, he stood up and marched out of their common room. He turned and silently glared at his two cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, who instantly knew they better follow him again. 7:15 p.m. Headmaster's office. Harry was preparing himself for another look at old memories of Tom Riddle as a student, and he wasn't sure how that would help. He had been sitting in the chair for a few minutes, waiting for the headmaster to return with something he said was very important. His eyes wandered around the room, looking at the various gadgets that he had destroyed at the end of his 5th year after his godfather had died. He was surprised that Dumbledore had somehow managed to repair them all. "Ah, Harry, my boy," said the headmaster, startling Harry as he had not heard the professor enter the office. "I'm so glad you're here and on time too. Good, good." The twinkling of his eyes was unnerving to Harry even after all of these years. "I'm sure you must be frustrated to not be learning any spells yet, but you see, there is a problem," explained the headmaster. Harry could detect a little sadness in his voice. Dumbledore held out his right hand, and Harry could see that it was black and withering like a dying vine after the first frost in the fall. Harry's expression immediately turned to one of worry, which did not go unnoticed by the headmaster. "No, it does not hurt," he quickly stated, "but it is a dark curse and it cannot be reversed, I am afraid. I guess I got a little careless, let my guard down as it were, and this is the penalty I must bear." "But sir," asked Harry, trying to be polite, "there must be something that can be done." Albus Dumbledore sighed heavily. "I'm afraid not," he explained. "I've already talked to the best curse breakers and healers and potion masters, and there is nothing that can be done about this." Harry quickly wondered how the headmaster had been able to hide the damage to his hand from everyone and just when had the curse started. If you're wondering what happened, or even when it happened, and even wondering what this has to do with Tom Riddle, began the headmaster with what Harry presumed would become another one of his long speeches that had a lot of words, but actually told him very little of importance. And I will explain that all right now. Harry wasn't planning to hold his breath to see how true that statement was. We've been learning about Tom's fascination with dark magic, and with power, and with immortality. He is very afraid of death. In fact, the name he gave himself literally means to feel from death. And he went to amazing and absurd and dangerous lengths to protect himself from death, stated the headmaster. But no one can prevent death completely, claimed Harry. Dumbledore let out a weary sigh. Normally, I would have to agree with you, Harry, but I am afraid that there is evidence to the contrary, at least as far as it goes with Tom Riddle. Dumbledore paused again in his explanation. However, young Tom delved into some very dark magics, something called Horcruxes. I've never heard of such a thing, stated Harry. And well should not have, acknowledged the headmaster. However, you have encountered at least one Horcrux already. Harry was confused. He had no idea what the headmaster was talking about nor what a Horcrux was. You see, Harry, Dumbledore began to explain, a Horcrux is most simply understood as a soul container, or more correctly, an anchor for part of someone's soul. Making a Horcrux requires very dark magic. The ritual is completed by deliberately murdering another person, and a portion of your soul breaks off and is placed in the item, making it a Horcrux. As long as this container is holding part of a person's soul, they cannot truly die. Harry was horrified as he considered what he was told. That would explain how Tom Riddle's soul seemed to possess the diary. He looked up at the headmaster. The diary, that was a Horcrux, he said simply. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly as he was glad to see Harry catching on so quickly. Yes, my boy, and it is not easy to destroy a Horcrux, and you inadvertently discovered one of the ways to destroy a Horcrux. Basilisk venom, and it was quite successful, I might add. So, Tom Riddle was able to come back because he had a Horcrux, but if I destroyed the Horcrux, Harry's voice trailed off as the enormity of the conclusion hit him. If you destroyed that Horcrux, Harry, continued the headmaster for him, then he must have made more than one. How many? Asked Harry, who was feeling ill at the thought. That is a good question, and I do believe that the answer may astound you, said Dumbledore, sensing Harry's worries and fears. I believe he planned to make 6 Horcruxes in order to split his soul into 7 pieces, believing that 7 was the most powerful magical number. I am worried that he might have actually made more than 6. But if he made so many, how could we even begin to find them? Asked Harry. That is precisely why we have been, or at least I have been, studying Tom's past. Dumbledore paused again to let Harry absorb this new information. I believe that Riddle has hidden the various items in places that are somehow important to him. I also believe he used items that held special meaning to him. The diary was his first diary he had here as a student. He quickly learned how to enchant it so that others could not easily see what he wrote into it. Then he left it with one of his trusted lieutenants, Lucius Malfoy, who must have had no idea what it was that he actually had in his possession, or he never would have slipped it to young Miss Weasley. Harry nodded in understanding. But what other items would he have used? Dumbledore reached into his drawer and pulled out a ring with a large, dark stone. There seemed to be some sort of intricate design on the stone. Harry went to pick it up slowly, as he knew that the diary had been able to possess someone, and he wondered if this ring would have similar properties. It's perfectly safe to touch at this time, Harry, said Dumbledore, as he noticed the hesitancy in Harry's reach. The Horcrux in this ring has been destroyed, and the curses left behind to protect the item have been removed as well. As Harry heard the phrase about the curses left behind, he looked at his mentor's hand that was withering. This did not go unnoticed by the headmaster. Yes, Harry, in my foolishness upon discovering this item, which was hidden in the little shack that was the Gaunt family home, not far from where Tom had performed the ritual to give him his current body. The ring was protected by a very unusual curse. That dark magic is what is destroying my arm. Tom did not want anybody touching the ring if they even managed to find it. Harry stared at the shriveling hand. The damage being done to it, while grotesque, was oddly mesmerizing. He then broke his gaze away from the diseased limb and looked back at Albus. I foolishly put the ring on my finger, explained the bearded teacher. I must have missed the compulsion charm that was placed on the box in which the ring was hidden. And once I had the ring on my finger, the curse was activated to slowly cause the tissue to wither and eventually spread to the entire body. There is no cure for this curse, but I have some help from a friend who has been able to at least find a way to slow the progress. However, the end result is still inevitable, just merely delayed. Although whether it be delayed for weeks or months, at this point I am not quite sure. Harry was smart enough to know that further questions about the curse would lead nowhere. He also realized that if neither Dumbledore nor any of the many powerful witches and wizards he knew from around the world could figure out a way to stop this curse, then he must be correct. The end result would be inevitable. "Well then, sir," began Harry timidly, "that is 2 Horcruxes down, and I guess 4 more to go. Do you have any idea what the items are or where we can find them?" "That is something that I have been spending much time and energy on, my dear Harry," answered the headmaster. 7:30 p.m. Slytherin Common Room. Daphne Greengrass was considered nigh on unapproachable by almost every male student at Hogwarts. She earned the nickname, the Ice Queen, for both her stoicism and her response to any person who tried to make a move on her, or even simply ask her on a date. Her captivating electric blue eyes, her wavy and long blonde hair that surrounded an angelic face, was more than enough to attract the attention of any young male, and perhaps even a few females at the school. It was rumored that she had a beautiful body, but it was hard to tell with the usual baggy robes that she wore. She had few friends, and was usually seen in the presence of her best friend, Tracy Davis. Tracy was a dark-haired 6th-year Slytherin student as well, and many would have considered her quite attractive if she wasn't seemingly always in the shadow of her best friend. Most of their classmates had little interaction with the 2 young ladies, but they were generally assumed to be supportive of Draco and his gang. They had never once spoken up against any of Draco's machinations within the house, but they had never overtly shown support for anything he did either. Little was known about the actual allegiances of the Greengrass or Davis family, or at least it was not clear what side they had chosen in the last war. However, Daphne's father was a well-known attorney, and he was known to work with many Death Eater families and other professed followers of the blood purity movement. But it was also known that he had several clients that were definitely considered light-sided families. The Greengrass family had supplied attorneys to the magical world for many generations, and this led to the family's prestige and status. Tracy's family had run a potion ingredient business, and while they were located on one of the alleys off of Diagon Alley, they were not overtly dark as they were not located on Nocturne Alley. The 2 young women had been present for Draco's little speech earlier and had listened quietly even if they had no visible reaction to any of his pronouncements. They had stayed in the room, watching as several small groups of students first banded together and then made their way out into the hallway and then to the rest of the school to begin their reconnaissance for Malfoy. In silence, they waited for most of the students to leave. Finally, they got up together and made their way to the door that would lead to the headway outside of their dungeon dormitory. "Going to do what Draco commanded," stated Pansy Parkinson. Her voice was a little nasally whine that the 2 friends had found irritating from even before they attended Hogwarts. "It's about time you 2 started becoming more a part of this house and following Draco. You wouldn't want him giving a bad report about you or your families to the Dark Lord, now would you?" Daphne never turned to look at the pug-faced girl who had irritated her since they first met on a playdate when they were 3 years old. Tracy, however, turned and spoke to her with a saccharine-sweet reply. "We would never do anything to upset the status quo here, dear Pansy. We really do need to find out what certain individuals are up to, and if we find out anything that would be remotely useful, we will be sure to pass it along." Pansy smiled at the reply, missing the sarcasm that was in Tracy's words. The 2 friends then quickly escaped through the door and into the hallway. "Why the bloody hell did you tell her we would report what we learned?" demanded Daphne. "I only said that we would report if we found anything that was remotely useful. If we find something that is probably useful, that doesn't count," answered the brunette witch with a smirk. "Aren't you the clever little bitch?" snapped Daphne. "You mean witch," replied Tracy. "Yeah, what I said," finished Daphne with a smirk of her own. 7:45 p.m. Headmaster's office Professor Dumbledore was still explaining about Horcruxes to Harry. I believe that young Tom deliberately chose items that were either important to him or important to powerful witches and wizards. The diary was important to him. The ring was important to his family, which he believed to have been powerful at one time. I know he tried to obtain an item known as Helga Hufflepuff's cup. He was making inquiries into the long-lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, and I believe that he had a lead on finding an important artifact that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. Harry was awed by the sheer audacity that Tom Riddle would have had to track down such items, and then to desecrate them by placing a portion of his soul into them. "But that's only 3 items, Professor," commented Harry. "I think he managed to place a portion of his soul in a living creature," stated the headmaster. Harry's eyes went wide as he considered the comment. "You've told me that I have a connection with Tom through my scar, which is why I have been able to see things from time to time," said Harry as he plainly spoke his thoughts on the matter. "But I have had times where I have seen through the eyes of his snake. Nagini, I think he calls her." "Yes, quite observant of you, my boy," praised the headmaster. "The snake is quite unusual for such a reptile. Neither vipers nor pythons grow to be so large, and there seems to be an unnatural ability to communicate between them, an ability that goes beyond the use of parcel tongue." "That would explain so much," added Harry thoughtfully. "But how would we either find these items or destroy them?" "As I was saying earlier, you already found one way to do it," answered the headmaster with a little more cheer in his voice. "The basilisk venom from the fang would do the trick. The sword of Godric Gryffindor has been imbued with the venom of a basilisk after you used it to slay that great beast down in the Chamber of Secrets. I was able to use that sword to destroy the Horcrux in the ring, after I had managed to remove the cursed object from my hand." "But wouldn't the sword or even a basilisk fang be dangerous to carry around?" asked Harry. "Not to you," smiled Dumbledore. "I do believe that your experience at the end of your 2nd year may have rendered you immune to the poison." Harry laughed at the thought. "So, you mean to tell me that being bitten by a basilisk may actually have been beneficial to me? That would be a first. Something happening to Harry Potter that actually was helpful." Dumbledore was happy to see his young student find something positive out of this whole mess. "Well, you best be running along," added the headmaster. "I'm sure your friends are looking forward to being able to spend some time with you this evening. We'll continue this discussion at another time." 7:55 p.m. Harry was making his way towards the Gryffindor common room, unaware that 2 young women are following him in the shadows of the hallways. 8:00 p.m. 7th floor hallway, in front of the room of requirement. Draco Malfoy had insisted that his 2 muscle-bound enforcers accompany him to the 7th floor hallway to help him with his current mission. He never thought of Crabbe and Goyle as friends. That much he had learned from his father. They may be on the same side in this war, but some people were just tools to be used by those with skill and power and prestige to get what they wanted. And right now, Draco wanted to make sure he wasn't disturbed. "But why do we have to be changed into girls while we guard the hall?" whined Crabbe, who did not want to drink the polyjuice potion he was handed. "Because I don't want anyone else knowing who is in the room," stated Draco, as he became increasingly irritated with the buffoon in front of him. He wondered if it really was worth it for his father to have paid all of this galleons to keep these 2 Neanderthals from being expelled, just so Draco would have his own little army with him all the time. "If someone comes by and sees you 2 blokes out here, they'll know I am here too." Goyle eyed the potion suspiciously. He looked at the bag he had in his hand. Then he gave a pleading look to Draco like he was a hurt puppy dog. "Fine," snarled Draco. He then proceeded to walk back and forth in front of the empty wall 3 times. A small door appeared. "You 2 go in there right now, drink your potions, get changed, and come right back out. And bring your clothes with you after putting them into the bags you have." He rubbed his forehead trying to stave off a headache as he regretted that they had to spell everything out so plainly to these 2. He understood why he had to keep them around. With Crabbe and Goyle standing behind him, even the spoiled, hairy, bloody Potter wouldn't mess with him, even if the fool of a headmaster always let him get away with everything. 2 larger-than-average 6th-year students lumbered through the doorway. Draco had to wait impatiently for 10 minutes before the 2 came back out. He was almost startled by the appearance of 2 first-year girls in simple robes who stumbled out into the hallway. The one on the left, whom Draco assumed was Crab, whined to him. What do we do if someone comes by? Just sit down on the floor and pretend you're looking for something. Play exploding snap. I don't care, just don't bother me. I may be in there for a while. Draco shook his head, as he knew they had reviewed this over half a dozen times already tonight. Then he paced back and forth 3 more times. The door changed on the wall, and he grasped the handle and pulled the door open. 8:10. Gryffindor common room. Harry wasn't sure just how he was going to go about explaining everything to Hermione and Ron that he had just learned during his meeting with Dumbledore. How do you tell someone that the person whom you are prophesied to kill has effectively made himself immortal? Plus, he had to find his 2 friends. He hoped that part would be easy as he walked through the painting of the fat lady to enter the house common room. To his relief, he found Hermione sitting with Ron at a table working on an essay. He actually was surprised Ron was doing some work. Ron looked up at the sound of the entrance opening, while Hermione merely rolled her eyes at him for allowing himself to get distracted again so easily. Good timing, mate, exclaimed Ron. I was dying over here, actually doing schoolwork on a Friday night. Who does such things? Harry shrugged his shoulders in response, but he gave a smile and a wink to Hermione. He then apologized to her for interrupting the schoolwork they were trying to finish. Could you guys come with me? I need to tell you some things, and we probably ought to do it in a place with a little less ears to hear. Ron's face contorted into a frown as he tried to understand what exactly Harry had meant. Fine, Harry, replied an obviously exasperated Hermione. It's not like we're really getting anywhere right now as it is. She resigned herself to not being able to make any more progress with her friend on his of her, resented the way that Ron relied on her help so much at school, but another part of her relished in the idea that people needed her help. We'll just put our things away and then we'll join you. Maybe we can take a walk down by the lake. That ought to get us away from little ears who don't need to know your business. The 2 put away their books and returned them to their room. In a few minutes, they were on their way down the stairs and heading out towards the Black Lake. It was a pleasantly warm fall evening, warmer than usual for this time of year. Hermione thought to herself about how in America they referred to such pleasant fall weather as an Indian summer, but she couldn't figure out just why they had come up with such an odd name. She was interrupted from her thoughts as Ron elbowed her lightly. Hermione, are you even listening to what Harry was saying? Asked the redhead. Sorry, what were you saying again, Harry? She asked as she felt a slight blush rise in her cheeks as she had allowed herself to get distracted and missed part of their conversation. Harry had cast a silencing charm around them to make sure that no one could overhear their discussion. Horcruxes, stated Harry. Dumbledore was telling me all about Horcruxes. What exactly is a Horcrux? Asked a bewildered Hermione. As I was saying, continued Harry, they're very dark magic. They are basically a repository for part of your soul. Someone who does the ritual would have their soul torn apart, and part of that soul would be stored in an object not too unlike the diary of Tom Riddle's from when he was a student, the diary that Lucius Malfoy had given to Ginny. As they continued their walk out towards the lake, Harry tried to explain even more details. Well, as it turns out, and just my luck, that if I am in way going to be able to defeat Voldemort, then I have to find a way to destroy his Horcruxes. Did you say Horcruxes? Asked a very worried Hermione. Yes, answered Harry, his tone seemed quite dejected. How does one make a Horcrux? She asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. You have to tear your soul apart by killing someone, added Harry, his voice flat. That's just so wrong, mate, said Ron. Well, the headmaster already found one of them and he used the sword of Godric Gryffindor to destroy it, explained Harry. Hermione shivered at the thought. How many more are there? She asked, although she was worried that she really didn't want to know the answer to her question. We're not sure, said Harry simply. We have reason to think he made at least 6, so we need to find 4 more. Can anything be turned into a Horcrux? She asked. I don't know, he added, but apparently Riddle used things that were either important to him or important to the magical world at large. Hermione was ready to bombard Harry with question after question, but she could tell that he was not in the mood for such a talk. Maybe later, she thought to herself as she excused herself from her 2 friends. I have some more work I need to get to, she added, and quickly she was heading back into the castle. 8:35 p.m. 7th floor hallway. Draco kicked the door open into the hallway and stormed out of the room of requirement. Crab and Goyle both jumped up off of the floor where they were trying to play a game of exploding snap. "Hey, should we come with you?" whined one of the girls. Draco had no idea if it was Crab or Goyle, and frankly, he didn't even care. "Why would I want to be seen walking around the school with a couple of first-year girls?" Draco shook his head in bewilderment at the question. "You run along and find something to do to stay out of trouble until you change back. That should take about another 25 minutes or so." He didn't wait for a reply, but just started on his way back towards the dungeons where the Slytherin dorms were located. "Bloody hell," he muttered to himself. "I don't know what it will take to finish that thing, and I have to get it done by tomorrow afternoon." As he turned a corner to head down another hallway, making his way back towards the dungeons, Draco Malfoy did not notice anyone hiding behind a tapestry at the bottom of the stairway and just descended. Once his footsteps had stopped echoing down the hall, the two girls who were hiding there made their way out into the hall. "What do you think he was on about?" asked Tracy. Her blonde companion was still staring down the hallway where their housemate had disappeared. "I have no idea," she said softly. "But if it has anything to do with Death Eaters and his mission, I'm sure it can't be good." Daphne then turned and started heading the other way down the corridor. "Now where are you going?" asked Tracy. Daphne didn't look at her friend as she answered. "I don't know, but what I do know is I really don't want to be heading the same direction that Draco is heading tonight." Tracy smirked at the comment. "Well, that makes perfect sense," she said as she put her arm around her best friend. The two friends were walking down the hall when they heard rapid footsteps approaching them. Daphne quickly noted an empty classroom nearby, and the two young women stepped into the open door. They peered out around the edge of the door and watched Hermione Granger move quickly up the hallway. "Where is she in such a rush to get to?" wondered Daphne out loud. "Looks like she's heading to the library," answered Tracy. "Why the hell would she be doing that on a Friday night?" asked Daphne, not expecting an answer. "It's Granger," stated Tracy. "Who knows? Besides, if she's heading to the library on a Friday night, what would be so surprising about that? All she does is study." "She usually hangs out with the rest of the Golden Trio on the weekends," explained Daphne, and she seemed determined and in a hurry. Daphne stepped out of the classroom and started to follow the direction in which they had watched Hermione head down the hall. "Where are you going?" asked a puzzled Tracy. "I think I'm going to the library," said Daphne with a slight laugh. 8:45 p.m. Hogwarts Library. "I told you she was heading here," whispered Daphne. "No, I told you," corrected Tracy. "But what is she doing in here and where is she headed?" whispered Daphne again. The two Slytherins carefully made their way through the library, trying to be careful to not look like they were following Granger, even if there were only a few students even present in the library. A fourth-year Ravenclaw boy looked at the two Slytherin beauties, and a smile started to grow on his face. Daphne glared at him and silently communicated that he better not think anything about her or Daphne. Apparently the boy got the message as he gulped and immediately buried his face in the textbook in front of him. "Your Ice Queen reputation works again," whispered Tracy with a smirk. "Where did she go off and hide?" wondered Daphne. "Do you think she went over there?" asked Tracy as she pointed at the sign in front of several bookshelves. "Restricted section. All students, keep out." 8:55 p.m. Gryffindor Common Room. "I told you she wouldn't be here," commented Ron. "The crazy bird must have gone to the library. She always runs off to the library." Harry nodded slightly as he answered, "Well then, I guess we go find her in the library." "On a Friday night?" gasped Ron. "We can't go anywhere near the library on a Friday night." "Why not?" asked Harry. "Because it simply just isn't done, mate," stated Ron as if it was the most obvious thing since noticing that the sun rises every morning and sets every evening. 9:00 p.m. Hogwarts Library. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis were not usually found in the library on a Friday night, but they did make a habit of studying in the library, so Madame Pince did not find it too odd to see the two friends enter late in the day. The two Slytherins had not brought any books with them, but the head librarian just assumed they were coming to look for a book they may need to check out and use for an assignment. The pair of sixth-year students made their way around the shelves of books, heading over towards the restricted section. taking a circuitous route so as not to arouse suspicion from anyone who might be watching them. They were from the House of Cunning, after all. Once they had finally reached their destination, they cast a silencing charm on the area to stop any alarms from going off. While it was an overly simplistic way of dealing with the restricted section, it was a method that their head of house had shared with a few of his more trusted students who he was surreptitiously allowing to access the restricted section of the library. And this simple but effective technique for bypassing the wards there was quickly spread among the upper-year students in the house. Hermione was searching for a book that might give her more information about Horcruxes. Harry had told her what he had learned from his meeting with the headmaster, but she knew how dangerous this all was, and she was determined to educate herself as fully as possible. She was so engrossed in trying to find a book that would reveal the secrets of those dark objects that she failed to notice that she was soon surrounded by a pair of students from the rival house of Slytherin. "Odd a lion sneaking into the restricted section," commented Daphne with a tone of superiority. Tracy chimed in, and the illustrious Miss Granger, always going by the rules. Now why would she be here, trespassing in the restricted section on a Friday night? The taunting in their voices was irritating to Hermione, who nearly dropped the book she had just pulled off of a shelf. "You two better be quiet or Madame Pince will find us, and we'll all get detention for being here," whispered Hermione, the anger in her voice not being lost despite her quiet tone. "Relax, Granger," snapped Daphne. "We already cast a silencing charm on the area. No one is going to hear us talking back here. Besides," added Tracy, "we're Slytherins. No one would think twice about us sneaking in here, but what would the school think about Miss Goody Two-Shoes sneaking into the restricted section? It has scandal written all over it." "I have a pass from a professor that allows me access to the restricted section," responded Hermione with her own air of superiority. "Calm down, Granger," said Daphne, as her tone softened and was actually friendly. "We're just teasing you, but we do want to know what brings you here to the restricted section, on a Friday night no less." Hermione's defensiveness relaxed. "Research," was all she said. "What kind of research needs to be done on a Friday night?" asked Tracy, whose tone also was much more conspiratorial now and no longer accusing. Hermione sighed as she debated what she could tell these two. Daphne noted that Hermione had some inner mental battle going on, and she assumed that Hermione was debating with herself about what to say to her and Tracy. Moving quickly, Daphne reached out and grabbed the book from Hermione's hands. Hermione squeaked in surprise. Daphne picked up the book and looked at the cover. "Magic's Most Dark," she read the title. "Written by a member of the ancient and noble House of Black, no less," she added. Daphne looked at Hermione and she seemed to pout. "Now what would my little lion friend be doing with such a nasty book?" she asked. "Trying to help Harry, of course," she said dejectedly, as she wasn't sure how she would get the book back from Daphne. "Oh, relax, Hermione," said Tracy as she walked up next to Hermione and gave her a friendly hug. "We've told you time and again after runes and arithmancy classes, we actually are on Harry's side in all of this. Just because we're in the House of Snakes doesn't mean we blindly follow Draco or any of those idiot Death Eater wannabes." "I know what you have said," replied Hermione with a slight whine in her voice, "but this is really important, and I need to be really careful about all of this." "Don't you trust us, Hermione?" asked Daphne with a slight pout. 9:15 p.m. Malfoy Manor. Tom Marvolo Riddle, more commonly known to the magical world as Lord Voldemort, sat in his throne-like chair in what used to be the ballroom in Malfoy Manor. There was no need to entertain and impress anyone with fancy balls and parties in his mind, but he did want a place where his loyal followers could gather as a large group when he gave them their marching orders, and when he gave them his inspirational speeches to inspire his Death Eaters when they would go and do his bidding. He looked around the room. It was adequate for his needs right now, but once he completely took over magical Britain, he could arrange a much more impressive throne room in what was now the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort was surveying the room as he had a sudden feeling of worry and anxiety. He stood up and looked around the room. He was alone, as well he knew he should be. At least none of his minions were present to witness his face of worry and anxiety. That would have been dangerous to allow any of his followers to even think that he might have even the slightest weakness. As he started to walk around the dais on which his throne was placed, he once again had a feeling of worry. This caught him by surprise, and he felt weak in his legs and sat down quickly and closed his eyes. Then he saw the vision. Potter with a friend or two, worrying about that little mudblood whom everyone thought was so smart. Voldemort had thought that he had been able to block such images from his mind. He concentrated anew on his occlumency shields, and the vision and emotions that must have been coming from that brat Potter finally stopped. Voldemort rubbed his forehead as he tried to expel those images from his mind. Potter really cares for that mudblood, he thought. Then the Dark Lord had a thought, and a smile crossed his face. He would take that concern that Potter had for that mudblood, and he would turn it back against him. As the plan became clearer in his mind, he started to laugh out loud with how wonderfully wicked it would be for such a plan to come to fruition. Malfoy Manor shook with the uncontrolled hissing noise that Voldemort considered laughter. All of the other people in the large house felt a chill of fear at that noise. 9:25 p.m. Slytherin Common Room. Draco was sitting by himself in the middle of the Slytherin Common Room, and he was sulking. He knew he had a deadline to meet. He needed to finish fixing the vanishing cabinet, and it needed to be done before tomorrow afternoon. But for some reason, he still could not make it work. He looked around the room at the few people who were still there. A couple of second years were studying at a table on one side. When they noticed that Malfoy was glaring at them, they quickly grabbed their books and headed into their dorms. Draco laughed quietly at the fear and intimidation he could create with just a look. He thought about what Crabbe and Goyle might be doing, wasting time hiding somewhere until they changed back into their normal hulking selves. Even his sometimes girlfriend, Pansy Parkinson, wasn't around. He realized she was probably out on her little mission. She thought herself so special when she was asked to take on her own mission. Draco let out a derisive laugh at the thought that Pansy actually thought her mission was truly important. He knew there was no way the faction of Potter haters within the Ministry would achieve their goal tonight, for Potter was just too damned lucky. The team that was coming to try and apprehend him wouldn't stand a chance, but Pansy was picked to help them. Maybe her father knew of the plan and put in a good word for her. It didn't really matter right now, because she was off doing her role and he was stuck in the Slytherin dungeon with nothing to do, unless he decided to head back up and try and work on the vanishing cabinet again. But then again, he thought, maybe he'd just wait here and see what information any of his housemates might turn up with, because after all he did give orders to everyone to trail Potter and his blood traitor friends. 9:35 p.m. Hogwarts, main entryway near the Great Hall. Ron and Harry were making their way down the stairs as they were on their way to find Hermione. They heard some voices up ahead, and they decided to quietly stop behind a corner and look down at the open area in front of the Great Hall to see who was there. Harry had experienced too many times of running into trouble at night in the halls of Hogwarts, so he had learned to be very cautious. The two friends peered around the corner and noticed Pansy Parkinson leading a small group of Slytherin students towards the main door. Ron was about to ask why Malfoy wasn't there with them, but Harry silenced him quickly. Listening closely, they were able to hear Pansy speaking to the others in her group. "Remember, once we get outside, we head straight towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Our contact will meet us there. Don't make a sound, don't even breathe hard. And no light or anything that might draw attention to us." The group of 4 students with her all nodded in reply. "And it won't be just me you will have to answer to if you mess this up in any way," she threatened. Harry and Ron watched the 5 Slytherins make their way out of the main door and into the dark night. "I wonder what they're up to," said Ron out loud once Harry released the silencing charm. "And where the hell is Malfoy?" "Don't worry about that, Ron," chastised Harry. "Let's just go find Hermione." 9:40 p.m. Forbidden Forest. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, near a clearing on the far side of the Black Lake, the 5 students waited somewhat impatiently. One of the group was starting to fidget. "Calm down, Beardsley," hissed Pansy. "You're not actually afraid, are you? What do you think an acromantula is going to come out and eat you?" The fidgeting student stopped suddenly at being chastised. "Just a little nervous with waiting here, that's all," he said in his defense. "Well, I told you all we needed to stay quiet. If you make too much noise, you might draw the attention of that lumbering half-witted half-giant, and we don't need any attention drawn to us, now do we?" She snapped back, her voice a little louder. In her speaking, she did not hear the sound of footsteps coming through the woods behind her. "Hem, hem," came the shrill voice of the leader of the small group of people that had just entered the clearing from the forest. "What are you all just standing around for? I'm sure that lying and no-good troublemaker must be up and about in the castle. We will find him and we will deal with him." She looked at the group of students who had come to meet her. She sized them all up and down with her eyes. Then she turned to face Pansy. "So, Miss Parkinson, all of these are proper witches and wizards, no magic-stealing muggle-borns in this group." "Of course not, Professor Umbridge," replied Pansy with pride. "Now, dear, I am not currently your professor," purred the former undersecretary to the minister. "But if all goes well, we shall be rid of both that reckless youth, Potter, and the meddling old fool Dumbledore, and we can restore this once proud school to the glory of teaching only true wizards and witches." Her voice seemed to drip with honey as she spoke to the group gathered around her. "Let us make our way up to the school now, my dears," she added. The students started to follow her, but the two men who had accompanied her stayed behind in the clearing. "But aren't those two coming with us?" asked Pansy, feeling a little confused. "Oh no, my dear," answered Umbridge. "They just came along to make sure I reached here safely. After all, they were not professors here. I was the acting headmistress at the time I was abducted by those foul centaurs. My friends who brought me here do have permission to use whatever force is necessary if any of those horrid beasts try to show up once again. They will also help us once we have apprehended young Mr. Potter and brought him out here to return him to the ministry, where he can finally be tried for all of the crimes he has committed against good and decent wizards and witches." The group then followed their newly returned leader towards the school in silence. Once they neared the main entryway, Dolors spoke to them in hushed tones. "Just remember, once I return to my rightful place as the headmistress of this school, the inquisitorial squad will be reinstated, and I already know who will be appointed the student leaders." Then she turned and walked up to the main door and slowly pulled it open. 9:55 p.m. Restricted section, Hogwarts Library. Daphne and Tracy stood on either side of Hermione as she started to look through the index of the book. "Here we are," stated Hermione. "Horcruxes, their creation and their usefulness, page 318. "What the bloody hell is a Horcrux?" asked Tracy. 10:02 p.m. Hogwarts Library, restricted section. Hermione had opened the book to the page indicated, and she had started to read about Horcruxes. The two girls from Slytherin standing on either side of her were reading along with her. When Tracy read how a Horcrux is created by murdering another person, after completing a specific ritual, she let out a slight squeal. Daphne reached around Hermione and scolded her best friend in a hushed tone. "Cut that out! Do you want us all to get in trouble? I thought you said you casted a silencing charm," asked Hermione in a cheeky tone. "Well, we can't be too careful, what with three of us standing here in the middle of the restricted section," commented Daphne as she tried to explain her reaction. "Then maybe I should simply cast a notice me not charm on us so people won't bother us at all," added Hermione. She then pulled out her wand and quietly cast the appropriate charm. Then she turned back to the book in her hand. Now where were we? 10:10 p.m. Stairs in front of Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Ron had not made it very far in their search for Hermione. After they had witnessed Pansy Parkinson and a group of Slytherins leave the castle, they were more concerned about what that group was up to, and they ended up heading back towards the Gryffindor Tower during their debate. The two friends were still arguing about what it could mean, if anything, when Neville came walking by. "Hey guys, what are you up to?" asked the tall dark-haired boy. "Nothing much, Neville," snapped Ron. Harry gave Ron a silent glare and then he turned to speak with Neville. "We were about to go track down Hermione, who is off doing some research, when Ron and I saw a group of Slytherins head outside of the castle." Neville looked down the stairs towards the main entrance. "Oh, that's all," stated Neville with a shrug. "I've seen groups of students head out in the evening on nights when the weather is nice like this a lot." "I'm not sure it means much of anything." Ron just shook his head in frustration with the both of them. "They're snakes. They're always up to no good." Neville frowned and then turned to Harry. "What sort of research is Hermione doing on a Friday night? I know she likes to study and all, but it's still Friday." Ron didn't respond to the question, but Harry looked at Neville and decided that he could trust him. "Look, Neville, what I'm about to tell you, you can't tell anyone. Don't talk about it with anyone, well other than Ron or Hermione or me, as long as no one is around. Ron whispered. Don't do it, Harry, don't tell Neville. Harry now glared at Ron and turned back to speak to Neville. I know I can trust you, Nev. After all, you helped us all out back at the Department of Mysteries. Of course, stated Neville with a broad grin. A Longbottom always helps out a Potter. It's something that my family has done for yours for generations. Great, Nev, replied Harry with a nod of his head. The thing is, I need to find some things that Voldemort made, some very dark magic. These things need to be destroyed before we can stop him for good. Neville just nodded in response to Harry's comments. And the thing is, Harry continued, I think it's very likely that Voldemort hid one of these things in the castle. When could he have done that? Asked the young Longbottom heir. That's what I want to know, chimed in Ron. With Dumbledore here, there is no way that Wanker could make it into the castle and hide anything. If he could, he would have already shown up and killed us all. Harry rolled his eyes at his best mate. No, Ron, it wasn't always that way. Before he became Lord Voldemort, Tom Riddle applied for a position as the defense against the dark arts professor. Of course, Dumbledore refused to hire him. I think that during his time back at the school, he might have snuck away from the headmaster and hid it somewhere. Like down in the Chamber of Secrets? Asked Neville. I thought about that, said Harry, but I'm not sure he would have done that. I guess maybe. I should probably head down there and take a look. What about that room we had our meetings in last year? Asked Ron, who actually tried to be helpful as Harry had already told Neville about the secret items they needed to find. The room of requirement, asked Harry. If Riddle was so smart, then maybe he found the room. Maybe he found a place to hide things, thinking no one else would ever find it there. Harry and Neville just stared at Ron. Finally, Neville spoke up. I don't know why everyone thinks you're so dumb, Ron. Ron's glare at Neville was like icy daggers. Okay, enough you two, said Harry, trying to ease the tension. We also know that Riddle gave one of the items to Lucius Malfoy, but Malfoy had no idea what it really was. Do you think he might have given another one to someone else? If he was trying to hide these things, then he might just do that, answered Neville. But who else would he give one to? Asked Harry. Ron scrunched his eyes tight. What's wrong? Asked Harry, watching Ron make faces of pain. No, I just don't want to think about it, he replied, looking away. Think about what? Asked Neville. Who is the most twisted and devoted follower of his? Asked Ron rhetorically. Do you really want to try and get something that belongs to the Dark Lord away from Bellatrix Lestrange? How the bloody hell are you going to that? Harry started to smile slightly. Don't tell me you have an actual plan, demanded Ron. When the time comes, said Harry with a grin. Maybe I need to use my potion of Felix Felicis that Slughorn gave me at the beginning of the year. That might come in handy. 10:20 p.m. Library. Ginny had been studying with Luna this Friday evening as they wanted to get as much work out of the way as possible, with this being a Hogsmeade weekend. She and Luna were finishing up, and she decided to try and find where Hermione had gone, as she was sure she had seen her walk in and go off. Behind some bookshelves a while ago, Ginny began to search the library, but was not able to find her friend anywhere. She had seen a few groups of students sitting at tables and reading books and writing essays, and even a couple of students looking at books near the bookshelves, but she was not able to find any sign of the fifth-year Gryffindor witch. 10:35 p.m. Malfoy Manor. Bellatrix Black Lestrange, one of the most feared witches in over a century. People who knew her when she was young knew her to be talented and bright and beautiful. She was known to be headstrong, but few people would have ever imagined she would have grown up to become the most feared enforcer for a cruel and powerful Dark Lord. Even before her time spent in Azkaban, she had seemed to become unhinged. While she was considered cold-hearted at times during her years at Hogwarts, she was never considered deranged. At some point in time, everything seemed to change for her when she was a young woman. Those who knew her wondered if it had anything to do with when she married Rodolphus Lestrange. Bellatrix never thought about any changes that happened to her. She never had time for that. Her time was spent as a devoted follower to the Dark Lord. She knew she would even stab her own husband in the back if it meant gaining more favor from Lord Voldemort. One of the happiest days she could recall was when the Dark Lord showed up at Azkaban prison and personally freed her from her cell. Ever since then, all that she had yearned for was to hear him tell her, "Well done, Bella." Those words were all she needed to live on. But now she was waiting for her lord and master to call a meeting of his loyal Death Eaters. She knew that he had big plans for the night. However, he had not shared his plans with even his closest followers, his inner circle. All that she knew was that he and sent several individuals off on special secret missions. So far, all of these missions were simple and would involve minimal risk. But no one was allowed to speak of what they were doing. Until tonight, that is, and she knew that they would all learn of his master plan tonight. She was sure that somehow it would involve finally ridding himself of that pesky Harry Potter and possibly even Albus Dumbledore. She was packing in her room, anxiously awaiting the meeting that she knew would be called later this evening. What better time to create mischief than when everyone was at home, asleep, thinking they were safe? As she walked around her room, her eye was caught by something on a shelf. She turned and looked closer at this object. It was just a simple moving photo from when she was a child. Bellatrix didn't understand what made her do it, but she instinctively picked up the photo and started to stare at it. She sat herself down on her bed as she looked at the picture. She saw her playing with her sisters when they were all children, and even her cousins Sirius and Regulus were in the background. She gazed at the expressions on everyone, the smiles on their faces, the joy and happiness they shared back then. Delicately, she began to trace her finger along the outlines of each of the children in the picture. Times were so much simpler back then, she began to think. Then suddenly a sneer came across her face. The pleasant memories were pushed from her mind as she stood up and tore the picture into shreds. She tossed the remains of the picture onto her bed as she left her room. Quickly, she headed into a washroom to clean the tears off of her face before anyone could possibly see her in this state. 10:55. Library. The three girls had been taking turns reading the various passages in the book as they stood in the middle of the restricted section. Then they heard Madame Pince announce to all of those who were still in library that it would be closing as curfew was about to start. Hermione quickly closed the book and slid it into her bag. Once she had done that, the girls left the restricted section by heading out of different rows from between the shelves in hopes that they would not be too conspicuous when they left the area where they were hiding. Hermione hoped that the notice me not charm would keep them hidden from any students who might still be in the library. Once they were in the hallway, the girls began to speak quietly as they didn't want anyone to possibly overhear. "We need to find a place to talk about his now," stated Daphne. The other two girls agreed. "How about this empty classroom over here?" asked Tracy. The trio poked their heads in around the door and found an unused classroom. Hermione quickly transfigured some old desks into a comfortable sofa and lounge chair, and the three girls sat down to talk about what they had just read. 11:00 p.m. Abandoned classroom. Hermione, Daphne, and Tracy sat down on the sofa as they continued to go over the information in the book, Magic's Most Dark, written by Safe Black. They turned back to the chapter on Horcruxes and then began skimming the section on how to create one. The two Slytherin witches could tell that Hermione was searching for some specific information. Tracy looked across the book at her best friend since childhood. "You, Daphne, I would guess that our little bookworm friend here has an interest in this beyond learning how to create a Horcrux." Daphne raised an eyebrow at the comment. "Hopefully she's not about to make one, as I'd hate to have to watch her try to kill you for part of the ritual." Hermione closed the book, but kept a finger inside to mark the page. "Would you two cut it out?" she exclaimed. "We will once you tell us just what is going on," stated Daphne. "Yeah," agreed Tracy. "I'm still not sure what to make of our little miss always go by the rules, sneaking into the restricted section, stealing a book from the library which just happens to be about the most vile dark magic there is, and she won't even tell us why." "It's really important," stated Hermione, as if that would answer all of their questions. Tracy sneered. "Everything is really important to you, girl." Hermione looked from Tracy to Daphne and then back down at the book. She blew her bangs out of her face and slumped back into the sofa. "I can't believe I'm even talking to you two about this," she said flatly. The two Slytherin friends looked at each other in silence and then back at Hermione. They waited for the Gryffindor witch to explain further. "Look, Harry will probably kill me if I tell you," she protested against the silence. "Harry Potter wants to make a Horcrux?" asked Daphne with feigned shock. "No, of course he doesn't," responded Hermione, with irritation in her voice. Then what does Harry need to know about Horcruxes so that you go sneaking into the restricted section? Asked Tracy. Her tone was gentle. Hermione scrunched her eyes tight and then let out a deep breath. Harry needs to know how to destroy a Horcrux so he can eventually defeat the Dark Lord, because he is the only one who can kill Voldemort according to some prophecy. But Dumbledore says that the Dark Lord made these evil, vile things to make himself immortal so no one, not even Harry, can kill him. And the headmaster told him one way to destroy a Horcrux, but I wanted to find out as much as I can in case. The headmaster didn't tell Harry enough about these things, and somehow we have to find at least 4 more of them, because 2 apparently have already been found, and we have to do it without you-know-who finding out that we know about it, and that Harry has destroyed the Horcruxes, thus making the Dark Lord mortal again, so Harry can kill him and get on with his life without some madman trying to track him down and kill him every year. Tracy and Daphne just stared at each other and then at Hermione. "Honey, you have to breathe every once in a while," said Daphne. Hermione just stared at the blonde witch. "Really, that's all you have to say after I spilled my guts and told you everything?" "Well, I think you might be right. You probably just tell us everything, and that might even include all of Bin's lecture material for the past 5 years," said Tracy with a smirk. Daphne rubbed Hermione's shoulder. "I think I did get the gist of what you were saying. You're trying to help Potter figure out how to get rid of these foul things, as long as you, or he, can actually find any of them. And then Potter can go and kill the Dark Lord, and you 2 can go riding off into the sunset together and live happily after ever," added Tracy. Daphne covered her mouth to stop herself from laughing as she looked at the reaction of complete embarrassment on Hermione's part after Tracy had made her final statement. "I am not wanting to ride off into the sunset with Harry," she protested. "Harry and I are just friends. He's like a brother to me, the brother I never had." "I get it," said Tracy as she tried to apologize, "but it was so much fun watching you react to my teasing you like that." "Well, let's finish with the foolishness now so I can get back to figuring out what can help get rid of those horrid things," said Hermione. They opened the book back up and found a paragraph that discussed what sort of things could be used to destroy a Horcrux. However, it became clear that the author had included this information as a way to instruct the creator of a Horcrux as to what lengths might need to be taken to prevent the destruction of the Horcrux by someone who might be trying to find a way to defeat the individual who made said Horcrux. "If created correctly," Hermione read from the text, "the soul piece contained within the Horcrux will work to protect itself. It will be empowered to try and prevent anyone from destroying it. This self-preservation will be even more powerful if the Horcrux was made by the taking of the life of a powerful witch or wizard. Don't bother killing Draco to make a Horcrux. It probably would die from its own ineptitude," commented Tracy with a laugh. "We're trying to be serious here," stated Hermione as she slammed the book closed. "Who said I wasn't?" quipped Tracy. "Depending on the object used to contain the soul piece, it is even possible for the Horcrux to grow in strength if it has a way to siphon off the magical life force from another person," said Hermione as she continued to read. She thought to herself how that explained the workings of the diary several years ago. "Look here," said Daphne as she pointed to the next paragraph. "Now it says what spells can damage or destroy a Horcrux." "One would need to protect the Horcrux as though they were protecting their own body," read Hermione again. "Spells which would not be able to kill another person will have absolutely no effect on the item, as it would take a spell powerful enough to kill another person without any possibility of being blocked or deflected to be able to destroy the should piece in the Horcrux. The killing curse should work then," said Tracy, trying to sound hopeful. "Even fiend fire might work," added Daphne. "Or basilisk venom," mumbled Hermione. "What was that?" asked Daphne. 11:10 p.m. Gryffindor common room. Harry was frustrated. He had never finished looking for Hermione earlier, and she was still not back at their dorm. "It's not like Hermione to be out past curfew," he stated. The thought of what could possibly be keeping his best friend was concerning to him. Ron was concerned, but not enough to get all bothered about it. "Maybe she just decided to take some lessons from you, Harry. Maybe she's lightening up and not being a stickler for the rules. And maybe you'll get the top grades in our class on all of our tests," commented Dean Thomas, who was sitting with them in the common room. Ron didn't even react to the comment. "Well, I'm heading to bed," said Ron as he got up and walked up the stairs to their dorm. Harry looked at Neville as if to ask if he was going to come with him. "No thanks, mate. I'm not about to go and get caught and then miss out on tomorrow and heading to Hogsmeade," said the previously shy Gryffindor. "Fine," said Harry. "I'll go look for her myself." He then stepped through the portrait hole and into the corridor outside. 11:20 p.m. Abandoned classroom. Ginny Weasley was heading down the hall where she was sure she had seen Hermione headed after she had left the library. But then all of a sudden the girls she was following seemed to have disappeared. Ginevra assumed that they must have stepped into a classroom, but she had checked all of them and they all were locked. After searching for several minutes, she was sure that they must have been in one of the classrooms, so she tried again, the time using the simple unlocking spell, Alohomora, and again attempted to gain entry to the rooms. The first 3 classrooms she had checked were in fact empty and abandoned. When she opened the 4th door, she was slightly startled to see 3 people sitting on a sofa on one side. The trio who had been studying the book on dark magic were surprised at seeing the intruder enter their room. "Hermione, there you are," exclaimed Ginny. "What are you doing with these 2 snakes?" Hermione rolled her eyes at her friend's outburst. "They may be Slytherins, but Daphne and Tracy are friends of mine." "But they're snakes," repeated Ginny. "You should know you can never trust anyone from Slytherin." Daphne frowned at the prejudiced comment. "I don't look like a Malfoy to you, do I?" she asked rhetorically. "Well, no," stammered Ginny. "By Merlin's beard, Ginny," said an exasperated Hermione. "You're beginning to sound just like Ron." Ginny tried to protest being compared to her brother. But nothing," interrupted Hermione. "I've been friends with Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis since we first took ancient runes and arithmancy classes together. They may be the only 2 Slytherins who have been nice to me and have never made a derogatory comment about the lack of my magical heritage." Ginny now felt very awkward, standing in the door with her wand drawn on the 3 witches. "If you put your wand away, I promise we won't bite," offered Daphne. "Or hiss, or even slither across the room," added Tracy with a laugh. Finally, the tension seemed to lessen, and Ginny took a few more steps into the room. "I've been looking for you, Hermione, and now I find you hanging out with these 2, and—" She paused as her eyes focused on a large and old tome in Hermione's lap. "What are you looking at and being so secretive about?" "We've been trying to help Harry by figuring out ways he can destroy some dark magical items," explained Hermione, hoping that she wouldn't have to explain anything further. "Well, if Harry needs help," said Ginny, trying to smile, "you know I'm all for that." Now the 2 witches with the green and silver-trimmed robes turned to Hermione and gave her a look that silently asked, "Can we trust her?" Hermione returned the look with a slight nod. "Yes, we can trust Ginny. She earned that trust when she helped us out when we went to the Department of Mysteries at the end of last year." Then she turned back to face Ginny. "Very well, but you need to keep this a complete secret and not talk to anyone about this. If word got out about what we're looking into, it cold jeopardize everything." 11:35 p.m. Malfoy Manor. Narcissa was walking down the hallway towards her bedroom, which she considered was an increasingly lonely pace for many years, when she stopped by the door to Bellatrix's room. She was surprised that Bella had actually left the door open. She quickly peeked inside and noticed something on her bed. It appeared at first to be a torn-up piece of paper. Narcissa stepped in and took a closer look, and discovered that it was an old photograph. She sat herself down on the edge of the bed and started trying to place the pieces back together, much like a Muggle jigsaw puzzle, to see if she could make out what was in the photo. It didn't take her very long to see that it was a photo of when they were children. She gazed at the photo for several minutes, her eyes completing the missing pieces from the scene in front of her. A scene of Bella, Andy, and her all playing together in the backyard at the old Black family summer home. She let out a sigh as she considered how much simpler those times were, how happy they all were when they were young. Narcissa decided she was being foolish to sit there reminiscing, so she scattered the pieces of the picture around the bed again, and she quickly stood up and left the room, grateful that no one had come by and seen her, and considered her weak for allowing herself to get all emotional over such a foolish thing. 11:45 p.m. Hogwarts, hallway on the 2nd floor. Harry was making his way towards the library, hopping to find some sign of Hermione. He knew that it wasn't like her to be late for curfew, and he was pretty sure she did not have prefect duty tonight either. Harry mentally chided himself for not bringing his invisibility cloak with him, an item he almost never left his dorm after curfew without bringing with him. As he turned around a corner, he nearly walked into one of the professors. Harry was startled and jumped back a step, and then his mind realized that the person with the long gray and white beard standing in front of him was the headmaster. "You know that you shouldn't be out after curfew, young Harry," commented Harry's mentor. Well, yes, you're absolutely right about that, Professor," mumbled Harry as he tried to figure out what to say. "You see, Hermione is running late and I wanted to make sure she got back to the common room safely." Harry then silently cursed himself for bringing Hermione into this situation. He should have just made up some other story. "Too late now," he thought to himself. "My, that is noble of you, Harry," replied Dumbledore with a knowing smile. "But I expect you both to be in your dorm within the next few minutes, so you better run along. And I expect Miss Granger will back quite shortly, too. She does understand the example she needs to set for everyone as prefect." "Of course you're right, Professor," responded Harry, who was now feeling a bit dense. "I guess I'll just head back and wait for her in the common room." Dumbledore just nodded to indicate that he thought that would be for the best. However, as Harry was turning around and was about to head back to the Gryffindor Tower, Dumbledore called him back. "By the way, Harry, I do have something with me that I suppose I should have given to you a bit earlier," explained the headmaster as he reached into a pocket of his robes. "Here is the ring, the Gaunt family ring that was a Horcrux, but it is now destroyed. I thought that you should have it." "Oh, why thank you, Professor," said a confused Harry as he reached out to receive the offered ring. He looked at the design on top of the dark black stone and then back up to Dumbledore. "But I thought that this was a Gaunt family ring. Actually, it is most appropriate for it to be considered a Potter family ring, as your family is the only surviving descendants of the Peveril family, the last recorded owners of the ring." Harry listened to the explanation from the professor, and once again he was examining the design carved into the stone. "Oh, Harry, I would recommend that you keep that ring with you. One never knows when something such as that could come in handy." With those final words, the headmaster turned and walked away down another hallway, leaving Harry staring alternatively at the ring and at the empty space where the headmaster had just been. After a few more minutes of just standing still, Harry thought he might have heard Filch's cat coming down the hall, so he decided he better head back to Gryffindor Tower right away. 11:55 p.m. Abandoned classroom. The four girls were finishing reviewing what they learned from reading the book. Hermione didn't think that using fiend fire would be practical or in any way doable for any of the items, which she assumed were relatively small, if the diary was anything to go by. When they noticed the time, they all agreed that they really needed to get back to their dorms without being caught violating curfew. Hermione cast the Tempest charm and noted that it was now nearly midnight. "We'll all be in trouble if we don't get back to our dorms immediately. I didn't realize it had gotten so late on us," she added. "But it was important that we learned all that we could about those horrid things," commented Tracy. "Yes, but we do need to be going," emphasized Hermione, "because after all, we don't want to get detention for being out after curfew, or," the three girls cur her off, and in unison they added, "or worse, be expelled." Hermione bit her lip in frustration. "Enough with that, I was a first year when I originally made that comment. And we will never let you forget it, Hermione dear," added Daphne. The four girls then made their way out of the classroom and started heading back to their respective dorms, 2 to the Slytherin dungeons and 2 towards Gryffindor Tower. 12:00 a.m. midnight. Nocturne Alley. A tall man with a red streak down one side of his face slipped into one of the establishments on Nocturne Alley. The man's blue-gray eyes reflected the dim candle light as he glared at the bells that jingled, announcing his entrance into the shop. "Who the hell has shop bells in Nocturne Alley?" the man growled. A voice answered back from the darkness of the next room. "Apparently we do here at Cobb and Webb's." The mysterious voice stepped out from behind the doorway and made his way past his midnight patron as he closed the blinds in the windows. He then turned to face the visitor. "Arnate Cobb at your service." He offered his right hand towards the man in front of him, but the visitor merely looked at it. Hastily putting his hand behind him, Cobb continued, "And you are?" "Scabbier is the only name you need to know, Cobb," came the gruff reply. He then wiped his hands on his dirty jacket. the green and silver ring on his left hand reflecting a little of the light from the lamp which the shopkeeper had just lit magically. "And what can I do for you tonight, Mr. Scabier?" asked Cobb. "A friend mine recommended that I come and see you," said Scabier as he quickly looked around the shop, getting a sense for his surroundings. "Lucius said that you would be able to help me out with a slight problem I have. It seems there are some wards I need to bring down, and he said that you would have just the thing that I would need to do it." Cobb shivered lightly at the thought of Lucius Malfoy. While he often dealt with dark objects, the item that Lord Malfoy had insisted that he arranged to be imported from South America was a tricky one. Objects that could be rigged to bring down magical wards were known to be temperamental and unstable. The precautions needed to ship it across the ocean were initially formidable, as no magical smugglers wanted to take a chance with the thing. For if it somehow released its dark energy during their voyage, all magic wards on the ship would become useless. But Cobb had managed to arrange for the item to be transported on a Muggle ship to North Africa. It was then smuggled through Europe and eventually into England by several couriers, and the expense of arranging this was by no means inconsequential. However, Cobb was not going to pass up the 1,000 galleon fee above and beyond the actual costs for procuring the item, which is the fee that Malfoy had offered right from the beginning. Arnade was a man who appreciated the opportunity to make a profit, and he knew that he really did not want to know what would be done with the object. That was none of his concern. So Cobb just nodded at Scabier, as that was enough information for him to know that he was the person that Lucius Malfoy had arranged to pick up the item. He went behind the counter and slid open a panel in the counter to where he had stored the magical ward breaker when he had received it just 3 days prior. He looked at the man in front of him and then asked, "Do you have the payment on hand?" "You know that our friend Lucius already paid for it," Scabier snarled at the shop owner. "Or do you have a desire to meet up with your old partner Webb sooner than you expected?" Cobb shook his head no. "Just checking," he said in reply. "After all, I can't be too careful with this item." "You're right 'bout that, mate, you can't," replied Scabier. Cobb reached in and pulled out an object wrapped in several thick layers of canvas. "Your benefactor for this should be able to explain the details of how to arrange for it to perform its required function," he stated vaguely. He handed the package to Scabier, who just stared at it blankly for a moment and then picked it up with one hand and slid it into a satchel on his side. Scabier looked around the shop before he left and noted on one wall there were several scarves hanging. "My, aren't those pretty?" he commented offhandedly. Cobb, who was relieved to be rid of the mysterious item and was looking forward to this man leaving his shop, spoke up. "Please feel free to help yourself. I keep them in stock, as many wizards find them to be simple gifts to give to their wives or other lades who might catch their fancy." Scabier grinned slightly as he took a closer look. He noticed one that was pink and pulled it off of the hook and then tied it around his neck. He gave a slight grin to Cobb as he walked out the door. "I hope you have a good night, mate," he growled as he left. 12:05 a.m. Edge of the Forbidden Forest. Pansy Parkinson and the group of 4 Slytherins with her made their way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest on the far side of the Black Lake. They had gathered on the edge of a slight clearing just inside the forest. The group had been waiting here for over an hour. One of the younger students in the group was fidgeting as they were waiting. "You need to stay quiet," hissed Pansy. "We don't want anyone knowing that we are here." "But why did we have to come out so early?" asked the 3rd-year student. "Because it was easier to sneak out before curfew started," answered Pansy quietly. "Now stop making noise." Shortly after this, the group heard some noises coming from inside the forest. Pansy noticed the concerned look on some of the other students' faces. "They're right on time," she muttered. Into the clearing came a short woman followed by 2 men. "Hem, hem," came the squeaky fake cough from the person in the middle. Even in the moonlight, it was clear that the woman was wearing a pink outfit with small pink pillbox hat on her head. "Now, children," she said with a smirk, "it's not right for you to be out so late at night. We should be getting you back into the castle before you catch cold." "Hello, Professor Umbridge," was Pansy's saccharine greeting. "Oh dear, aren't you sweet, Miss Parkinson, but you know that I am not your professor, at least not at the moment," she added. "It's so nice to be greeted properly, and you have the chosen students to help us with our task tonight. How wonderful," she added as she clasped her hands in front of her. She then turned to the two men who came with her. Now, Styles and Dodge, you two wait her for us. If any of those beastly creatures come by, you have full authority from the minister himself to dispose of them in any way that you feel is necessary. And I do mean in any way at all. She then turned back to the Slytherins. It is such a shame that Dumbledore doesn't see the need to have more secure wards around the Forbidden Forest. Once I am back as the headmistress, I will be seeing to an upgrade in all of the wards so people couldn't just walk right onto the school grounds. The former High Inquisitor for Hogwarts had returned to the school. She had previously been able to run, even if it was only for a short time, and she returned in a way that no one would ever suspect, by coming through the Forbidden Forest. She tried to force her horrible memories of her last encounter from out of her mind, but she was sure the only way she could really erase those memories was to burn the damned forest to the ground once she was headmistress again. She knew the Board of Governors would never agree to it, so she already had her explanation to the board written out to hand to them after the deed would be done. No need to have a place harboring evil and nasty creatures so close to the poor and innocent children studying at Hogwarts. But her thoughts, which drifted over how happy she would be once she had taken over and started to correct things again, were interrupted by the students. "Shouldn't we get on our way to the school, Miss Umbridge?" asked Pansy. "Quite right, dear, quite right," she answered. Then she looked at the whole group as she declared, "So this is the beginning of reinstating the inquisitorial squad. I will be sure to appoint each one of you as head of your own division of student inquisitors as a reward for your faithfulness to the cause." Then she looked at Pansy. "And you, Miss Parkinson, will be the head junior inquisitor once we deal with that lying brat Potter once and for all. Now, we should make haste and return to the castle and begin our mission of saving this school." 12:15 a.m. 7th floor hallway. Harry had not gone back to Gryffindor Tower despite the admonition from the headmaster. He still had not found Hermione, but now he realized he was near the room of requirement. He knew he needed to find a Horcrux somewhere in the school, so he hoped he might be able to find one here. He paced back and forth in front of the tapestry of Barnabas, the barmy 3 times, and a door appeared. Harry walked in and found the room to be filled with piles of junk. He started looking around, hoping that he might find something that could possibly be a Horcrux. He knew that it would probably be valuable, as Riddle had tired to obtain items that were valuable to him or to the Founders, or at least that was what Dumbledore had hypothesized. He was making his way around the piles and rows of items, old desks, stacks of books, an old sofa with a pile of empty sherry bottles nearby, but he had not found anything that he thought might be a Horcrux. He wondered if the Marauder's map might be useful, so he pulled it out of his back pocket. As he did so, he realized he should have used it earlier to help in his search for Hermione. He admonished himself for not being smarter and remembering this important parchment sooner. As he tapped the map and spoke the words, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," the lines on the map began to appear. Every time this happened, he was still amazed to watch the castle map be drawn onto the parchment. He knew where he was, but his own name did not appear on the map, so he quickly surmised that the map could not register anyone who was in the room of requirement. He quickly concluded that it would be of no help to him in finding a Horcrux in this room. He then started to scan to see if Hermione was easily found, and he noticed footsteps approaching the corridor outside. Draco Malfoy was the name following the footsteps on the map. "Bloody hell," muttered Harry. He quickly decided he needed to find a place to hide in case Malfoy came into the room of requirement. Harry moved behind the sofa and sherry bottles, being careful not to knock any of them over. 12:25 a.m. Slytherin dormitory, common room. Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis slipped into the Slytherin common room, hopping to get back to the dorms without being caught by teachers or prefects. Tracy was about to say, "It looks like we made it," when she turned around and realized she was standing face to face with her head of house. Daphne had also slid into the common room, keeping an eye on the hallway behind them, and she bumped into Tracy. She spun around to find out why Tracy was just standing there, and she too was startled as she came face to face with the former potions professor. "I'm sure you ladies have had a busy night of studying." He just stared at them silently as the pair of 6th-year witches tried to figure out what to say. "Good night, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis." Then, without another word or even waiting for a reply, he left through the door into the hallway they had just exited. 12:30 a.m. Gryffindor Common Room. Neville and Ron had been waiting in the common room for Harry and Hermione to return. Neville indicated that he was getting tired and was having a hard time staying awake. "I'll wait up for them, mate," said Ron. "Why don't you just head off to bed?" Neville yawned and then started to head up the stairs to their room. When he walked into the room, he noticed that his only housemate who was there was Dean Thomas, who was snoring lightly. Neville knew Ron was downstairs waiting for Harry to return, but he wondered where Seamus was. In fact, he recalled that he hadn't seen him all evening. 12:45 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Tom Riddle stood in front of the dais, where his throne was placed in the former ballroom at Malfoy Manor. He called Yaxley into the room with him. "Show me your arm, Yaxley," commanded the snake-like man. Yaxley walked forward and pulled his left sleeve back to reveal the dark mark, the writhing tattoo on the inside of his forearm of a snake and a skull. Voldemort placed the tip of his wand on the middle of the skull. The magic in the dark mark sent out a call to all of the Dark Lord's marked followers. Even though the act of using the magical tattoo to send a message in such a way was quite painful to the one on whose arm the summons came from, Yaxley did not flinch, for he was proud to bear the pain in service to his master. As he pulled his wand off of his follower's arm, Voldemort smiled at him. "Once everyone arrives, I will begin to reveal the plans that have been set in motion. Our victory will be swift and sure. With Potter and Dumbledore out of the way, and all of Hogwarts under my control, the ministry will fall without hardly lifting a finger, and my glorious reign over England shall begin." Yaxley half expected a maniacal laugh to erupt from his master's mouth, but instead, he spoke a simple command. "Now depart from me until the rest arrive, and then I will share my unstoppable plans with all of you." 12:50 a.m. Gryffindor Common Room. Ron was starting to get anxious. Neither Harry nor Hermione had made it back to the common room. It wasn't like either one of them to be this late. Sure, they would get into adventures, and Harry always seemed to attract trouble no matter what. But the more Ron thought about Harry and trouble, the more he felt he needed to do something. "I hope I'm not making a mistake about this," he said to no one as he pushed open the portrait hole and stepped out into the corridor and started to head down the stairs. 12:55 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Dozens of Death Eaters had arrived at Malfoy Manor. By 12:50 a.m. they had started to congregate in the halls and other rooms. At 12:55 a.m. the Dark Lord opened the doors to let his followers into his throne room. "It is so good of you all to come tonight," he announced loudly to the crowds that came into the room. "For tonight, we will see the advent of a new order in our world." The Death Eaters cheered their leader's words. Voldemort silently cast a spell to amplify his voice over the sounds of his followers. "Plans have been set in motion. This war to claim our world by the rightful rulers will end before it truly even begins. The ministry is unprepared to take me on. Our main opposition is found at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and shortly the esteemed headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, will meet defeat at my hands. But more importantly, I tell you that the death of Harry Potter shall happen within the next 24 hours. He will be destroyed, and with him the hopes of all of those who dare to oppose us. 1:00 a.m. Room of Requirement. Harry had been hiding behind the sofa, and he was starting to get stiff. He had watched as Draco came in and made his way towards a large cabinet. Harry had been unable to see what he was doing, but it sounded like he was working on carving runes inside the door frame of the cabinet. After staying put for over 30 minutes, he knew he had to move, and he knew he needed to leave. He obviously wouldn't be able to search this area for a Horcrux, so he decided he needed to look elsewhere in the castle. Carefully, he moved from behind the sofa and made his way slowly towards the door. He briefly considered casting a charm to make his movements silent, but seeing as how he could not cast that spell silently, that was not really an option. Harry was relieved to see that there was plenty of debris and piles of books and various items that would help him not be seen as he made his way out of the room. Finally, he reached a point where he had only a few meters between where he was hiding and where the door was to leave the room. Harry lifted his head to look at what his nemesis was up to and saw that he was bent over something in front of the cabinet, and he seemed completely focused on what he was doing. As quickly as he could move and still be quiet, Harry made a dash for the door and hoped that the hinges wouldn't squeak as he pulled the door open. He was relieved as the door opened without making any extra noises, and he slid out the partially opened door into the hallway. Draco looked up as the door closed. "Potter," he muttered to himself. "I thought it was he who was here. What the hell is up to? It doesn't matter anyway because he has no idea what I'm working on. Next time I come up here, if he is here again, I'll just hit him with a cutting hex or something worse. Well, at least that explains why the door was already present when I arrived." Draco then turned back to the cabinet he was working on as he continued to try and discover what the problem was that was preventing it from working properly. 1:15 a.m. Hallway near Gryffindor Tower. Ginny and Hermione were slowly making progress back towards their house dormitory. They had to make one detour when they came close to running into Filch and Mrs. Norris, his faithful cat who seemed to have a knack for finding students who were out of their dorms after curfew. "I can hardly believe that anyone could be so cruel and evil as to make a Horcrux, and to think he made several of those horrid things," said Ginny, as she and Hermione made their way around the halls trying to double back to the passageway they need to take to get to the stairs that would take them up to their dorm. 1:20 a.m. Slytherin Common Room. Tracy and Daphne had initially headed into their room to go to bed. They noted that both Millicent Bulstrode and Lily Moon were both asleep in their beds, but it was clear that the fifth Slytherin girl in their class was not in their room, so they had both left the dorm room before they spoke to each other in the common room so as not to disturb the two girls who were sleeping. "So, Pansy isn't here," stated Tracy, "as I'm sure you noticed." "She's either out with Draco or up to some other form of trouble," agreed Daphne. "Whatever she is up to, it can't be good," added Tracy. Daphne's face became serious as she considered what they needed to do. "No, you're not seriously considering heading back out there," said Tracy, her face turning pale. Daphne nodded slowly, indicating that she was. "When the hell do you become a stupid, bloody Gryffindor and start acting brave and bold and all this?" asked Tracy. "Have you been spending too much time studying with Granger lately? We know that Pansy isn't out on prefect duty tonight. She had that last night," said Daphne, finally. Breaking her silence, "We need to make sure she's not causing trouble." "Why us?" asked Tracy. "If not us, then who?" answered Daphne rhetorically. "Besides, we can be just as sneaky as anyone else in this castle, so how much trouble could we get into anyway?" 1:25 a.m. Hallway near the grand stairs. Hermione and Ginny were nearly to the stairway that would lead them to Gryffindor Tower when Hermione suddenly grabbed Ginny by her arm and held her finger to her lips, indicating that they needed to be absolutely quiet. "I thought I heard footsteps," whispered Hermione. The two witches slowly made their way to the corner, each drawing their wands to be prepared for what or whomever might be on the other side. Slowly, they peered around the edge only to come face to face with a wand point. The two girls each let out a quiet "Yep" in surprise. They followed the wand up the arm that was holding it and then to the face of the person who they had confronted, and they quickly recognized Ron Weasley despite the dark shadows of the dimly lit halls. "Bloody hell, Hermione," exclaimed Ron. "You nearly scared me to death." "Quiet down," ordered Ginny in a hushed voice. "What are you two doing out so late?" he asked. "What are you doing out after curfew yourself?" replied Hermione. "I came looking for you," answered Ron as though it was patently obvious. "Harry already went out to try and find you, but when you didn't show up I figured someone was probably in trouble, so I needed to act as the cavalry." Ginny scoffed at her brother's comment. "What? I've rescued Hermione before," he protested. "Whatever," snapped Ginny. "You two cut it out," said Hermione, trying to end the bickering between the siblings. "So do we go find Harry or head back to the dorm?" "Go find Harry," came the simultaneous response. 1:30 a.m. Chamber of Secrets. Harry had made his way to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and from there it was easy for him to enter the Chamber of Secrets. He had no reason to worry about getting caught as no one else in the castle could get into the chamber. He made his way down the slide and past the rubble debris and taut he locked. Door. With a quick command in parcel tongue, Harry was through the final barrier and once again he found himself in the eerie chamber. He was actually surprised that the carcass for the giant reptile did not smell as he came upon the beast he had slain less than 4 years prior. He slowly walked around the dead snake-like creature, marveling at how big it actually was. Part of him wondered if his mind had exaggerated how big the basilisk was because of how small he was at age 12 to fight it single-handedly. But now he realized it was not his imagination. The creature was huge. Easily well over 20 meters in length, Harry estimated, and then he made his way back to the head of the beast. He pulled out a magical satchel he had with him and carefully pried the basilisk fangs out of the giant serpent's mouth. They actually broke off quite easily, thought Harry, for he had expected that he would need to use considerable force to break them loose from the beast's jaws. Once he had obtained all of the fangs and secured them within the satchel, he made his way to the far side of the chamber. He decided to explore the large room to see if there was perhaps something else that might have been left behind, either by Tom Riddle or even Salazar Slytherin himself. After spending over 20 minutes searching the chamber, he had not come up with anything that might be useful, so he decided to make his way out of the chamber and back to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. 1:40 a.m. Third floor corridor. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny were trying to systematically cover the school by tracking along the various hallways. They had found no sign of Harry anywhere they had looked so far. Where could Harry be? Wondered Ginny out loud. Hermione answered after thinking about the possibilities. Maybe he went up to the room of requirement. He might be looking for a Horcrux up there. Well, we can head there once we get back to the stairs, commented Ron. Then they started back towards the grand stairs when they heard footsteps coming the other way. That can't be Harry, stated Hermione, because I am sure there are at least 3 or more people coming the other way. Around the corner from where they were now standing, the 3 Gryffindors could not see who was coming towards them, but they could hear the voice of one of the people in the group, and it was a voice that they had hoped they would never have to hear again. Now, children, said Umbridge to the students who were with her, stay alert, as I am sure I heard someone just around the corner. Have your wands at the ready. 1:42 a.m. Third floor classroom. Daphne and Tracy had spent 20 minutes roaming the halls and had not found any sign of Pansy or any other students so far. They had stepped into a classroom on the 3rd floor to sit down and rest, as they were feeling tired considering how late it was. Tracy was rubbing her feet as she spoke to her best friend. I'm glad we're not in Gryffindor or prefects. All of this sneaking around the castle at night is making my feet hurt and keeping me from my beauty rest. You don't need beauty rest, commented Daphne. Why is that? Are you saying I'm as beautiful as you? Asked the brunette. No, I'm telling you that it won't help, she said with a smirk. Tracy went to throw a shoe at her friend, but Daphne held up her hand to tell her to stop and put a finger to her lips to tell her to be quiet. I thought I heard something out there in the hallway. The 2 witches slowly opened the door to the classroom. From where they were, they could see an intersection of 2 hallways. There were footsteps coming from both directions. To their right, they could see Hermione Granger with Ron and Ginny Weasley. To the left, they saw Pansy Parkinson and several other Slytherin students being led by the toad of a woman, Dolores Umbridge. That can't be good, whispered Tracy. We've got to do something. How are you at conjuring birds or fog? Asked Daphne. I think I'm better at smoke than fog, answered Tracy. All right then, go with that, added Daphne. So get your wand ready and get ready to run. Umbridge and her personal group of junior terrorists were waiting for someone to come around the corner. The Gryffindor trio was cautiously approaching the intersection of the corridors. On 3, whispered Daphne. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, a group of about 10 songbirds appeared in the middle of the intersection. The sound of their chirping startled both groups, and the Slytherin students started to cast stunning spells at the birds. Then there appeared a cloud of smoke in the middle of the hallway. The 2 groups of people started screaming, one telling each other to run, and the other being the piercing voice of Dolores Umbridge as she yelled at the students who were with her to, "Go get them, you fools." Tracy and Daphne silently closed the door to the room they were in and decided to wait until the hallway was quiet for at least 10 minutes before they would dare leave the room. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny had to again double back to another hallway to avoid being caught. Once they had reached a place where they thought they would be safe, They ducked into an empty classroom. "Who was that?" asked Ron, fearing that he had recognized the voice of the person whom they had almost run into just a minute ago. "What the bloody hell is she doing here?" asked Ginny, who was panting for breath. "Umbridge," said Hermione flatly. "How the hell did Umbridge come back? Why the bloody hell is Umbridge back?" 1:55 a.m. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry sat down next to one of the sinks in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, trying to figure out what he should do next. The ghost who seemed to enjoy tormenting him came out of her toilet when she realized that Harry Potter had come back up from the Chamber of Secrets. "Hi, Harry," said the usually depressed ghost who only seemed happy when she could torment the boy who lived. "Go away, Myrtle," said Harry, who was feeling exhausted. "I don't have time for you right now." "Is my little Harry having a bad day?" she asked. "Is someone trying to kill you again? If they do, I'll let you share my toilet with me." Harry shook his head. "Why me?" he asked himself. "Why do I always attract the crazy ghosts?" "Sorry, Myrtle, but other than Tom Riddle, no one else is trying to kill me tonight," answered Harry. "At least not that I know of," he added under his breath. "Why do you always think your future is so black?" asked Myrtle. Harry had sat down to try and think about where else he could try and find another Horcrux, and he was trying to ignore the pesky ghost. At least she only bothered him here in the girls' bathroom, he thought. Then he considered what she had just said. "Black," he said aloud, as if asking a question. Myrtle looked at him as she was confused by his words. "Regulus Black worked for Voldemort," said Harry to no one as he was alone, except for the disturbed ghost. "Regulus Black had been a Death Eater, but I never heard what happened to him at the end of the war. I think Sirius said something about his brother having died, but not during a battle. Could Regulus have had a Horcrux?" Myrtle stared at Harry. "You're not making any sense, Harry Potter," said the ghost as she tilted her head and stared at the boy who was now standing up from where he had been sitting. "Thanks, Myrtle," said Harry with a big grin. "I think you have helped me out." "Well, I certainly didn't mean to," said Myrtle defensively. "Creature," called out Harry. "I hope he can hear me," thought Harry, "and hopefully he will do what I say as Sirius did name me as his heir. Creature, I need you now." 2:00 a.m. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry had called out to his house elf, or more specifically, to the Black family house elf. The curmudgeon of a servant still looked bedraggled and half-crazy when he suddenly appeared in front of Harry with a slight pop. "The half-blood traitor calls, does he? What does the filthy mudblood-loving brat want with old Creature?" stammered the old house elf. "Creature, I am sure you must be aware that I am presently the head of the House of Black, according to Sirius' will," stated Harry. "Of course you are," grumbled the abrasive elf. "Right. Then, as the head of House Black, I need you to take me directly to 12 Grimmauld Place," said Harry, hoping that he had been clear enough so as to not allow the diminutive imp to find some way to twist his words and deposit him somewhere else. Harry could barely make out some sort of mumbling from the old elf before he suddenly felt a slight pop as the bathroom disappeared around him. 2:05 a.m. Slytherin dorms. Tracy and Daphne were both out of breath by the time they reached the Slytherin common room. In the confusion of the conjured birds and the magical smoke and the hexes being fired randomly, they eventually were able to make their way down the halls and back to their dorm. Once the hallway where the brief skirmish had taken place had cleared of the smoke, the Slytherins had steadily made their way back to the dungeon where their house dormitory was located. Sinking into one of the couches in the room, Tracy let out a long breath, while Daphne simply sat down and stretched her long legs. They sat together in silence for several minutes. "Is this how Potter and his friends spend every weekend?" wondered Tracy. "What I want to know," asked Daphne, "is why the blazes is that toad back?" Tracy nodded in agreement. "And why is Pansy and that group working with her?" Daphne stared at Tracy at that comment. "We know why that brown-nosing no-good slag is working with her," commented Daphne. Tracy had a lost look on her face as she asked. "We do." Daphne threw a cushion at her friend. "She sees it as a way to get power in the corrupt government." She paused for a moment and then added spitefully, "And maybe she realizes that hanging onto Draco will really get her nowhere." With that, Daphne stood up and she said they both should head to bed, considering how late it was. And if Pansy wasn't in the dorm, yet they didn't want to be found to be still up and awake in case, the inquisitorial squad returned and figured out that they had something to do with the recent altercation. 2:15 a.m. 12 Grimmauld Place. Harry was slightly dazed when he arrived at 12 Grimmauld Place. Creature had simply deposited Harry in front of the portrait of Walburga Black, and she had instantly begun to screech about trespassers, mudbloods, blood traitors, and how the magical world was being corrupted by such filth, and how it was an embarrassment that the Black family home was becoming a breeding ground for such treachery. Harry quickly escaped from the verbal tirade and began to search the house. By 2:15 he had made a thorough search of Regulus' old room, but he had found nothing that was any remotely connected to Voldemort or the Death Eaters. Slowly, he made his way down the stairs as he tried to figure out where else he should look for some unknown item that could possibly be hidden here. But then he started to doubt himself, and he wondered why he even thought that this might be a good idea. When he walked into the kitchen and sat down at the table, he noted that Creature was spying on him from behind a counter. An idea came to his mind, and that was to actually try talking to Creature. "Creature," called out Harry, "would you please come and speak with me?" Harry had considered that if he needed the old elf to help him, that perhaps he might get further with him if he actually treated him kindly. "What does horrid blood traitor master want of useless old Creature?" croaked the elf as he came out from hiding behind the cabinets. "I have a problem and I was hoping that you could help," stated Harry. He noted the elf's eyes grow larger slightly, and Harry took that as a positive sign, so he pressed on. "I am looking for an item, and this item is a dark magic object, and it might have been in the possession of your former master Regulus," explained Harry. The elf continued to stare blankly at Harry. "It's very important that I obtain this item," said Harry, hoping that he guessed correctly that there might be one in this old house. Creature laughed at Harry's comment, although it sounded more like a dying hyena than actual mirth. Harry leaned back into his chair as he let Creature's laughter abate. "Is there something funny I said?" asked Harry. The elf actually made a snorting sound, and then he looked Harry in the eye as he replied, "This house is full of dark magic." The old blood traitor Sao tried to remove all of the dark items, the Black family items, but Creature wouldn't let her. Creature knew enough to keep black items safe from blood traitor Weaselcow. Harry tried not to laugh out loud at how the crotchety elf described Ron's mother. But then Harry noted something else. It appeared that Creature was actually upset about something. Harry then spoke softly to Creature. "Is something upsetting you, Creature? I'm sure you didn't like having all of those." "People here last year," said Harry. "But is something more than that bothering you?" Creature looked at Harry warily, for no one had ever considered the old house elf's feelings on anything before. Not that he ever thought about it before, but he had so much time that he was alone without doing anything for anyone. He had years of serving the Blacks, making meals, fetching items, doing everything he was ever told. Even doing horrible tasks for other people who weren't Blacks, people who made his master tell him to do horrible things. A tear welled up in one of his large, bulbous eyes. Harry noticed the reaction. He tried to speak kindly but sternly as he talked to the elf once more. "Creature, as the head of the Black family, and as the Black family house elf, you must tell me what is upsetting you." Creature flashed his teeth momentarily, and Harry briefly wondered if the elf would dare bite him or attack him in some way. But the magic that bound a house elf to its family would surely protect him, he thought, and he made sure not to flinch visibly to the threat made by the elf. After a few minutes of what seemed to Harry to be a continuing internal struggle, the aged magical servant finally spoke. "Creature has always served the Black family honorably." Creature always does what master or mistress tells Creature. The elf actually wiped a tear from his eye with his grimy wrist, and then he continued. "Creature even went with the Snake Man, the one they called the Dark Lord, because Master Regulus told Creature to do what he says. Creature drank the poison to help the Dark Snake. Creature was very sick. The Dark Snake left Creature to die in the cave, but Creature didn't die, because Master Regulus told Creature to return home after Creature helped the Dark Master. Master Regulus was angry. Master Regulus was angry that poor old Creature nearly died. He asked us about what was hidden away in the cave. Master Regulus made Creature bring him to the cave. Master Regulus said the item was very dark, very bad, and needed to be destroyed. Master Regulus drank the poison this time to get the object because Creature was too ill. Creature brought Master Regulus home and the dark item, but Creature was not able to save Master Regulus. Creature was still too weak from the poison. Kreacher's magic wasn't enough for Master Regulus. Master Regulus made Kreacher promise to destroy the dark object, but Kreacher has failed. Kreacher has failed the Black family and the last true and honorable Lord Black. Kreacher, spoke Harry softly, if you bring me this item, I can destroy it. I will destroy it. I do not think that any house elf could ever destroy it on their own. But Master Regulus was right, Kreacher, we do need to destroy it. If you bring it to me, I can help you fulfill your obligation to Master Regulus. Kreacher's eyes widened even more. Bad blood traitor Master would do that for miserable Kreacher, asked the stunned house elf. Of course I would, answered Harry. That is the whole reason why I called you to bring me here, because I was hoping to find an object of the Dark Lord, the former master of your master. The Dark Snake, as you called him, he is the one who is responsible for Regulus' death. He is the reason why there are so few members of the Black family left. The Dark Snake man attacked my family too, and I need to stop him once and for all. But I cannot do that if I don't get that item and destroy it. Master Harry will destroy the item. He asked again. Yes, I promise I will, claimed Harry. 2:40 a.m. Slytherin dorm. Tracy Davis was tossing in her bed. The events of the night so far kept playing through her mind. She had never done anything quite like this before: the adventures, the intrigue, the guerrilla warfare of sending spells out from behind the classroom door. Are you asleep, Daphne? She asked. Not with all the noise you continue to make over there, sighed Daphne. So the toad is really back, commented Tracy. We both saw her and the students with her, replied Daphne, starting to feel a little irritated. Maybe Pansy wants to learn about being a toad if she has no future as Lady Malfoy, she added thoughtfully. Hoping that neither Millicent or Lily would wake up, Tracy laughed out loud at the last comment. Daphne quickly cast a silencing charm around their beds, so as not to disturb their roommates. Tracy spoke again after the two friends had lain quietly in their beds after Tracy's burst of laughter. Have you noticed how much Weasley has grown up this year? He is so much cuter than he ever was, and he seems to actually be able to handle his wand pretty well lately. You're pathetic, you know that, said Daphne. Besides, can't you see the way he pines for Granger? Not to mention he is an absolute pig. But he's turning into such a cute pig, protested Tracy. But to that cute pig, you're still nothing more than a slimy snake, so you're just being ridiculous, quipped Daphne. Really? Well, you're just an emotional desert. And besides, I've seen the way Miss Ice Princess melts any time the Gryffindor golden boy is near, snapped Tracy. Do not, protested Daphne. Do too, replied. 2:45 a.m. 12 Grimmauld Place. Kreacher had disappeared for a moment, and then he reappeared and held out his hand. In it was a shiny locket with silver and green and an ornately carved snake wound around it. Harry recognized it as the Locket of Slytherin, a magical item that had gone missing at least 30 years previously, possibly longer, as the former owner of the locket was never quite clear about who they had obtained it or how they had lost it in the first place. Thank you, Kreacher, said Harry as he took the locket from the old house elf, and Harry wondered if the little old guy didn't seem to be a bit younger and healthier appearing. 2:55 a.m. Ravenclaw dormitory. Luna Lovegood awoke in her bed, and she realized that she was shaking and covered with sweat. While she was accustomed to having strange visions, what she had just experienced was nothing like she had ever experienced before. She could vividly recall the images of her friend, Harry Potter, lying in the bottom of a pit, covered with stones and snakes. He wasn't moving. Around the pit were the faces of many students from school who were just pointing and laughing. Off to one side, behind a fence, were his friends Ron and Hermione. Off to another side, behind a different fence, were some other students who looked like they were trying to help. She sat up quickly and looked in the mirror. No Nargles, no Raxburts, and definitely no blibbering Humdingers, she said to herself. She stood there in silence, and then she gasped as she realized, oh my, I need to go warn Harry Potter. She quickly threw on a pair of pants and shirt and grabbed the first two shoes she could find, a red plaid trainer and a blue dress shoe, and made her way out of her dorm and down the hallway. Harry's probably not in his dorm right now, she thought out loud, even though she knew there was no one there to hear her. I better start by checking on the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Perhaps Myrtle knows where I can find Harry Potter. 3:00 a.m. Gryffindor common room. Ginny, Ron, and Hermione arrived back in the Gryffindor common room. They were all panting for breath after they had narrowly escaped being found by Umbridge. "Bloody hell," exclaimed Ron. "Why is that toad back here at Hogwarts? I didn't think the undersecretary to the minister would have any reason to come to the school in the middle of the night," commented Ginny. "She's no longer Fudge's undersecretary," pointed out Hermione. "She was fired in disgrace after the whole battle at the Department of Ministries, which proved that Harry wasn't lying and that you know who has returned." "Just as long as she doesn't catch up with Harry," said Ron. The two girls just stared at him for a moment. Ron started to feel uneasy and wiped his hands on his face. "What? Have I got something left from dinner on my face?" he asked. Hermione's silent glare and Ginny's eyes darting over towards the stairs to the boys' dorms made him realize what they were implying. "Maybe he's already back in his room," suggested Ron timidly. "Don't you think you better check?" demanded his sister. Ron jumped up and moved fairly quickly considering it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Less than a minute later, Ron returned to the common room to an anxiously waiting Ginny and Hermione. "Umbridge is after him, I'm sure of it," stated Hermione. "Harry could be in big trouble then," commented Ron. "But doesn't he have the map, the Marauders' map?" questioned Ginny. Ron scratched his head before he answered. "He usually keeps it with him, I think," he said. "We still need to try and find him," said Hermione, the exasperation evident in her voice. "You know how much trouble he can get into." Once again, the three students opened the portrait hole to head back out into the post-curfew darkness of the halls of Hogwarts. 3:05 a.m. Hallway on the 3rd floor. Luna had made her way down to the 3rd floor corridor, heading towards the stairway that would take her towards the 2nd floor girls' bathroom that was also the sanctuary for the ghost Moaning Myrtle. She heard some footsteps ahead of her, and she hoped it would be Harry Potter coming the other. She was so concerned for him. Because of the vision she had in her dream, she started to run towards the sound of the footsteps. As she made her way around a corner, she realized that she was hearing more than one set of footsteps coming towards her. She skidded to a stop when she came face to face with several students wearing silver and green-lined robes, with a woman in a pink dress standing behind them. "If it isn't one of Harry Potter's little accomplices," came the screeching voice of Dolores Umbridge. Luna immediately recognized the voice and face of the former High Inquisitor, and she squeaked in surprise, "Snorkack poop." Pansy Parkinson stepped closer to her with her wand pointed at her face. "Where's Potter?" she demanded. Luna looked into the eyes of all of the students and then calmly answered, "I have no idea where Harry Potter is, but I would presume that he would be in his bed in his dorm, dreaming of umgubular slashculters dancing with dabberblimps. Why? Do you need his help with something? He is quite a powerful wizard, you know." Pansy just turned to look at their leader, and she could tell that Umbridge was incensed. "What are we to do with her?" asked Parkinson. "We can't have her running around the castle at night now, can we?" answered Umbridge with a wicked smile. She then turned to Luna, and her voice became sweeter than honey as she spoke to her. "We can't have you getting into trouble out her at night all by yourself. We need to make sure you stay safe and out of trouble." She then turned to face Pansy. "You might as well stun her, and then we'll put her somewhere safe and out of the way." Without needing any further encouragement, 3 of the 5 students immediately fired stunning spells at the silver-eyed blonde Ravenclaw student who collapsed on the floor. "Now, we really should make sure she is safe. Might as well find a safe place somewhere near here," said Umbridge with mock concern. "There's a broom closet over here," said one of the 4th-year Slytherins. "How convenient," commented Umbridge. "But do be careful when you place her in there, so as not to hurt the poor dear." Pansy ordered her 4 companions to pick up the unconscious girl and carry her over to the broom closet. "You probably ought to lock the door just to make sure she stays there. I mean that she stays safe," commented the former undersecretary. Pansy then cast a quick locking charm on the door, and the group made their way down the hall, still searching for Harry Potter or any other students who might be roaming the halls. 3:10 a.m. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry was deposited back in the bathroom, where Creature had found him about 1 hour previous. Harry was at least grateful that the sometimes devious elf had not returned him to land in one of the toilets. Harry decided that he should probably head back up to the room of requirement and try and search there again, figuring that it was much more likely to not have any students there at this time. He made his way up to the 3rd floor, and started to head towards the stairway that would bring him to the 7th-floor hallway and the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry noted that he was passing several suits of armor that were lining the walls. Then he felt a tug from the Slytherin locket, and he stumbled into one of the suits of plate armor, and it all came crashing down around him. "Bloody hell," he muttered as he quickly tried to pick up the pieces of armor and place them back together. 3:15 a.m. 3rd-floor hallway. Umbridge and her crew of the newly appointed inquisitorial squad heard the clanging of the metal that came from behind where they were, and they all quickly turned around to investigate who might be causing the disturbance. Harry didn't hear the footsteps of the approaching group as he was concentrating on putting the armor back together. When he finally registered that there were footsteps approaching, he quickly stood up and drew his wand and took a defensive pose. Suddenly, he realized that he was surrounded by Pansy Parkinson and the group of Slytherins who he had seen leave with her earlier that night. But to his dread, he noted the woman in pink who was cackling with glee behind the students. "It seems that you have finally been caught, Mr. Potter," scolded the toad of a woman who had tortured him for countless nights in detention the previous year. "I was helping some friends and we were studying in a classroom, and I fell asleep, and I was just heading back to my dorm when I stumbled into the suit of armor," Harry tried to explain quickly. "Go ahead and tell the headmaster, and I'll even serve my detention with Filch tonight," he added, hopping to get away from Umbridge as he didn't want anyone to find the locket that he had with him. "You're a troublemaker and a liar, Mr. Potter," stated Umbridge, "and Professor Dumbledore won't be able to save you this time. I'll be bringing you right to the minister himself, and we will deal with you once and for all. And your precious headmaster will finally be removed. Anyone who allows such a miscreant as yourself to roam this castle so freely clearly should not be running such a prestigious institution for magical education." "Even Fudge saw that Voldemort is back," protested Harry. "And you know I never lied about the Dark Lord's return." "But you're a troublemaker and a murderer," snapped back Umbridge. "Just because he who must not be named was seen at the ministry last year does not exonerate you for killing the true Hogwarts champion at the end of the tournament last year. Somehow you keep getting away with everything, you and your blood traitor friends. But not this time, Potter, because you're mine." Harry noted that he had 5 separate wands pointing at him, and he wondered just what he could possibly do to get out of this mess that he found himself in. 3:20 a.m. 4th floor. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny had heard the commotion that began with the crashing of a suit of armor. As they were making their way to the stairs to see if it could possibly be Harry, they overheard Umbridge's shrill voice telling Harry that he was a troublemaker. Ginny exclaimed, "That bitch is back." Hermione was about to reprimand her friend for her language, but then she thought better of it. She was about to say something about trying to save Harry when a certain mischievous poltergeist came down the hall and started to sing about catching several students out after curfew in the middle of the night. Hermione had a quick idea. "Peeves," she called out to the ghost, "we need your help." The poltergeist was taken aback, for it was quite rare for anyone to ever ask him for help. "Why do you need Peeves?" asked the poltergeist, feeling wary of such a comment from a student. "The toad teacher is back," declared Hermione. Peeves cast a suspicious eye at her. "Dolar's Umbridge, the very person who tried to get you removed from the castle last year, is down. Stairs on the 3rd floor attacking a student, Harry Potter," she declared. Peeves remembered the woman all too well, and he never liked her. She had made it quite clear when she became the headmistress briefly that she was planning to find a way to remove him from the castle. Ron understood what Hermione was trying to do. "We need you to help our friend, Harry Potter. If you help us right now, we'll get you a supply of dung bombs to use whenever you want." "Yeah," agreed Hermione. "We'll get you a whole supply of pranks you can use." "Help get Umbridge, of course," replied the ghost. "For being able to spook Umbridge, I would do it for nothing, but I'll still take the dung bombs. This should be more fun than I have had in a while." 3:30 a.m. 3rd floor hallway. Umbridge was absolutely ecstatic that she had finally managed to capture Harry Potter, the spoiled brat of a wizard who she was sure was nothing more than a lying no-good cheat. She was about to tell her inquisitorial squad to bind him when all of a sudden she was covered with a giant splash of green sticky gelatine. Peeves figured the house elves in the kitchen could come up with something else for tomorrow night's dessert. The The trio of students from Gryffindor had managed to make it down the stairs and started sending tripping hexes at the Slytherin students as they were running away from the mess that had splattered over their leader. Screams came from all around the hallway as they tripped and fell into the puddles of gelatine as Peeves continued to throw it at the group that attacked Potter. Harry had been trying to figure out a way to get away from Umbridge. As the gelatine and the curses started flying, he quickly pulled out his invisibility cloak. He initially planned to run, but with the mess of bodies and sticky green substance everywhere, he came up with what he thought to be a brilliant idea. He stayed still, pressed himself up against the wall in between two of the suits of armor. In the midst of the confusion with hexes being cast back and forth between the Gryffindor trio and the Slytherins who were finally getting back on their feet, Ginny noticed that Harry was gone. "He's gone," she called out to Ron and Hermione, "so we better get going too." The three sent a few stinging hexes at the group, covered with the green goo, and then ran back up the stairs where they had come from. Draco Malfoy was at the far end of the hall on his way back to the Slytherin dorms when he overheard the commotion. He was initially excited to see Potter being captured by Umbridge, and now he was sure he knew what Pansy had been up to recently. He even saw the attack from Peeves, and he noticed that somehow Potter once again managed to escape. Regardless of the outcome of the brief battle, he was at least glad that he would be able to make back to his room without anyone catching him. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny had run off on the 4th floor away from the Gryffindor tower. Actually, Ron had run in the opposite direction and the girls just followed his lead. "What the hell, Ron?" called out Ginny. "You're heading the wrong way." "I know what I'm doing," said Ron as he pulled up to a stop. "And just what is that, Ronald?" asked an irritated Hermione. "Umbridge and the Slytherins expect us to head back to the dorm. This way they will go off in the wrong direction and we won't get caught by them," explained Ron. "Since you're so smart, what do we do now?" asked an equally frustrated Ginny. Ron looked around and took note of the classrooms near where they were standing. "It seems they're always old, unused classrooms everywhere we go. Might as well hide out in one of these," he suggested. Hermione looked at the classroom they were next to and then back at Ron. "Not a bad idea, Ronald," she said appraisingly. 3:50 a.m. Slytherin dorm. Draco slipped into the Slytherin dorms and pulled off his robes. As he walked towards his bedroom, he laughed slightly to himself, thinking just how close Potter came to being caught by someone from the Ministry. He knew that Umbridge was not supposed to be here, but he figured the distractions she was causing could only help him. At least the diversion of the brief battle in the hallway helped him get back to his dorm without anyone seeing him. But then he considered that if anyone had seen him, he knew that his head of house would make sure he didn't get into any real trouble, because after all, he had been doing that for the previous 5 years. "Inquisitorial squad, he thought to himself. "I've got more important things than that to do." Draco made his way into his room, finished getting undressed and pulled his curtains around his bed closed and hoped that no one would disturb him as he figured he could use a good lie-in. 3:55 a.m. Gryffindor common room. Harry Potter was out of breath as he finally made it through the portrait hole and into the common room. A quick glance around the room and it was clear that it was deserted. Harry had assumed it would be, considering it was nearly 4 o'clock in the morning. Slowly, he plodded up the stairs to his dorm and collapsed onto his bed. He was sound asleep within a minute of his head hitting his pillow. 4:00 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Dawn was still more than 2 hours away, and Voldemort had called his inner circle to meet with him in his throne room. Bellatrix Lestrange, her husband Rodolphus, and his brother Rabistan were present, as were Yaxley, Mulciber, and Walden Macnair. When they had gathered together at his call for his lieutenants, he noticed that Lucius Malfoy was not present. "Where is our gracious host, my friends?" asked the Dark Lord. "Not sure, my lord," answered Yaxley. "He said he had important work to do tonight. He was overseeing part of my plans being set in motion, but I would have thought he would have completed that and returned by now," said Voldemort. The irritation in his otherwise slick tone was evident to all who were present. "No matter, we will begin as the events of today will carry on. Bellatrix, my dear, you already have your orders for your mission with that young man. Scabier is his name. And your nephew, the young Draco, he does have his own mission he is working on." The vanishing cabinet must be completed by noon today so that Greyback and his pack will be able to enter the castle and bypass all of the wards. Now, the wards should not be problem by then, but even so, the addition of the attack from within would be most advantageous. Once Fenrir and his followers arrive, any students in the castle who are not in the Slytherin dorm will be considered marked for them and free game, including young Draco if he were to be so unfortunate as to not be safely in the confines of Salazar's nest. He paused a moment to let his words sink in. I will make myself clear about this. Draco's father has failed me too often in the past, particularly this past spring when he failed to retrieve the prophecy as I had commanded. The penalty for this failure will be the life of his son, Draco. That shall serve as a lesson to all of my followers. I do not accept failure from my lieutenants. Also, Draco's mission is merely a decoy for the rest of my plans. The werewolves are mainly just for a distraction and an easy way to cull the herd of those muggle-born beasts. However, if Draco should fail in his mission, then I will be sure to make an example of him. Yaxley and McNair felt that the Dark Lord was starting to ramble a bit, but they dared not comment, for they had seen others be subjected to his wrath, and they were certain that they did not want to experience such treatment. At least Lucius has been useful in his own way, he continued, as the wards at Hogwarts will fall in part because of the plan which he has helped to carry out. The device should be in place later this morning and ready to activate early this afternoon. Then I shall make my triumphant entrance. He looked them all in the eyes. You all shall carry out your own orders exactly as I have discussed with you. It may be best to rest now, before our glorious day of triumph comes to fruition. 4:20 a.m. Gryffindor dorm. Harry woke up shortly after falling asleep. He was having nightmares again, visions of Voldemort commanding his followers to come and attack the castle today, as well as arranging for an army of werewolves to prepare for the invasion. On top of that, he felt the weight of the locket attacking his spirit. Already it had caused him to nearly be caught by the Toad Woman, Umbridge. He needed to destroy it before too long. Harry tossed and turned as he tried to fall asleep, but every time he closed his eyes, he had a vision of Riddle sitting on some throne, and he seems happy, no ecstatic about the plans he was putting in. Place. 4:30 a.m. Malfoy Manor, kitchen. Narcissa Malfoy had come downstairs early to the kitchen in her home. Usually the house elves prepared everything quite well, but their skills were being taxed by the number of wizards and witches who kept showing up at their home. There was no offer from any of these guests who were invited by the mere presence of a certain reptilian tattoo on the inside of their left arm to help out with any of the necessary arrangements to feed the growing throng of Death Eaters. So, when she walked into the kitchen to see if there was anything she needed to do herself to help prepare breakfast, even though she was sure she lacked any real skill to provide anything remotely nutritious or tasty, she happened to pass by the entrance to the ballroom which the Dark Lord had commandeered and turned into his own palace and headquarters. She caught only a few words, but what she heard sent a shiver down her spine. The penalty for this failure will be life of his son, Draco. She continued on to the kitchen, where she stumbled and grabbed onto the edge of a counter, catching herself before she collapsed onto the floor. Her son, her only son, was to be made an example of by this Dark Lord. Her deepest fears were true. Voldemort cared little about blood purity. All he cared about was power. It reminded her of a certain Muggle leader from what was called the Second World War, a man who used hate against others to rally his people to fight for him. This man, this creature who had taken up residence in her home, her husband's home, she corrected herself, was just simply trying to do anything to gain power for himself. No matter how many died, no matter who died. He would stop at nothing to have his way. Narcissa steeled herself and stood up. She was a Black. She was proud. Her family meant everything to her. Now she needed to figure out a way in which she could get a message to her son. She needed to warn Draco that the Dark Lord plans to kill him, no matter what else happened this day. 4:40 a.m. Gryffindor Tower. Ron held open the portrait hole door for Hermione and Ginny after they finally arrived back at Gryffindor Tower. I'm exhausted, stated Ginny, and if Harry's not back yet, I'm not going back out to look for him. I'm heading to bed. I'm right behind you, added Hermione. Ron muttered, I hope he's back. I can't keep this up any longer. I'm exhausted. With that final comment, the three friends finally retired for the night. 4:50 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Lucius Malfoy returned to his home, and his eyes were bloodshot from a lack of sleep. He immediately made his way to his master's throne room, where he knew he had been expected when he was summoned to meet with the rest of the inner circle. As he walked into the chamber, Voldemort looked at him and narrowed his eyes. "You're late," were the only words spoken by the Dark Lord. "I had to make sure that the transaction took place properly, my lord," explained Lucius. "Scabier has the device now. It made it through customs without a problem, or it made it around the customs station. At any rate, our special agent within the castle will be assisting with placing the device later this morning. The wards should be brought down by early this afternoon." "Well done, my friend, well done," replied Voldemort. Lucius simply bowed his head as he received the praise from his master. "Oh, Lucius," said the Dark Lord, surprising the blonde-haired man as he had hoped to be excused. "Scabier arrived here over 2 hours ago, with the device. It makes me wonder just what else you needed to accomplish to make sure the transaction took place properly." The look he received made it clear that he was being dismissed at this time. Lucius backed out of the room and turned around once he went through the door. He counted himself lucky not to be suffering under the Cruciatus curse at this point, but he doubted he would avoid it for the whole day. Lucius knew all too well that forgiveness was not a trait that the Lord Voldemort was known for, and any attempt at explaining his tardiness would have been simply met with the wrath of the man who had commandeered his home. Slowly, he made his way up to his room. 5:00 a.m. Malfoy Manor, Voldemort's throne room. The sky was still black as Voldemort once again called his followers to gather. He noted that Lucius once again did not show up to the meeting. The others of his inner circle were already present. Once the large group had gathered around, Voldemort stood up from where he had been reclining on his throne. "I will begin to reveal to you more of my plan," he stated. "I have avoided telling any of you what will be happening other than what a few have needed to know to help with the preparations for this wonderful day. By revealing this information to you only as it is about to happen will help prevent any spies who might be among us from in turn revealing these plans to those that would oppose us." There was some murmuring among the Death Eaters as they questioned who could possibly be a spy. Voldemort simply waved his wand and sent a shower of red sparks out across the room. Once again, he had the rapt attention of all of his followers. "We will be bringing a couple of Harry Potter's friends for a visit with us today," began Voldemort. "I have something very special planned for them after they arrive, until they do join us here. Once they are captured, they are to be treated with the utmost care. I hope that I make myself perfectly clear. They will be but a part of the plan that will continue to unfold throughout the day. Hogwarts will be ours, my friends. And once we have the school, and we are rid of Potter and Dumbledore, we will take control of the ministry itself. Tomorrow will be the dawn of a new era for magical Britain." The Dark Lord paused for a moment, and then he continued with a little more detail about the day. "Bellatrix will be the kind ambassador who will be escorting our visitors to join us later this morning. The young and energetic Scabier will accompany her, and he will set in motion the series of events that will lead to our triumphant entrance into the school this very day." Cheers went up around the hall. "Our allies, led by Mr. Greyback, will be providing additional support, as long as one of our junior associates completes his mission on time today," added Voldemort. 5:20 a.m. Malfoy Manor, dining room. Bellatrix was waiting impatiently for Scabier to meet with her as previously arranged. "Do you have everything together that we will need for today?" she asked as he walked in. Before he could answer, she added a snarky comment. "Nice scarf. The pink looks good on you, dear." "I have the device, and it is packed and ready to be delivered," he responded, ignoring the comment about the pink scarf he had picked up earlier this morning. "I also have the magic-suppressing manacles for binding our guests, since we will not be able to get past the wards very easily at this time," began Bella as she continued. Reviewing their plans with her accomplice, "We will need to be sure that our guests are in the appropriate place so that we may properly invite them to come for a visit." As she spoke, she twirled some of her dark curls with her left hand as she spun her wand in her right hand. "Now, love, have you made sure that Potter's friends will be heading to Hogsmeade for the day?" Scabier replied with a feral grin. "Already working on that. You may consider it a foregone conclusion that they will be where we need them to be at the right time." Bellatrix walked up towards Scabier and traced a circle around his neck with a sharply manicured fingernail, nearly drawing blood as she did so. She licked her lips seductively as she added, "You better be right, love. You had better be right." 5:40 a.m. Gryffindor dormitory. Harry Potter had managed to fall asleep once again after he was bothered by dreams and visions due to his link with Voldemort and the presence of a Horcrux in his room. Once again, he was feeling the effects of the nearby Horcrux as his dreams became more painful. He started moaning due to pain. Related to the connection through his scar, as Voldemort himself became more animated as he was meeting with his followers and finalizing preparations for his machinations for the day. The pain became so much that he sat up and let out a groan. Most of his roommates were sound asleep. However, Ron, who was in the bed next to him, was awoken by the noise. "Bugger off, I'm trying to sleep here," complained the redhead who had hardly any sleep through the night. "Sorry, Ron," snapped Harry. "I'll just try and tell old Tom not to be active during the night and cause any visions for me." "It might help," complained Ron. "And a lot of help you were last night," retorted Harry, glaring at his friend who had been trying to sleep. "What?" exclaimed Ron, who was now more awake. "We saved your bloody arse when Umbridge had you cornered. Maybe we should have left you alone and let you deal with the toad all by yourself." "Maybe you should have," said Harry as their voices were starting to rise. A bleary-eyed Neville sat up in his bed. "Hey, guys, people are sleeping here, and it's not even 6 in the morning yet. Could you both grow up a little?" The two friends seemed to be startled out of their argument as they looked across the room at their usually quiet roommate. Without any more words, the 3 sixth-year students lay back on their beds, trying to get just a little more sleep for the day. 5:50 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Lucius had managed to head upstairs and return to his bedroom after he had been dismissed by Lord Voldemort. He was exhausted and just lay down on his bed, and he had fallen asleep almost immediately. He did not even wake up for the most recent summons from his master. Narcissa had been trying to figure out what to do about her son Draco after overhearing part of the Dark Lord's plans for him. When she walked into her bedroom, she noticed that her errant husband had finally returned. She could smell the fire whiskey on his breath as he snored loudly, and she even detected the smell of perfume on his clothes. His clothes were ripped in places and seemed to be barely put on correctly. "Another night of drinking and rapping Muggle women," she thought as she stared at the man whom she had married all those years ago. The man whose own failures had led to their son being marked for death by the individual who had taken over their house and was now running their lives. She reminisced about her marriage to the man who lay before her, but she soon came to the realization that there was very little to reminisce about. All of her childhood dreams of a loving marriage were replaced by becoming a trophy wife for a man who never lay with her after their son, his heir, was born. His drinking binges were at times epic, and as the dutiful servant of a wife, she kept any information about this out of the public eye. His penchant for Muggle girls as playthings to be abused was sickening. It became all too clear to her at that moment that this man who was her husband needed to be stopped. His own actions had destroyed their family's wealth, brought an overpowered terrorist organization into their home, and had apparently condemned their son to death. Narcissa Black knew right then that she was not a Malfoy anymore, at least not in her heart or her mind. She was determined to make a change. 6:00 a.m. Gryffindor dorms. Neither Harry nor Ron was able to sleep very well after their early morning row. Finally resigning himself to not being able to get any more sleep, the boy who lived felt more like the teen who exhausted. He pulled himself up and headed into the shower, hopping that would help him feel more alive. As he was drying himself off, he noted that Ron was also using a shower. Apparently he couldn't sleep any better. Harry hoped that they both would move on from the foolishness of their recent argument. Harry went back to his trunk and pulled on a pair of jeans, a comfortable shirt, and his trainers. After all, this was a Hogsmeade weekend, and he had been looking forward to spending the day relaxing away from the castle. He was determined not to let the events of the previous night from dampening his fun. He went down to the common room and sat himself down in front of the fireplace, and he found the glowing embers of the waning fire to be strangely comforting. A few minutes later, found Ron setting himself down in one of the other chairs across from the fireplace. There was an awkward silence, which finally was broken as Harry simply said, "I can't believe Umbridge is back." "I know, mate," agreed Ron as the two friends seemed to both be more than a little tired. "It's bad enough you have He Who Must Not Be Named after you, but to have the evil toad creature after you too, I don't know how you can stand it." Harry chuckled at his comments about the evil toad creature. "What's so funny?" asked Neville as he came down the stairs. "Actually, it's not funny, it's kind of scary," stated Ron in response. "Scary? If something is scary to you too, who seem to face down every problem in the entire wizarding world year in and year out, it must be downright frightening," said Neville as he sat down with his roommates. "Umbridge," said Harry and Ron in unison. The Longbottom heir paled at the name. "Merlin's balls," said a shocked Neville. "And I have a Horcrux I need to get rid of," added Harry. "You have one?" asked Ron. "Did you find it in the Room of Requirement?" "No, I actually found it at 12 Grimmauld Place. I had Creature bring me there last night," explained Harry. "It turns out that Regulus Black had defected from serving Riddle when the Dark Lord nearly killed Creature. He had used the poor old elf to help hide one of the Horcruxes. Regulus died after retrieving the Horcrux. He had asked Creature to destroy it. Part of the little bugger's instability is due to his not being able to fulfill the request from his former master. He gave me Salazar Slytherin's locket because I promised him that I could destroy it for him." "Bloody hell, Harry," gasped Ron. "And you have it with you. You need to destroy it as quickly as possible." "How do you even destroy a Horcrux?" asked Neville. Harry looked at Neville and Ron and then stood up. "Might as well get to it then," he said. "It would probably be best to do this somewhere other than our common room." "Where would you suggest doing it then?" wondered Neville, who paled a little more at the notion of dealing with such dark magic. "Did you ever want to see the inside of the Chamber of Secrets?" asked Harry. "Are you sure it's safe to head down there?" asked Ron. "What about the evil toad?" "I've got the map," answered Harry with a broad grin. "I just need to remember to use it, so let's get to it." 6:20 a.m. Second floor hallway, Hogwarts. Dolores Umbridge was not a happy woman. She had come so close to capturing the one person she truly despised, the boy who lied, and who always seemed to escape from her grasp. She thought she had him for lies and breaking multiple school rules she had imposed during his 5th year at Hogwarts. But as it turned out, Lord Voldemort actually had returned, and she had been forced out of the position she had fought to get, that of head mistress of Hogwarts. She had been embarrassed professionally and personally by the return of Voldemort and by her brief capture by the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. No, Dolores Umbridge was not happy at all, and she was going to make sure that she finished her task. The delinquent that had once again gained the hearts and minds of many in their world was up to no good, and he apparently actually believed that he could fight the Dark Lord. He, who must not be named, was the one wizard who Dolores felt she could truly respect at this time. He stood toe-to-toe with Albus Dumbledore. He had a special desire to kill the Brat Potter, and he believed that mudbloods had no true place in the magical society. No, she wouldn't take the dark mark. She was smart enough to know that could possibly lead to poetical suicide, and her political aspirations had already taken a major hit. She knew she was taking a big risk in coming to Hogwarts, but she had received information that had indicated that Potter would be an easier target this weekend. Now she was starting to doubt the reliability of her informant. Her small team of former members of the Inquisitorial Squad had somehow managed to allow Potter to escape. After all, it wasn't her fault that the damnable poltergeist showed up and interfered. The students should have immediately cast a body bind or other such curse on the green-eyed monster. Of course, she could not cast any spell against the boy because she needed to make sure she stayed above it all, without any accusations of her personally doing anything to the troublemaker. But here it was, nearly dawn and time for students to arrive for breakfast, and she still did not have her quarry in hand. Dolores and her 5 disciples were making their way towards the Gryffindor Tower after they finally got cleaned up. She had one final chance to capture the young man before she would have to leave the school and try again later at night. She was making her way towards the stairs, and she turned the corner to come face to face with the last person she wanted to meet, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts Academy for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Professor Dumbledore smiled at the former Dada teacher. "Good morning, Dolors. This is quite the surprise," he said with the usual twinkle in his eye. "Out of my way, Albus. I am here on important ministry business," claimed the toad-like woman. Albus simply raised an eyebrow and then answered softly, "And what business would that be? I was not aware of your current position within the ministry at this time." His calm demeanor was infuriating to her. "I will have you arrested by Aurors right now for obstruction of justice if you do not get out of my way immediately," she said adamantly. "Really? That is a most unusual claim for you to be making at this time, Dolors," said Albus in his typical unflappable response. "Why, I was just having tea the other day with Madame Amelia Bones, and she did not make me aware of any new appointments within her department or of any reported wrongdoing on behalf of either my staff or the students. So, Dolors, I would have to ask you, just what am I obstructing? If you needed to get past me in this hallway, all you would have to do would be to ask." Asking politely would make it even more likely that I would comply. However, that would lead us to the next problem that I see. Where is it that you are heading? You are not on the staff here at the school. You do not have a current active ministry appointment that would entitle you to free access of the castle and school grounds. So I find myself in the position of having to refuse your request and not move out of your way at this time. Umbridge briefly considered pulling her wand on the old man, but she had heard how he had dueled with the Dark Lord, and she had to admit to herself that her own magical skill just might come up lacking in the face of a duel with this man. She was clearly becoming agitated and was about to threaten him verbally one more time, but the headmaster spoke up again. "Now, if you plan to tell me that your men will come and take away me or even anyone else here within the castle, then I feel I need to inform you that would not be happening." He paused as he let his words sink into the pink-dressed woman's mind. "Yes, I know about those two men. Shortly after someone arrived on the school property, which includes the Forbidden Forest, we did send someone to investigate, and they came upon your two associates. I do believe that they are being questioned by Aurors at this time. I did speak with Amelia about this unfortunate situation just a few minutes ago, and she assured me that she would have additional Aurors here presently if there were any further difficulties with trespassers on the school grounds. So, I would very much appreciate it if you would accompany to my office while we await the arrival of the Aurors." Dolors was speechless. Then the headmaster turned to address the 5 students who had been following the former High Inquisitor. "Now, as of this point in time, I am not aware of any specific rules that you may have broken other than possibly being out and about the castle before curfew is over. So, perhaps it would be best for you to return to your dormitory at this time and freshen up before heading to breakfast." The 4 students turned to their leader, Pansy, who had turned red with embarrassment upon their being caught by the headmaster. Pansy Parkinson turned on her heels and started heading back towards the Slytherin dungeons. The other students were quick to follow. 6:35 a.m. Chamber of Secrets. Harry had led Ron and Neville down to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and then down unto the Chamber of Secrets. The presence of the dead basilisk was initially quite intimidating to Harry's friends. "You killed that when we were second years," exclaimed Neville. Ron's eyes looked away from the giant snake carcass as he scanned around the room. Harry noted that his friend seemed to be concerned about something else other than the basilisk. Harry stepped up to his friend. "If you're wondering where Ginny and Riddle, it was right over here," said Harry as he led his friend over to the place where he had found Ginny's unconscious body next to the diary that was actually a Horcrux. Harry then pointed out the place where he had collapsed and stabbed the diary with the basilisk fang. There was still a dark stain on the stone floor from the effect of the venom seeping through the magical book. Harry hadn't really spent much time thinking about that day. He recalled the pain of the venom starting to spread through his body. He unconsciously grabbed the scar on his right arm where he had been impaled by the fang as he killed the deadly serpent. Neville and Ron looked at Harry, who was lost in thought. "Sorry, mate," said Ron. "I really didn't mean to bring back bad memories. I was just curious, about." "It's okay," said Harry as he cut off Ron. "Well then, we better get to it now. Let's take care of this locket." Harry pulled the locket from around his neck and placed it on the floor in between them. "Now what do you need to do?" asked Neville. Harry then pulled one of the basilisk fangs he had wrapped up from out of his magical satchel. "I guess we stab it," offered Harry. He lifted the fang up and went to stab it into the old locket, and the locket started to roll across the floor. "Bloody hell," exclaimed Ron. "That thing is acting like it's alive." "Do you want one of us to hold it still?" asked Neville. "No," answered Harry. "I wouldn't want to slip and stab either one of you with the venom." "Yeah," agreed Ron. "I wouldn't want that either. It looks like the locket has a latch. Maybe if you open it, the locket won't be able to roll around anymore," suggested Neville. "Sounds like a great idea," said Harry. He picked up the locket and tried to open the latch, but it wouldn't budge. All three of the teens tried to open it, but they could not get the latch to move. "It could be locked," suggested Ron. Harry tried casting the Alohorama spell to unlock it, but again he was unsuccessful. "It was Slytherin's locket," commented Ron, "and Riddle turned it into a Horcrux. They both used Parseltongue. It worked to get down here. Maybe you need to use it to pen the locket." Harry wondered why he hadn't thought of that already, but he then placed the locket back on the floor and held the fang in his right hand. Neville and Ron only heard Harry hiss unintelligibly, but suddenly the locket sprang open. Harry pulled his arm back to swing it down hard on the locket, but he stopped in mid-motion as a face appeared from within the locket. "Harry Potter," hissed the voice. "Stop! Don't destroy this locket. Us it for yourself. I can give you power through this locket." "I don't need your power, Riddle," yelled Harry back at the locket. "You can't destroy this locket. You already know that your friends don't trust you. The other students don't trust you. You're a Parselmouth. To them you must be evil. If you start down this path, they will still all turn on you and betray you. Join me, take this locket and its power, and I can make you strong. I can help potent you from the betrayal of your friends, of the ministry, of Dumbledore." "No," screamed Harry as he slammed the fang down into the locket. There was an ear-piercing screech as the venom leaked into the piece of jewelry, and a dark mist rose up out of the locket. Harry felt a sharp pain in his scar as he did this and fell backwards, catching himself with his left hand. He then dropped the fang and crawled away from the evil object that had apparently just died. The three of them stared in silent awe at what they had just witnessed. After a few minutes in silence, Harry finally spoke quietly. "3 down, 3 more to go, but where will we ever find them?" "Well, guys, I'm starving," said Ron as he stared at the mist as it dissipated. "What do you say we go get some breakfast?" 6:50 a.m. Third floor hallway. Seamus was walking the halls early in the morning. To any who might be observing him, it appeared that he might be looking for something that was lost, as he would occasionally duck his head into classroom or a broom closet. As he neared the stairwell on the 3rd floor, he noted a broom closet that he thought appeared to be Prefect. "This should work," he said to himself. He walked up to the closet and opened the door. He was startled to find a blonde-haired student sitting in there bound with ropes. Luna Lovegood looked up with surprise at the young man who was her rescuer. "Thank you, Seamus Finnegan," she said happily. "I was starting to get stiff sitting here." Seamus was shocked, to say the least, to find the young Ravenclaw student here. "Well, here you go," he said as he untied her. He felt uncomfortable under her gaze, which he somehow felt was accusatory. Quickly he tried to explain himself. "I couldn't sleep, as Harry and Ron had been fighting earlier, and then as I was walking around I thought I heard something over near here. Then I looked inside here and, well, it's a good thing I found you when I did." Luna stood up after she was untied and stretched her arms and legs as she stepped out of the closet. "Thank you again, Seamus," she added. Then she stared at him sideways, and before she walked away she added, "I think the gargles are back again, Seamus. You may want to ask Harry if he knows a good way to get rid of them, as he hasn't had any at all this year." Seamus watched her walk away and quietly replied, "Sure, I'll do that straight away." Once she was far enough away, he added, "No wonder they call her Loony." He looked back into the broom closet and then he muttered again, "Right, this should do the trick nicely." Then he closed the door to the broom closet and turned and walked away. 7:00 a.m. Great Hall breakfast. Hermione and Ginny were seated at the Gryffindor table for an early breakfast. Few other students were in the Great Hall as it was a Saturday, and many had chosen to have a lie-in, and some were just taking their time getting ready for spending the day at Hogsmeade. Ginny was slowly picking at the food on her plate when she noticed that Hermione was staring at her. "You must be as tired as I feel," said Hermione. Ginny nodded in response. "I can't believe that the toad is back, and all the trouble we nearly got into because of her." Hermione also nodded in reply to her friend. "I don't think that we can get in any real trouble for last night," she added thoughtfully. Bridge isn't even a professor and shouldn't have been here in the first place. And Pansy Parkinson, while being a prefect, wasn't on duty, and she and her little gang would have to answer even more questions about why they were out at night with a former ministry official who wasn't even supposed to be here. The two continued to eat their breakfast slowly and quietly. After another minute, Ginny spoke up again. I wonder when the boys will eventually wake up. I bet they'll be late for heading down to Hogsmeade. I'm sure Ron will insist on having a lie-in with how late we were in getting back. As she said this, the two girls were astounded to see Harry, Ron, and Neville walk into the Great Hall. They immediately went over to take a seat with the two girls. Surprise, surprise, said Hermione. We didn't think we'd see the two of you for hours, not meaning you though, Neville, she explained. We've already had a busy morning, boasted Ron. Ginny looked suspiciously at her brother. What do you mean, Ronald? You tell them, Harry, said Ron. But as Harry was about to speak, several more students sat down at their table with them. Luna Lovegood had arrived, as did Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown. Tell them what, Harry? Asked Lavender as she sat down next to Ron. How excited we are about going to Hogsmeade today, asked Harry as he looked away and kicked Ron under the table. Luna looked over at Harry and then said in her dreamy voice, I think that Harry is trying to say he must have had bad dreams about snakes and toads, although I think that he has finally rid himself of the Nargle infestation he had all of last year. Harry sighed in relief, as it seemed to distract everyone from the question he really did not want to answer in front of such a large crowd. He whispered a simple, thank you, to the blonde, who simply smiled in response. A few minutes later, Seamus sat down at the table with them. Luna looked up at him and waved as she greeted him. Good morning, Seamus. I hope you found what you were looking for, and don't forget to speak to Harry about the infestation problem. I think he might be able to help. Everyone at the table seemed to shrug off Luna's quirkiness, and they ventured on to different topics of conversation, such as the upcoming Quidditch games or what their plans were for this Hogsmeade weekend. 7:15 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Narcissa was standing in her kitchen as she finished pouring a potion into a glass. She then handed it to one of her elves as she gently ordered her to bring the hangover potion up to her husband. He has important meetings with the Dark Lord, so he needs to be prepared for the day, Narcissa said to the elf. Now hurry along, she added as she sent off the elf. As the house elf was about to apparate away with the potion, she held up a hand indicating for the elf to stop. If you would please just walk up to the room, I wouldn't want any of the potion to spill, and I wouldn't want the sound of your popping into the room to startle Lord Malfoy. The house elf was sure that she did not want to get in any trouble with her master upon arriving with the potion, so she did as she was told. Narcissa then turned as she heard a tapping at the kitchen window. She noted that there was a simple tawny owl that had arrived with a message. Clearly this was not the Malfoys' house owl, a very majestic-appearing eagle owl, but Narcissa dimly opened the window and took the message off of its leg. She didn't even take the time to read it, and then she quickly slipped another message on its leg as she whispered instructions to it. After handing the owl a small treat, the owl hopped back out of the window and Narcissa turned and left the kitchen. She stopped in the doorway and turned, and with a flick of her wand she closed the kitchen window. 7:25 a.m. Faculty table, Great Hall. Albus Dumbledore had arrived at breakfast a little later than his usual punctual 7 o'clock in the morning. He smiled at the few professors who were present, including Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, and of course Severus Snape. Snape simply replied with a slight nod of his head. After a few minutes, the headmaster leaned towards the potions professor turned defense against the dark arts professor. The visitor has been dealt with, he said almost cryptically. Snape nodded in response. I presume that she has joined her two companions at this time. The two men then continued their breakfast in silence for several minutes. Finally, Snape turned to the headmaster again. I presume everything is in readiness for the rest of this morning. I do believe that the next several events should occur as we have anticipated, he answered without taking his eyes away from roaming over the gathering students who continued to arrive in the hall. If for some reason he is not fully prepared for when you plan to meet up with him, I will be sure to let you know, although it might be a good idea just to question him about the objects before taking action too quickly. If you insist, headmaster, replied Snape with a slight sneer. I will defer to your judgment on this, and I do so look forward to the encounter later today. I have a feeling that it may be cathartic. 7:35 a.m. Entryway to the Great Hall. Harry had finished his breakfast, and he had left the Great Hall and stopped in the main entryway where some students were beginning to gather before heading off on the early carriages to the nearby village. He was hoping that he could tell Hermione what they had already accomplished this morning. He was happy to see her heading out of the Great Hall and that she was alone. "So, Harry," began his good friend, "what were you about to tell me a little earlier?" She could see the excitement building in his eyes as he was about to answer her. "Hey, Harry," called out Seamus. Harry cursed silently as he had not seen the other boy approaching. "It seems Dean managed to get a detention, and he won't be able to head down to Hogsmeade today," said the young Irish wizard. "I was hoping that maybe I could join you all so I'm not left wondering all alone." "Sure, Seamus," answered Harry. "That would be just great." Harry quietly wondered why Seamus even had to ask to join them as they often traveled as a group together to the village. Several other people came up to talk to Harry and Hermione, and Ginny then stated that they needed to head back to the dorm to get ready for heading off to Hogsmeade. As the two girls left the group that had gathered, Harry quickly said to Hermione, "I'll finish telling you later, I promise." "Okay," she answered, "and I will hold you to that." 7:50 a.m. Great Hall. Draco Malfoy had arrived at breakfast shortly after 7:30. He had been keeping to himself a lot lately. Even Crabbe and Goyle had not yet come to breakfast, and he was not surprised that Pansy was not here considering she had been attacking Harry Potter when he last saw her only a few hours ago. Obviously, Potter had managed to stay out of trouble, based on his presence at breakfast and the generally good spirits he seemed to be in. Draco wondered just how it was that Potter seemed to avoid trouble so often, or at least he was able to avoid any consequences for the trouble he managed to find himself in. He decided to stop watching people around the hall, and he turned his attention back to the eggs and sausage on his plate. He was then interrupted by an unusual owl landing on the table in front of him. He did not recall ever seeing a tawny owl like this before. However, the bird seemed to be growing impatient, waiting for him to remove the letter from off of its leg. Draco did not want to draw any unnecessary attention to himself today, so he quickly removed the message, and he actually offered the owl a small piece of his bacon. Draco decided he was done trying to eat, and he pocketed the letter without reading it as he began to make his way out of the hall. His destination was the room of requirement, as he knew he needed to get the damned cabinet working, for he was running out of time. 8:00 a.m. 7th floor hallway. Draco had stopped in front of the tapestry of Barnabas, the barmy trying to teach trolls to dance. Instead of packing back and forth 3 times, as he usually would, he stood there and retrieved the letter from his pocket. He had recognized his mother's handwriting on the parchment. The fact that his mother used a strange owl to send him a message was concerning to him. He wondered what it could mean, and he wanted to be away from everyone when he finally looked at what she had to tell him. "Draco, I hope that this letter makes it to you. I need to let you know that things are not all that they seem. I overheard the houseguest speaking to his associates this morning. To be blunt, no matter what happens today, whether you are successful in your project or not, you are marked for death by the associates. I think that your only chance would be to get as far away as possible. Completion of your project would only make it easier for someone to find you and for them to finish their mission. I will need to be making arrangements shortly for my own safety. When this all is over, I will try and find you. Remember, not everything is as it seems. Not everything you have been taught is true. Blood purity is not what is really important. Family is more important. Perhaps your cousins are proof of that. Please do everything in your power to remain safe. If we both make it through this day, I will make eerie effort to find you, my son. You are all that I have left. With love, Mother." Draco's mind was reeling at what he read. His world had been torn down around him. For years he felt his mother did not understand what was important, that she did not see the truth of the blood purity movement as his father explained it to him, that the Dark Lord was the one who would set things right in the magical world. But as he read the words that his mother had written to him, he considered the past year. Lord Voldemort had indeed returned, and he had taken up residence in their home. He treated everyone as servants, no matter what their blood status was. However, if you were a pure blood, you were slightly less likely to face his wrath. He had seen his father change over the past 5 years from a proud man who had power and money to a cowering fool who was sent to Azkaban, only to have the Dark Lord break him out of prison and treat him as a slave. Draco had considered his own actions. He had hoped that by volunteering to do anything for the cause that he would be able to bring back glory and pride to the name of Malfoy. But if what his mother had just told him, then there was no way that would be possible. One lesson that he had learned from his father was that of survival. Draco realized that he now needed to concentrate on his own survival. He began to pace back and forth in front of the tapestry. On his third pass, a door appeared in the opposite wall, and Draco walked towards it with a new outlook and a steely determination. He would start making choices for what he wanted, not the Dark Lord, not his father, and not what he thought his father would want from him. 8:15 a.m. Hogsmeade Village, back alley. In an alley way off of the main road in Hogsmeade, there was a pop as two people appeared by apparition. The man had short blonde hair and a clean-shaven face, while the woman had wavy light brown hair and a slight smirk. Their robes were simple and dark. They began to walk towards the main road and then seemed to be inspecting the various establishments. On one end of the village was a quaint shop that only was rarely frequented by students. The two strangers made their way into Madame Pewterfoot's tea room. The woman had to stop herself from retching at the gaudy decorations and the sickly sweet perfume of the potpourri that was causing the fragrances in the room to be overwhelming. A stout woman, with shiny black hair pulled back into a tight bun, stepped out from behind the counter to greet the two customers who had just walked in. While they did not appear to be her typical clientele, she reminded herself that a customer was a customer, so she warmly said hello and offered them a seat. "Oh, we won't be needing a seat," said the woman with a slight cackle. She then immediately drew her wand and cast a spell. The imperious curse was simple and quick, and there were not many people who could throw it off. Madame Pewterfoot's expression went blank for a moment. "Now, love," spoke the woman, "if you be so kind as to show us the rooms on the second floor. We will need to use them for the day, and you of course will tell no one about our being here. You will conduct your business as normal until we say otherwise." The stout owner of the tea shop simply nodded in acceptance of the commands she received. Then she indicated the way to the stairway through the back of the shop. "Right this way," she intoned, as she slowly led the two intruders to the back of the store and up to the rooms which they had commandeered. Once they arranged themselves in the room that gave them the best view of the village, they sat down to wait for the students to start to arrive. 8:25 a.m. Room of Requirement. Draco had entered the Room of Requirement, and initially he paced back and forth. He was unsure of what he should do. He had already decided that he was not going to finish repairing the vanishing cabinet, but what to do after that? He knew that the Dark Lord was planning something big today. Part of those plans were about to be ruined. Once it was discovered that he had failed on his end, or that he had deliberately not completed his task, he knew that he would be a marked man. Hell, he was already a marked man based on what his mother had said. "I need to do something," he said as he walked back to where the vanishing cabinet was. Draco let all of his anger and frustration build, and then he focused all of that raw emotion into the blasting hex he directed at the cabinet that had been vexing him for months. The resulting explosion and flying splinters of wood was somehow deeply satisfying. Draco simply stared at the mess that now littered the floor where the vanishing cabinet once stood. He laughed slightly as he realized that the mess he had made was hardly noticeable due to the disarray of everything else in the room. He then sat down in a couch to consider what he was going to do next. He was pretty sure that by the mid-afternoon, if not earlier, that the Dark Lord would be coming to Hogwarts to go after Dumbledore and Potter. He briefly considered warning them, but he wasn't sure there was any point. But more importantly, he knew he needed to leave, but he just wasn't sure when that would be. He couldn't return to his home if the Death Eaters were still there. He only knew a little of the timing that the group had planned. So for now, he decided he would just wait here and avoid contact with any of the other Death Eater wannabes who were possibly involved with other plans to prepare for the coming invasion. 8:40 a.m. Hogwarts Castle, main entrance. Hermione and Ginny were waiting near the main entrance to Hogwarts. They were expecting the boys to meet up with them any time now. After several minutes, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Seamus finally arrived. As they were about to leave, both Luna Lovegood and Hannah Abbott joined their group. All right then, said Harry as he looked over the group of friends. Are we waiting on anyone else to join us? I don't think so, answered Hermione. It's such a nice day today, commented Luna, who wants to walk down to Hogsmeade instead of taking a carriage. It's a great day for a nice stroll. That sounds like it cold be fun, answered Ginny. Ron glowered at her briefly. Hey, as long as we're heading down there, I'm fine with that, added Seamus. 8:50 a.m. Hogwarts Castle, main entrance. Several minutes after the group of Gryffindor students who were accompanied by Luna and Hannah had left, 2 sixth-year Slytherin witches stepped outside of the Great Hall. Peering down the long path towards the main gate, Tracy and Daphne noted the group of students walking to the village. Really? Exclaimed Tracy. They're walking there. Great, I suppose that now you're going to say we have to walk to Hogsmeade too. Daphne smirked at her friend. You know it, girlfriend, and the walk won't hurt you. Besides, it might just help you tone those muscles in your legs and your butt. Maybe that red-headed Gryffindor might see past your slimy scales and take interest in you, she added with a laugh. Did I ever tell you how much I hate you? Asked Tracy with a pout. Not if I help you land a date with the weasel pig you have your eyes on, added Daphne. Tracy responded by sticking her tongue out at her best friend. Let's start walking, added Daphne as she took her friend by the arm, and they began to walk to the nearby village. 8:55 a.m. Headmaster's office. Severus Snape walked into the headmaster's office to find Dolor's Umbridge magically tied to a chair. So, Dolors, it is true what I heard. You actually did decide to come back to Hogwarts, said the former Death Eater with a wry grin. You better let me go right now, Severus, or so help me, snarled the diminutive woman. You'll do exactly what will you do, Dolors? He asked. You know what is happening. The Dark Lord will be here later today, and you failed in your mission to capture Potter. The Dark Lord's plans today will not fail. If I release you, you would need to leave before Lord Voldemort arrives and shows his displeasure with you for your lack of success. Snape pulled out his wand and pointed it towards her. As he was doing this, the door behind him opened up and 2 Aurors arrived. Snape looked over his shoulder and then turned back to Umbridge. Too bad, Dolors. Your chaperones for bringing you to the minister and the offices of the DMLE have arrived. Have a pleasant day, he said as he turned and walked away after hiding his wand in his robes. 9:00 a.m. Hogsmeade. The group of friends had arrived in Hogsmeade and were all excited about a day of relaxing and fun. Everyone had their own ideas about what they wanted to do, and soon they were dividing up and heading in different directions. Harry and Ron decided that they wanted to check out Zonko's joke shop and see if there was any new items, and if there was anything worth sharing with Ron's brothers, or at least that was their excuse, for they were fairly certain that Fred and George had already spent plenty of time scoping out their competition. Hermione and Ginny were going to stock up on supplies from Scrivenshaft's quill shop. The others had chosen to check out the wares at Honeyjuke's, and they figured it was a good idea to head there before Ron did to make sure they had the best selection to choose from. Harry was not as interested in any of the jokes and pranks that Zonko's had in stock, partially because he had a lifetime supply of pranks he could get from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, considering he was their original investor. Ron remembered that he had made a promise to Peeves, and so he was buying a collection of dung bombs, although he had not yet figured out how to get them past Filch on his return to the castle. After Ron had made his purchases, the 2 friends had left the shop and were discussing where they should go next. Ron wanted to head to Honeyjuke's, but Harry wanted to go to McBloom and McMuck's shop, as he needed to obtain more potion ingredients, as he had not originally planned to be taking that class this year. They were still debating where to go to next when they stepped out into the street and nearly bumped into 2 of their classmates. Tracy Davis let out a slight squeak as she had to jump back so she wasn't knocked over. Daphne managed to maintain her mask of cold indifference, which was part of how she had earned the reputation of being the Slytherin Ice Queen. Ron looked at the 2 girls who had caused him to drop his bag of dung bombs with disdain. Stupid, slimy Slytherins, he said. Why don't you watch where you're going? Daphne merely glared at the red-headed Gryffindor while Harry shook his head in frustration with his friend's behavior, and Tracy started to turn red from embarrassment. Tracy mumbled an apologetic sorry. Didn't mean to, but Daphne spoke up in defiance of her friend. You nearly knocked her over because you were not watching where you were going, Weasley. I'm sure Ron didn't mean to nearly knock you over, said Harry, trying to apologize for them both. We're sorry to have caused a problem. It's okay, Potter, replied Daphne, her tone clearly more friendly at this time. Harry was initially surprised by the quick change in demeanor from the blonde woman. He looked up in her blue eyes and noted how they sparkled in the sun. He tried to smile in response as he felt a slight blush come over him, which resulted in a smirk from Daphne. We're not slimy, said Tracy, trying to break the mutual admiration society of her best friend and the boy who lived, just staring into each other's eyes. What? Asked Harry, Ron and Daphne at the same time. I said we're not slimy, said Tracy, getting over her initial embarrassment and looking at Ron. Weasley called us slimy snakes when he nearly bowled us over. We may be in the House of the Cunning, but we're not slimy. Feeling a little bolder, she stuck out her arm to Ron. Go ahead and touch it, and you can see for yourself that we're not slimy. Ron was about to respond with another nasty comment about students from the House of Slytherin when Harry kicked him in the shin. Please excuse my friend here, Harry started to explain, but his usual interaction with anyone from your house involves hexes and curses being cast back and forth. Or people just trying to kill us, added Ron as he rubbed his shin with the back of his other foot. Like last spring at the Department of Mysteries, asked Daphne. Yeah, kind of like that, snapped Ron, who was now eyeing the two girls carefully. You know, all we ever heard about that night was the rumors from people in our own house, and what little was written about in the Daily Prophet, said Daphne, starting to feel a little bolder in talking to the two Gryffindor students. Don't believe everything you read in the Daily Prophet, said Harry, not hiding his disgust with the paper. We'd like to hear from the two of you what really happened, said Tracy, who was also now feeling a little bolder in talking to the two boys. Harry looked at Ron, who shook his head. Then Ron spoke his mind again. That sounds just great, but we're not going to fall for you two coming and trying to butter us up just to walk us into some trap so you can catch Harry for Umbridge like your friend Parkinson. Daphne closed her eyes tight for a moment and then looked at Harry apologetically. You probably won't ever believe us, but we don't really have anything to do with Pansy. And for your information, we saw what she did, and we helped by casting some tripping hexes at her and her friends in the middle of the night. And by the way, to let you know we were really there, getting Peeves to drop the green gelatine on Umbridge was priceless. I will cherish that memory for years to come. Harry and Ron were both shocked to hear her comments, and quickly realized that at least part of her statement had to be true, as neither of them had spoken to anyone about the events from the middle of the night. Tracy, since it's obvious that these Gryffindors are so judgmental and bigoted, we might as well be. On our way, said Daphne, whose icy tone had returned. She then took Tracy by the arm and they spun around and started to head the other way. 9:10 a.m. Room of requirement. Draco had been sitting on the couch contemplating what to do next. He made up his mind that he was not about to stay hidden away from everyone like some scare little boy. I might as well head down to Hogsmeade, he thought to himself. At least it might help me figure out what to do. 9:20 a.m. Alley behind Madame Pewterfoot's tea room. Pansy Parkinson was waiting in the alley after making sure that no one had seen her duck in between a couple of buildings. She had been waiting here for several minutes, and she was about to start wondering if she had misinterpreted the message she had received. She heard a noise to her right, and she turned and was now face to face with a slim man in dark robes. His hair was blonde and unkempt, and she was sure she had never seen this person before. He did, however, have a pink scarf tied around his neck. The message had informed her that she would be meeting a person with such a specific identifying mark, but she had originally assumed that it would be a woman she would be meeting. "Aye, precious," spoke the man, and she was quite certain she had heard his voice somewhere before. "I've got a little something air for you. You might even want to give it to a certain bloke if you want." Pansy had to quickly remind herself of her response that she was instructed to use to clearly identify herself before she was given the package. "Well, I'm not going to be giving this to Potter," she said as she recalled the phrase. The man winked at her and pulled a strangely shaped package from out of a satchel. She took it from him and went and put it in the shopping bag she had with her. "Be careful with that," added the man with the scarf. "You wouldn't want to cause it to go off too early." "I'll be sure to pass that information along," she said, and then turned around to head back out to High Street and the other shops. 9:30 a.m. Hogshead Inn. Draco had decided to head to the Hogshead Inn as opposed to the more popular Three Broomsticks, as he was trying to avoid running into people he knew at this time. No point in getting into a row with any students who might be aware of what he is supposed to be doing. He stepped inside and quickly scanned the establishment and noted only one person at the bar. He made his way up to the counter and ordered a butter beer, even though he thought the idea of a fire whiskey would be much better considering he may soon be running for his life. But he doubted the bartender here would even consider serving him such a drink. He looked over at the other person at the bar and he realized he recognized him. "What are you up to, Finnegan?" demanded Draco. "Wouldn't you like to know, Malfoy?" replied Seamus without even looking at the other student. Draco ignored the response and he spoke again, turning to face the Gryffindor student. "I've seen who you've been meeting up with." Draco waited to see if he would get a reaction from the young Irishman. Seamus Finnegan, surprisingly enough thought Draco, was doing a remarkable job of ignoring him. "Stay away from her, if you know what's good for you," he added cryptically, although Draco was pretty sure that Finnegan would misinterpret his comments and assume that he was meaning to sound possessive of Pansy, as opposed to actually issuing a warning for the other student to not get mixed up with the Death Eaters. "Stay away from me, if you know what's good for you, Draco," sneered Seamus in reply, who finally turned to face the blonde Slytherin. "It's your life you'll be throwing away," said Draco, who then finished his butter beer in one gulp, tossed a galleon tot he bartender and walked out of the tavern. 9:40. Madame Pewterfoot's. Hermione and Ginny had been walking down High Street after they had finished their shopping at the Quill shop. They had decided to try and meet up with their friends either at Honeyjuke's or possibly at the Three Broomsticks. As they were passing Madame Pewterfoot's tea room, Ginny stopped and began to look inside. She noted that the open flag was out. She looked at Hermione and said softly, "Haven't you always wanted to check out what it really looks like on the inside of the tea room?" Hermione was startled by the remark from her friend. "I've always wanted to see what it really looks like," stated Ginny, more confidently this time. "Let's go check it out. No one is around right now. We can duck in real quick and just take a look around." Hermione thought her good friend was starting to behave quite odd, but she decided that it couldn't do any harm to just take a look. Besides, she had heard plenty of girls talk about the place where they liked to go on dates, even though most boys dreaded the idea of ever having to enter the shop. "All right, Ginny, but we need to be quick. I'm quite sure that the others are all waiting for us." As they stepped inside, it was immediately clear that there were no customers present at this time. Madame Pewterfoot herself was standing behind the counter, and then she smiled broadly as she suggested they have a seat. Ginny immediately nodded in response and moved to take a seat. Hermione turned to follow her. As soon as their backs were turned to Madame Pewterfoot, a woman jumped up from behind the counter and quickly cast 2 body-bind spells. She looked at the 2 girls who were now lying on the floor after having been ambushed. Hermione recognized the cackle of the woman, who with a wave of her hand, removed the glamour she had previously cast on herself. Now, standing before Hermione and Ginny was a woman in a black leather bustier with a black and gray flowing skirt, unruly back hair and wild violet eyes. Bellatrix Lestrange continued to laugh as she lazily twisted her wand in her right hand. Bellatrix could see and smell the fear on the 2 girls who were now her captives. "You don't need to be afraid of me, love," she said as she reached out and caressed Hermione's cheek. "You do need to be afraid of my master, who is just looking forward to meeting you again after your little escapades that night at the Ministry building." She started to laugh crazily as a man with dark hair and a pink scarf walked up next to her. "So we have our catch for the day," he smiled. Bellatrix continued to grin evilly. "We just need to finish tying up a few loose ends here, and then we'll all be on our way to visit your new master, the Dark Lord himself. And there will be no little baby Potter or Albus too many titles Dumbledore to come and save you." 9:45 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Narcissa knew she would not have much time to finish her plan. She also hoped that no one would venture up to her bedroom to find out what exactly she had done. After disposing of any sign of the potion she had prepared and sent to her husband, she headed up to her bedroom herself. Lucius was lying sprawled over the bed, still reeking of his activities from the night before. However, Lying on the floor next to the bed was the goblet which had been sent up that supposedly contained a hangover potion. She leaned over and placed her hand along his neck. She did not find a pulse. Narcissa was worried that she would feel some level of remorse, but she was actually surprised that what she actually felt was relief. She mentally chided herself for stooping to the level of something her husband would have done, but then she realized that she didn't truly have much of a choice. For continuing to follow her husband blindly in pursuit of the Dark Lord, and his ideals would only lead to their own death or humiliation or both. Now she was sure that he was dead. She stood up and banished the goblet. Then she went to her wardrobe and then to her husband's secret safe. She quickly emptied the safe of several thousand galleons which were stored in a magical pouch. Then she quickly placed some of her clothes into a magical suitcase, which she shrunk and slid into a pocket in her robes. Narcissa looked around her room and decided that there really was nothing else that she wanted. All I have to do is sneak out through the hidden tunnel, pass through the wards in the back, and then I can apparate away from here, she thought to herself, as she also hoped and prayed that Draco would have both received the letter from her, but also have read it and believed her warning to be true and heed it as well. 9:50 a.m. Hogsmeade. Harry and Ron were walking up and down High Street, looking for Hermione and Ginny. They had found their friends on the way from Honeydukes to check out the Three Broomsticks, but none of them has said they had seen either of the two girls. As they passed the road that led to the Hogshead and they ran into Seamus, who had obviously become separated from the rest of the group. "Hey, Seamus," asked Ron, "have you seen Hermione or Ginny?" Seamus shook his head no, but then he told them that he had heard they were heading back to school, something about one of them spilling something on their blouse. Harry and Ron looked at each other for a moment. "That's odd," said Harry as he and Ron turned to head back to the Three Broomsticks, "that they didn't make sure any of us knew what they were doing." "Knowing Hermione," added Ron, "she was probably too embarrassed to face us if she had made a mess out of her blouse." Harry nodded as the two walked along the high street, looking forward to a meal and a butter beer from Madame Rosmerta. 9:55. Malfoy Manor. Bellatrix and Scabier arrived outside of Malfoy Manor with a pop and their captives in tow. They forced Hermione and Ginny to walk through the woods with them and into the once proud home of the Malfoy family. "Where are you taking us?" demanded Hermione, once she realized that they were no longer being affected by a silencing curse. "You'll see soon enough, dearie," said Bella with a sing-song voice. As they were forced into the manor house, Ginny recognized the faded coat of arms that was over the door. "Malfoy's place," she intoned as she tried to take in as much detail as possible. Suddenly, the two captives were thrust through a large double door and into what appeared to have been a ballroom at one time but had a large dais in the center, upon which was a snake-like appearing man who was sitting on an ornate black throne. "Welcome, Granger and Weasley," said Voldemort with a broad grin. "It is so nice of you to join us, and rest assured, one of you will join us." With that, he let out a roar of laughter. 10:00 a.m. High Street, Hogsmeade. Harry and Ron were still heading towards the Three Broomsticks to meet up with their friends when they came upon a certain pair of Slytherin girls from their own year. Harry had thought about the way that Ron had accused them of being in league with Pansy Parkinson, a person whom they had not seen at all this morning. Taking the bold Gryffindor reputation to heart, he stepped away from his friend and walked up to the two girls. "Greengrass Davis," he said hesitantly, "I'd like to apologize for prejudging you last night." He shifted his weight from one foot to the other and ran his left hand through his unruly dark hair. "I guess I'm just not that used to anyone from your house actually treating me any way other than how Draco and his goons do. Even your head of house seems to have it in for me. Some days I wonder if he would just as easily take me out with the killing curse as give me detention." Ron stood off watching the encounter uneasily, as he still felt distrust to anyone from the house of Salazar Slytherin, while his best friend appeared to be making friends with two very attractive girls. The two girls simply stared at him quietly while he spoke to them, not sure how they should respond. "So, I guess what I'm trying to say," continued Harry, "is maybe we should start over again." He extended his hand to shake as he introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter, you've probably heard about me, but please don't judge me by anything you may have read about me in books or the Daily Prophet, or even heard from the likes of Malfoy." Daphne wasn't sure what to make of this gesture, but Tracy stepped forward and shook his hand. "Pleased to meet you," she said in response. "I'm Tracy Davis, friend to the Ice Queen who has a reputation to keep up, so she probably won't want to acknowledge your presence if anyone might possibly see her talk to a boy in any sort of civil manner." Daphne glared at her now, supposed best friend, while Harry started to laugh. Daphne then bit her lip to stop herself from smiling as she looked at Harry and reluctantly shook Harry's hand as well. "I'm Daphne," she said solemnly, "but you already know that." Immediately she drew her hand back away from him. Sensing Daphne's new awkwardness around the boys, Tracy spoke up. "We would like to take the chance to hear your version of the adventures you've had here over the past several years," she said with a slight blush. "You know, if you want to. Maybe we can meet up sometime up at the castle if you're too busy today." "Sure, sounds great," said Harry. "Mate," interrupted Ron, "I get the whole let's make friends with the enemy stuff. The Sorting Hat rambles on and on about that a lot lately, but we really ought to head back and find Ginny and Hermione." "Maybe letter them," said Harry as he turned to leave with his friend, whom he was about ready to smack upside the head. As the two Gryffindors walked away, Daphne renewed her glare at her friend. "You know, if you want to, maybe we can meet up sometime," she mocked. "Like that will ever happen once we get back to the castle. They're still lions and we're still snakes. What do you think this is? Some sort of fairy tale story where the prince and the princess live happily ever after once they defeat the evil witch?" "A girl can always dream," said Tracy as she batted her eyes in front of her friend. 10:10 a.m. Malfoy Manor. The Lord Voldemort smiled wickedly at the two teenage girls who were bound in front of him. He walked back and forth before them in silence, just looking them over, enjoying the fear in their eyes every time he drew nearer to them. "Your savior, little Harry Potter, is not going to be coming to save you this time," he said with a sadistic glee. "My plans are coming to fruition right now. The schemes I have devised will begin to be revealed, and neither the boy who lived nor your precious leader of the light, Albus Dumbledore, will be able to stop the inevitable." He then passed in front of them and slowly drew the back of his hands along the cheeks of the two girls. "But who should I choose?" he asked of no one in particular, and his followers all watched in silence. "The mudblood or the blood equals traitor. You both would do so nicely for what I have in mind." The two girls shivered at the thought of just what this monster had in mind for either one of them. He seemed to enjoy watching them squirm. He let his eyes look them up and down for a minute before he turned to the woman who had brought the captives to him. "Why don't you choose, Bella?" he asked as he stepped back and waved his arm in front of the teens. Bellatrix Lestrange smiled wickedly as she stepped forward. She had assumed that her master would kill whichever one she chose, as he had not informed any of his followers just what exactly he had planned for these two. Bellatrix licked her lips lasciviously as she in turn appraised both of the girls with her eyes. She then turned abruptly to face the Dark Lord as she announced, "I choose the mudblood." Voldemort grinned at the suggestion. "An interesting idea, my dear Bella. A very interesting idea indeed. Yet I think it will work perfectly for what I have planned." The Dark Lord then stepped towards his most trusted lieutenant and stuck his hand into her chest. A magical aura appeared around his hand as it entered the flesh between her breasts. As he did this, a necklace began to appear, initially under her skin, but as he removed his hand, the necklace appeared with it, over her flesh. Then he removed the necklace from around her neck. Bellatrix was shocked by his actions. She looked down and saw there was no mark on her chest indicating that anything unusual had just happened. Voldemort held the necklace aloft, and Bellatrix promptly collapsed onto the floor. Tears were streaming down the eyes of both Hermione and Ginny. The Dark Lord noticed that his Death Eaters were all staring wide-eyed in shock at what he had just done. "She will be fine, I assure you," he said dismissively. Those present noted a dark aura that continued to surround the necklace. He stepped closer to Hermione, who was now struggling mightily against the body-bind curse, but it was all in vain. "Don't worry, child," hissed the Dark Lord. "This won't hurt much." He then slipped the necklace over her head. As it slid into place, it quickly appeared to melt into her skin. As soon as the necklace had disappeared, the wavy-haired brunette passed out as well. Voldemort released the body bind, and she collapsed to the floor. The Dark Lord then waved his hand at the two women who were lying on the floor. "Bring them up to Bella's room," he commanded. "They can recover there. They should both be ready to join us shortly." Ginny just stared in horror at what she had witnessed as her body trembled in fear for what it could mean. 10:25 a.m. alley behind Hogshead Inn. Pansy Parkinson once again was waiting behind one of the buildings in Hogsmeade. This time it was the Hogshead Inn. A rugged-looking young man with faint freckles on his face arrived a minute later. "It's about time you showed up," she hissed. Seamus Finnegan glared at her slightly. "I told you I would be here," he snapped back. She reached into the store bag that rested by her side and pulled out the wrapped package she had received earlier from Scabier. "Remember what I told you about this," she warned. "Of course I do," he answered indignantly. He slid the package into the book bag he had with him and... Then he turned to leave. Pansy hissed at him again. "Aren't you forgetting something, Finnegan?" Seamus turned around slowly and faced the Slytherin girl who was glaring at him now. He stepped forward and kissed her hard on the lips. He stepped back as she breathed heavily. "That's better, now run along." The Irish teen turned and started to walk back up to the castle. 10:30 a.m. Hogwarts. Harry and Ron had made it back to the castle and were wondering where they should go to try and find the girls. "They're probably getting changed up in the dorm," commented Harry. Ron agreed. "You're probably right, but I'm starving. We've been walking all over and we didn't get a chance to stop at the Three Broomsticks." Harry rolled his eyes at his friend who was sometimes referred to as the human garbage pit. "Fine, you go get something to eat. I'll head up to the dorm." Ron left to head to the kitchens as Harry started to make his way up to Gryffindor Tower. He was traveling down a corridor towards one of the stairs he would need to take to get there when someone jumped out from behind him. Harry turned and pulled his wand out in one fluid motion. In the corner of his eye, he noted someone was pointing a wand at him, so he immediately shouted Expelliarmus as he snapped his wand slightly. A red jet of light shot out from his wand and knocked his would-be attacker backwards and caused their wand to be thrown up in the air. Harry grabbed the errant magical stick and pocketed it quickly. Then he looked at who had tried to attack him, and his jaw dropped. Lying against the wall across the hall from where Harry stood was none other than the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Harry ran to his side to make sure that his mentor was all right. Dumbledore blinked his eyes a few times before their typical twinkle returned, and then he looked at Harry with a gentle smile. He could see the worry in the teen's eyes, and he spoke to comfort him. "It's all right, my boy. I'll be fine. I should have known better than to try and play a prank on you," he explained. Harry was clearly confused at this time. He went to return the wand he had taken, but the headmaster reached out and stopped him with his hand. "No, Harry," he said as his grin grew a little more. "You won the wand in the equivalent of a duel. I would expect that it may have already changed its allegiance to you. Keep it, as it may prove to be useful someday." With that, the headmaster pulled himself to a standing position and straightened out his robes. "Have a good day, Harry," he said, and then turned and walked away, leaving a stunned and very confused sixth-year student standing in the hallway. 10:40 a.m. Malfoy Manor, Throne Room. Ginny had been held captive in Voldemort's throne room, with magical bindings pinning her to a wall behind the Dark Lord's throne. Her friend had been carried away after having a dark amulet placed around her neck. All she could do was stand there, held in place, and think about what could be going on. No one in the hall where she was being held was taking or even moving. Her thoughts and fears made the time almost unbearable, as well as making it seem to her that time itself had slowed down. Finally, her attention was drawn to the large door to the chamber she was in as it slowly opened. In stepped a woman whom Ginny initially thought was Bellatrix, but after blinking her eyes a few times, she realized was actually her friend, Hermione. She was wearing clothes which she apparently had obtained from Bella's wardrobe based on the appearance. She had a loose dark skirt and a tight purple bustier that enhanced her breasts, which had apparently developed quite nicely over the past few years, but had been well hidden under the typical Hogwarts school robes. She had applied some violet eyeshadow, and her hair was pulled back into a ponytail behind her head. Ginevra realized that her friend was strikingly beautiful as she strutted into the room, although there were several more adjectives that crossed her mind that she guiltily thought might have been more appropriate. Hermione walked right up to Voldemort himself and stood there, twirling her wand while striking a pose that clearly evoked images of Bellatrix Lestrange. "How are you feeling, my dear?" asked the Dark Lord who was still sitting on his throne. "Just wonderful," purred Hermione with a slight moan as she walked up to the Dark Lord and kissed his hand. "Thank you, my lord," for allowing me to be changed, for improving me," she added with her eyes half closed. If Ginny had not been held up against the wall with magical bonds, she would have collapsed to the floor right then. 10:50 a.m. Malfoy Manor, Bella's room. Upstairs in Bellatrix Lestrange's bedroom, she slowly awoke, and the first feeling she had was that of abandonment. The woman who had been considered Voldemort's most faithful follower wondered what had just happened to her. She pulled herself up from where she was lying on the floor and leaned against the edge of her bed. She rubbed her eyes and realized that old memories, long ago hidden away, were flooding her mind. She reached up and felt around her neck as she remembered the sensation of Lord Voldemort reaching inside of her and removing the dark amulet that had been hidden there for years. She now recalled that she had recently graduated from Hogwarts and been attracted to the idea of the blood purity movement, but she had been hesitant to commit herself to it, the way several of her friends from Slytherin House had been so eager to do. She gingerly felt around her neck for any sign of a scar or injury from what had happened, but felt only flawless skin. She closed her eyes and recalled something that Voldemort had said as she was being carried out of the throne room, seemingly unconscious. Her master and assured everyone that Belle would remain faithful to the cause as she had been such a passionate and devoted follower for so long, even through years of being locked up in Azkaban. She had been his special servant, and he declared that the removal of the amulet should not remove her affection for the cause Ager having been under its influence for so many years. For the first time in decades, she truly felt that her thoughts were her own. She started to look around her room. She noted that someone had been into her wardrobe, that someone had left their clothes behind lying on her bed and on the floor. From where she was sitting, she caught sight of some torn parchment under the bed, and she picked it up. Immediately, she recognized the old picture she had shredded during the night, the picture of her and her sisters playing together as children. Bellatrix Lestrange, knee black, felt an overwhelming rush of emotions: abandonment, anger, and perhaps most surpassingly to her, fear. But her thoughts, they were her own, and she could consider all of what had happened to her and wondered what she could or would do about everything. She considered her options, and she realized that she was not about to return to the room downstairs where the people were who had manipulated her and taken advantage of her were busy planning their next move in this war. Bellatrix knew she had to leave, find some way to escape from this place. She looked down at the picture once more and noticed her cousins in the background. Sirius, sweet little Sirius, who used to be her favorite cousin. She recalled that night only 4 short months ago when she had cast the stunner that had sent him through the veil. She took the pieces of the photo in her hand, grabbed them tightly, closed her eyes, and she wept. 10:55 a.m. Hogwarts, 3rd floor hallway. Seamus had managed to get his book bag past Filch, as he had a Notice Me Not charm placed on the inside of the bag when he had visited Nocturne Alley over the summer. Now, he was back in the hallway on the 3rd floor, where he had found that crazy Lovegood girl earlier this morning. The broom closet she had been locked up in was just about the perfect location, as it was very much near the center of the school. He stepped into the closet and pulled the package out of his bag and carefully unwrapped it. He eyed the magical device, which looked like a poor excuse for a muggle bomb from a bad movie. He really had no idea what it was made of, or what it would really do, but he knew what he had been told. Carefully place it somewhere hidden in the middle of the castle, touching the one red spot in the middle of the magical device, and reading the incantation that he had been given previously after practicing the words to make sure he pronounced each of them exactly as directed, and then leave. While the device was meant to being down any magical wards within a certain radius, it was not designed to actually cause physical damage. But the effects of the magical surge in the immediate area of the device when it went off could be devastating, and he was sure he did not want to experience that. He also recalled that he was told that once he activated the device, it would be approximately 200 or so minutes before the magical pulse would be emitted, and allow the Death Eaters and their leader to easily enter the school. 10:58 a.m. Malfoy Manor, throne room. "Now, my little lioness," called Voldemort to the young witch who had just recently been converted to his cause by the dark amulet. "I have your first job for me, to prove your loyalty to our cause and demonstrate your obedience." His words gained the attention of everyone in the room, who wondered just what he would tell the young woman who had previously worked with Potter to oppose him. "Your first job is to kill the blood traitor," he said to her, with a red glow in his eyes. "You may take your time to consider just how you will do it in a way that will most please your master." 11:00 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Bellatrix sat beside her bed sobbing. She felt overwhelmed by her new emotions, by the memories of the atrocities that she had committed over the years. She knew that the one thing she would need to do was to get away, and she needed to get as far away from here as possible. She knew the wards around her brother-in-law's property quite well. While she could not apparate through them, she could apparate to the edge of the wards. Slowly, she stood herself up and wiped her face dry from tears that had not flowed for years. She closed the door to her room and cast a simple locking spell on it, hoping that would at least delay any discovery of her having left. Briefly, she reminded herself of the basic steps of apparition, and she concentrated hard on the back side of the manor garden. She arrived there and was grateful that there was no guard present at that time. She ran past the ward line and felt a slight tingle on her magic when she realized she had made it past the final magical ward. Where to go, she asked herself. She had to find somewhere safe, somewhere she would not be found. She thought of the torn picture which she still held pieces of in her hand. The Black family summer home. No one had been there for years. Destination, determination, and deliberation, she repeated in her mind as she was about to apparate for only the second time in decades with a clear mind, but a clouded conscience. 11:10 a.m. Hogwarts, hallway near kitchens. Harry was surprised after his encounter with the headmaster, and he considered that there must be something more to explain why he now had this wand that used to belong to Professor Dumbledore. Instead of heading back to the dorm, he decided to go meet up with Ron, and he was making his way back to the kitchens. Ron was finishing shoving a sandwich into his mouth when he met up with his best mate. The two were about to start their way back to Gryffindor Tower when they heard someone call out, "Potter." Ron immediately drew his wand at the sound of his voice. From out of the shadows, Draco Malfoy appeared. He had both arms extended out to his sides, showing that he did not have a wand in his hand. "I'm here alone, Potter, and I am currently unarmed," said the blonde Slytherin. "So if you would call off your own goon, as I only need to speak with you." "That's bloody likely," snapped Ron. "What do you take him for? Some sort of brain-dead zombie?" Draco glared at Ron, and then he looked to Harry. "Look, Potter, I need to speak with you now. I'll speak to you alone. But if that's not acceptable to you, then we can just forget it. Your loss, not mine." Harry wasn't sure what to say and just stood there speechless for a moment. "Fine," said Draco. "Have it your way." He then turned and started to walk away. Harry realized that Draco had left himself open to be hexed from behind, which was very uncharacteristic for him. "All right, Malfoy," said Harry quickly. He then turned to Ron and added, "It's fine, Ron. You head on up. I'll catch up to you in a bit. Besides, I can handle Malfoy on my own. You should know that." "I still don't trust him," muttered Ron as he left, casting a suspicious glare at the pompous Malfoy heir. As he was nearly out of earshot, he added, "Don't tell me later that I didn't want you, Harry." Harry turned to face Draco, who was now standing against the wall with his hands in his pockets. "So, tell me what's so important that you actually came to speak to me, and why you're even doing it without your typical backup." Draco shrugged his shoulders as he stared at the tips of his shoes. "There is a whole bunch of things going on, Potter, and many of these things will be directly affecting you." "Tell me something I don't know, Malfoy," quipped Harry. "Everything seems to be directly affecting me ever since I first showed up here at Hogwarts. Everything seems to revolve around Harry Potter. I never get a bloody break. So why would this year be any different?" "I'm talking about today, Potter," said Draco nonchalantly. "Look, I'm out of here. I'm leaving just as soon as I can. But I thought you might like to know a few things. First of all, your housemate, Finnegan, he's a spy. He's been hooked up with Pansy since the summer. You shouldn't trust him." "And why should I believe you about this?" demanded Harry. "Because you're not stupid, usually," answered Draco without adding his usual vitriol. "Parkinson is working for Umbridge, but I know that you already know that." Harry raised an eyebrow at that comment. Draco explained, "I saw them catch you in the hall early this morning, and I saw how your friends rescued you and then you disappeared. I guess I ought to thank you for that, seeing as that created a wonderful diversion to allow me to get back to my dorm without getting caught for being out after curfew myself." Harry understood that Draco must be telling the truth to be able to give him that much detail about the event in the middle of the hallway. So you have a point there, but that doesn't prove that I should believe you about Seamus. What you do with the information I'm telling you is up to you, Potter, replied Draco. But the three of them, Seamus, Pansy, and Umbridge, whether they know it or not, are really working for Voldemort. The Dark Lord is keeping things close with his current plans. He is only revealing to people what they need to know to help with his plans to prevent any spies from relaying details to Dumbledore or the Ministry. I know that Parkinson and Finnegan had something more to do than just help Umbridge try and catch you. The Dark Lord has several things planned for today. One of those was for me to finish a secret way for some of his troops to sneak into the castle. Harry turned at Draco and was about to draw his wand on him. Draco held up his hands. Whoa, Potter, calm down and put that away before you hurt yourself. I said that was the Dark Lord's plans. I know you saw me working on that cabinet in the Room of Requirement. Well, this morning I destroyed the cabinet. It was supposed to be connected to another matching cabinet somewhere else, but now it doesn't matter. If you don't believe me, you can check it out for yourself. You'll find a pile of splinters where the cabinet used to be, and the Dark Lord will be coming here later today. That's all I know. Harry still was looking at the young man who was usually an adversary with a suspicious eye. Draco continued, I know what you must be thinking right now. Why would Malfoy dare to tell me any of this? Isn't he afraid the Dark Lord would kill him for telling me any of this? Maybe he's just trying to deceive me. But I will tell you one more thing. Voldemort has already told his followers that I am supposed to die before the day is out. I'd rather not wait here to see if he decides to change his mind. I'm out of here as soon as I can get away without anyone seeing me leave. Draco then stood up from where he had been leaning against the wall and started to walk away. After he had gone about 20 feet, Harry called after him. Draco, for it's worth, thanks, I mean it. Draco paused for a moment at Harry's words, and then he continued on his way. 11:25 a.m. Park across from 12 Grimmauld Place. It was with a very unpleasant thud that Narcissa found herself sitting on the ground, unceremoniously deposited there after trying to get into 12 Grimmauld Place. She stood up and brushed off her robes and glared at the space between 10 and 14 Grimmauld Place, where she knew that the Black family ancestral home was located. She thought about what could have happened. There must be a Lord Black or at least a head of house, she mused. And whomever that is must have control over the wards, so that would rule out Draco. Now I need to find somewhere else to go. She paced back and forth for a few minutes considering her options. Suddenly she had an idea. She could meet up with an old school friend who worked for the Ministry. While that would not help her out with a place to stay, it might help provide protection for her son eventually, as well as possibly provide another opportunity for vengeance of a sort against those who had caused the downfall of her family. Now, she just had to hope that she could both find her former friend on a Saturday, and that she would even be willing to speak with her. 11:30 a.m. Malfoy Manor. Hermione came skipping into the throne room, twirling her wand in some of the loose hairs that were framing her face. She had a large grin eyeing her face, and as she approached the Dark Lord, she licked her ruby-red lips. Ginny silently cried as she saw her best friend. She wondered if this was now her former best friend behaving so differently. Voldemort replied with a smile. My lord, began Hermione with a seductive tone to her voice, I have a few things I need to talk to you about. Yes, my dear, responded the snake-like man. You obviously have my attention. First, I have a question. I presume that you are familiar with blood adoption rituals. I was hoping that someone could perform a blood adoption so I can wash away the mud from my blood. Voldemort raised an eyebrow. Now that is an interesting thought, one that would deserve further consideration. He really didn't think that it would matter, because he only planned to use her as the ultimate weapon against Potter, betrayal from his best friend who was a muggle born at that. Voldemort had always assumed that she would die before the day was out, but then again. She was smart enough that she just might prove to be the most powerful lieutenant he ever had, and to think that she was a mudblood who wanted to give that up. This might just work out even better than he planned. His attention was drawn back to the young woman in front of him, who was proving to be more than he had anticipated. Second, I have to let you know what Potter is up to. She stopped and looked over at Ginny, who was horror-stricken that Hermione would so easily betray her best friend. Hermione looked the red-headed prisoner in the eye and winked at her seductively and blew her a kiss before turning back to her new master. Potter knows about how you survived all those years ago, and he is working on finding your soul anchors so that he can destroy them. Ginny was sobbing in her bonds as the former Gryffindor bookroom continued to betray their friends. Voldemort's expression turned quite serious for a moment. His anger at the idea that his secrets were known and that there was a chance that his immortality may be at risk fueled his rage. He looked out at the gathering of his followers who were present, and he singled out a random Death Eater and placed them under his Cruciatus curse for about 15 seconds. His temper seemed to calm down, and he withdrew the curse. "Ooh," cooed Hermione. "That looks like fun. Can I try?" Voldemort's scowl turned to a smirk. "All in good time, my dear, all in good time." "And thirdly, I have decided how I will deal with the Weasley girl," she added with a sneer. 11:45 a.m. Fourth floor hallway. Harry decided he better head back up to his dorm. He wanted to find Ron, and hopefully they would also be able to find Ginny and Hermione. He now wondered if the girls were even back yet based on the knowledge that Seamus may be a traitor and may be working with Parkinson and the Death Eaters. That idea was too chilling to even consider any further. Harry had made it up to the fourth floor hallway that would take him to the stairs that led up to the Gryffindor Tower, and he was considering Malfoy's words. If the blonde Ponce was to be believed, there were plans underway that were too terrible to think about but needed to be prepared for. Harry started to feel paranoid that around any corner someone might just jump out and attack him. He stopped walking and closed his eyes for a moment to gather his wits. "Stop imaging things, Harry," he told himself. He opened his eyes and nearly jumped out of his skin to find that he was now face to face with the man he despised more than anyone in the castle. Professor Severus Snape had his wand aimed directly at him. "Bollocks," muttered Harry. "And a good day to you, Potter," said the greasy-haired professor with his usual sneer. Harry started to protest. "Whatever you think I did, I can assure that it wasn't me. I haven't caused any trouble today at all, I swear." "I do believe that Dolar's Umbridge might take exception to that idea, Potter." Harry's face dropped. "I can see by your reaction that you know what I am talking about. Lying never becomes you, Potter." Harry started to sweat as he was unsure where this was heading. "I suppose you have with you all of those special items from your father and the headmaster," spoke the professor, his disdain for James Potter evident as he referred to his formal rival. Harry gave him a confused look. "I am not a fool, Potter, and you shouldn't be acting like one either," explained Snape, who was clearly irritated. "Your precious little cloak. Yes, I know all about that." Harry indicated with a nod that yes, he had that. "And the ring which the headmaster gave you last night?" he asked. Harry again nodded in response, feeling more confused than ever. "And your new wand?" asked the head of Slytherin House. "You haven't lost that yet, have you?" Harry wondered how the hell did Snape know anything about that. He backed up until he ran into the wall behind him. Harry was desperately hoping that anyone would come down the hall and find him. "Good, Potter, that's all I need to know," he said with an evil grin. "I've been looking forward to the chance to do this for so long." Harry closed his eyes tightly as he heard Snape's next words. "Avada Kedavra!" he exclaimed as he swished his wand. Harry was hit with a bolt of green energy directly in his forehead. He collapsed to the floor without making a sound. Snape stood still in the hallway, watching and waiting. After a minute, he started to feel a little uneasy about what had happened. Then Harry's eyes blinked as he started to come back to consciousness. He could feel his head aching like it had been split open after being smashed by a sledgehammer. Snape just stared as a black mist had escaped from Potter's scar and dissipated just before he opened his eyes. Then he noted the famous lightning bolt scar on the Boy Who Lived's forehead was starting to heal and fade. Once Potter's eyes seemed to be able to focus on his surroundings, Snape spoke to him. "Sorry about that, Potter, but we needed to get rid of one more Horcrux." "What the bloody hell?" screamed Harry. "You killed me." "Stop whining," replied Snape. "You don't look so bad for someone who is supposed to be dead again." He waited a minute while Harry propped himself up into a sitting position, leaning against the wall he had backed up against just a few minutes before. "Your mother's love wasn't here to protect you this time," Snape began to explain. "Instead, you have the Deathly Hallows." "The what?" asked Harry, who was very confused. "Didn't you ever read fairy tales as a child?" Then the professor, who had now put his wand away, continued. Oh, that's right, you were raised by that bitch, Petunia, whom I am quite sure never read you a magical fairy tale. The muggle versions just wouldn't help. Harry was still feeling confused, and he had a massive headache. Now what do I do? Finish your job, Potter, added man who had just deliberately killed him. Harry pulled himself to a standing position. The headmaster's guess was correct. There was an extra Horcrux lodged in your skull. I would presume that even the Dark Lord himself had no idea it was there. But today is your lucky day, Potter. You have once again survived the killing curse, and you have had piece of the soul of the darkest wizard in over a century removed from your feeble body. So, like I said, go finish your job. As Harry walked away and made his way to go to his common room, Snape whispered to no one in particular, Yip-ki-yay. 12:00 p.m. Black family summer home. Bellatrix had landed in a field that had not been cared for in many years. She looked around and noted the old black summer home appeared much as she had remembered it, other than some obvious weathering and a lack of care for the yard and garden. She let out a deep breath as she fought the emotional response of seeing the place that held so many special memories of a happy and untroubled childhood. That seemed like it must have been someone else's life as she recalled how the last 20 years of her life had been spent. She walked up to the door and placed her hand on the handle. The magic of the house recognized her as a black, and the door slowly swung open. Bella looked around and saw that the place was filthy with dust and cobwebs. She stared at the mess, and she tried to remember the names of the house elves that the family had when she was young. The name Ariel came to mind, but that was a long time ago, and she worried that there was not enough magic left to have sustained the house elves if no one had been here for so many years. She closed her eyes and softly called out Ariel, hoping that the house elf might still be here, or maybe another house elf might be in the home and hear her calling out. She stood there for a couple of minutes, and there was no response. She opened her eyes and she looked around the house. Bloody hell, she muttered to herself. I never learned any house cleaning spells or cooking spells for that matter. I'm as useless as a muggle. She was starting to feel depressed when she heard a pop and looked down to see a house elf. The elf seemed to be somewhat familiar. Their skin was pale, their eyes were sunken and yellowed, and their hair was unkempt, but the smile on the elf seemed to be familiar. Ariel, she asked, is that really you? Mistress Bella, croaked out the elf weakly, have you really come back? The weary elf lunged forward and grasped Bellatrix around her legs and hugged her tight. No one has come by for years, she cried. The others didn't have enough magic to sustain them for so long, I'm sorry, but I have been too weak to take care of the house. Please forgive me, Miss Bella. Bellatrix looked down at the top of the head of the house elf that was weeping as she held on tight to Bella's legs. She wasn't sure how to respond to the small creature. Tentatively, she reached out with her hand and patted Ariel on her head. She heard the sobs grow louder as the elf grabbed her legs even tighter. For over 5 minutes, the house elf just held on and sobbed. After the first 3 minutes, Bellatrix noted a pull on her magic. She could feel her magic flowing out of her and into the elf. Briefly, she considered pushing the elf away from her, but then she decided to just wait. The elf's sobs began to subside, but the grip on Bella's legs remained firm. After 10 minutes, Ariel finally pushed herself away. Thank you, Miss Bella, said the frail elf as she wiped a tear from her eye. Bellatrix noted that the eyes seemed a little less yellow, and Ariel's hair seemed a little less flat. The ears seemed to even perk up slightly. It will be okay, said Bella. Can Ariel do anything for Miss Bella? Asked the elf. Bellatrix actually considered telling the elf no out of concern for her frail nature, but then she saw how just the brief contact had already started to affect her, how it seemed to be making her healthier. Well, Ariel, spoke Bellatrix hesitantly, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I am rather hungry. And thirsty, she added, but internally she worried about overtaxing the miniature servant. Ariel be going to get food for Miss Bella, announced the elf with an excitement that would have until very recently been incredibly irritating to the proud Bellatrix. Ariel get food and drink for Bella. Then Ariel come back and clean the house. Then Ariel can take care of Miss Bella properly. Ariel can prepare the beds and make sure the linens are properly cleaned. Slow down, my little friend, said Bella. The word friend coming across her lips was odd, but nice, she thought. Fine, get me a sandwich and some juice, please, and then we will talk about what else needs to be done. There was a slight pop as the house elf disappeared. Bellatrix was amazed at how much healthier the house elf already appeared compared to when she had first shown up. Bella then looked around the house and saw a room with a rug that did not seem quite as dusty as the rest of the house. Sitting herself down in the middle of the rug, she pulled out the pieces of the moving picture that she had previously torn and layered them out on the floor. Carefully, she arranged the pieces together, and she felt a little anger at herself for ripping apart this picture that was bringing back so many happy memories. A minute later, there was another pop as Ariel arrived with food. Quickly, she had cleaned the kitchen table and made a place where Bellatrix could eat. Leaving the shredded picture on the floor, she stood up and went to the table to sit down. She had to refrain from swallowing too fast as she felt like she had not eaten in years. Once she had finished the sandwich and the juice, Bella stood up and was about to head ABC to the parlor where she had left the picture. Ariel walked into the room upon hearing Bella push away from the table, and she went to clear the plate and the glass. "Thank you, Ariel," said Bella politely to her new friend. Bellatrix could have sworn the elf's skin seemed to look healthier by the minute at this time. "Miss Bella doesn't need to be thanking Ariel for doing her job," said the house elf, who seemed to blush slightly. "Ariel is just happy to be able to serve Miss Bella, to serve the Black family again. Miss Bella has come home, and her magic is saving Ariel and saving the house." Bella wasn't sure what to make of all of this, so she just smiled and walked back into the parlor. She looked down at the floor for her picture pieces, but they were not there. Bella felt a sudden panic rise within her, and then she noticed something on the shelf by the mantel of the fireplace. Ariel must have picked up the pieces and used her elf magic to restore the picture. It was now framed and sitting on the mantel. Bellatrix stepped forward to take a closer look, and she wiped a tear from her eye. "Damn," she thought to herself, "I better not be making a habit out of this emotional crap." Stealing herself from the emotional outburst she was feeling, she turned and faced the little elf. "Ariel, thank you again for repairing the picture," she said with a large smile. "I need to go, though. I have something important I need to do. I will return as quickly as possible," she added, "but I have to go get something." "Miss Bella needs to go somewhere," commented Ariel. "Ariel can be helping Miss Bella." Bellatrix realized that she needed a safe way to get to where she was going, as she was currently a wanted criminal, an escapee from Azkaban. "Actually, I think you might be able to help." 12:15 p.m. Room of requirement. Harry was starting to feel like a yo-yo, going one way and then the other. He had started to head towards his dorm when he changed his mind and decided that he needed to make a determined effort to find the Horcrux that he had assumed was hidden in the castle. So Harry had changed direction and made his way to the 7th floor corridor. There was no door across from the tapestry that depicted a wizard trying to teach trolls to dance, so Harry knew that there was no one using the room. He wasn't sure if Draco had left the school yet, but somehow Harry felt that he could believe the blonde who had been a thorn in his side for so many years. After packing back and forth 3 times and thinking only about needing to find a Horcrux, he was relieved that a door appeared. Harry slowly opened the door, and he was almost surprised to see the room of missing things, the room where he had searched before, the same room that Draco claimed had a destroyed vanishing cabinet that he had been assigned to fix to assist with an invasion of the school by Voldemort's followers. He walked in and looked for the area where he had seen Draco working on the cabinet. He quickly saw the truth in Draco's words, as there were only splinters and broken shards of wood, where the cabinet had been only the night before. Harry sighed deeply as the reality of an attack from Voldemort and the Death Eaters was truly going to happen this very day sunk in. Shaking off his fears, he began to search in earnest for the unknown object. He hoped that he wouldn't have to take too long to look for it when he noticed something catch his eye to his right. Turning, he noted there was a bronze bust of someone Harry presumed must have been a famous wizard at some point in the past. On top of the wizard's head was a tiara or diadem, with jewels that actually seemed to sparkle. Harry pulled out a cloth from his satchel, and he carefully picked up the diadem, and he could feel an ominous presence as he did so. "This had better be what I need," he thought, and then he turned to leave. 12:20 p.m. Malfoy Manor. Hermione Granger had just released the Death Eater from her first Cruciatus curse after Voldemort let her play and learn new skills. She was so excited she was rubbing her hands up and down the tight bustier that covered her body. Voldemort thought he could detect a slight shiver from the young woman. "So you have something special planned for our guest?" asked the Dark Lord. "Oh, yes," she purred in response. Her words sent a chill through Ginny. While trying out the killing curse might be oh so much fun, explained the teen who was previously known for her strict adherence to the rules and authority, I think that it would be over much too quickly. I was hoping that the experience would be a little more fulfilling. Besides, it would allow me to try some new things if I took my time with this, she added with another lick of her lips. Several of the Death Eaters present cringed at the comments from the person in front of them, a person who until just a couple of hours ago was prim and proper and polite. But now she seemed to be even more consumed with perverse sadistic pleasure than Bellatrix had been when she had been under the power of the dark amulet. No one really wanted to know anything more about that amulet. What they were seeing in front of them was more than knowledge enough. Voldemort reclined in his throne as he waved his hand towards the prisoner that was still bound to the wall. Hermione took a few steps towards her former friend. Ginny whimpered and cried, but she realized that begging for mercy at this point would probably only make things worse for her. "Goodbye, Ginevra," said Hermione with a hiss as she rested her left hand on her hip, which she suggestively stuck out to one side. Lazily, she twirled her wand with her right hand for a minute before making a quick and sudden movement as she cast her first spell. Hermione sent a bludgeoning hex directly at Ginny. Then she followed that with a cutting curse. She then proceeded to alternate the curses rapidly, but she mostly used the bludgeoning hex. She paused briefly and stared at the bleeding form, the various wounds on the redhead's arms and legs. "Oh, that won't do at all," she said with mock concern, and then Hermione used some healing charms to stop the bleeding. After observing her handiwork, she sent a couple more bludgeoning hexes at the suffering girl who had stoically tried to avoid screaming out in pain, but the final curse was too much. Ginny screamed once and then she collapsed unconscious. Hermione then released the magical bonds and the body fell lifelessly to the floor. Watching the scene unfold before him, Yaxley said out loud to no one in particular, "Remind me never to piss that woman off." Voldemort stood up and applauded the sadistic display they and all just witnessed. He then turned to his followers. "Now everyone, we must get going. We do have a schedule to keep. Remember your assigned roles." Then he turned to Hermione. "My little lioness must head back to school before she is sorely missed." He reached out and caressed the side of her face. Then he added, "But clean up this mess before you go," as he waved his hand in the direction of the lifeless body on the floor. Hermione sauntered over to the corner of the room and used a levitation charm to lift Ginny's body. She brought to upstairs and thought about placing it in the room where she had changed earlier, but then she decided she didn't want to make a mess there in case she wanted to borrow any more of Bellatrix's clothes. Looking around, she noted the door across the hall and opened that, and she found a large bedroom decorated in typical Slytherin colors as well as several Quidditch posters. "This must be Draco's room," she thought. "This is as good as nae place else," she said to herself as she then levitated the body and dumped it on the floor. Laughing to herself, she walked back downstairs and she saw that almost everyone had already left. Electo Caro walked up to her and said softly, "Let me side along apparate you back to Hogsmeade so you can get back to your school. I am sure that you will be having just so much fun the rest of today." 12:25 p.m. Gringotts. Bellatrix had no idea that it was possible to apparate directly into Gringotts. The bank had some of the best magical wards in the world. Ariel let go of her hand after they had arrived in a room adjacent to the lobby. The house elf noted the confusion on Miss Bella's face, and so she explained that house elves had long ago been granted the ability to apparate directly to the antechamber off of the lobby. This was originally allowed to placate wizards who did not want to have to deal with other people's house elves, even if they had passed the laws that allowed house elves to access your vault for you if you specifically requested them to do so. Bellatrix thanked her house elf for the assistance, and then she walked up to the teller, trying to maintain the air of superiority she used to have before the amulet had been removed. It was soon quite obvious that the goblins were not looking forward to dealing with her, and she could easily understand why as she remembered the last few times she had entered the bank. She waited patiently for the next available teller, and then she quietly explained that she would need an account manager as well as she would need to access her vault. The goblin seemed tense, as if he was waiting to be threatened in one way or another, but Bellatrix simply stood there and waited patiently while the account manager was summoned. 2 minutes later. An older goblin with little hair but noticeably sharp teeth came up behind the teller. He looked at the teller, and then he looked at the woman who seemed to be waiting patiently. "Very well, Mrs. Lestrain," said the goblin. "I am Account Manager Strongclaw. Would you follow me, please?" He was surprised to receive a civil reply without any arguing or complaints as they headed down the corridor and into the first conference room. "Please have a seat, Mrs. Lestrange," commented the goblin. "We will of course need to do a blood identity test before we proceed. Standard procedure, as you may well understand." He braced himself for a verbal tirade from the woman who was all too well known in the back as being one of the least pleasant or stable witches they had ever seen. He was sure this must be an imposter trying to break into the Lestrange family vault, as this person was clearly not behaving like Bellatrix Lestrange. Strongclaw produced a small but ornate ritual knife. He held it out towards Bellatrix, and she allowed him to prick her finger. 3 drops of blood were collected on a piece of magically prepared parchment. The goblin watched the words from slowly on the document, eagerly anticipating the results that would indicate he would have the right to take this person as a prisoner for attempting to steal from the goblins and from one or more of their customers. To his surprise, the parchment revealed that indeed her identity was Bellatrix Lestrange, knee black, and that she had access to the Lestrange vault, her old trust vault, and limited access to some items in the Black family vault, but not to any of the gold in that particular vault. Bellatrix was relieved to see she still had access to those vaults, and then she looked up at the now stunned and disappointed goblin banker. "Account Manager Strongclaw," she said respectfully, "would it be possible for me to open a new account under my maiden name that no one other than myself would have access to?" "But of course," came the immediate reply. "It would only take a moment to arrange, and I am sure you understand the cost for such a vault would depend on both the level of the vault and the security." Measures put in place. "Very good," said Bella. "Then I would like to open a new vault. It can be on one of the higher levels, but no higher than the 3rd tier. The standard security measures should be put in place, with no access to anyone other than myself, including my husband or brother-in-law. Oh, and by the way, how much of the contents of the Lestrange vault can I access today?" "There's a limit to no more than 50% of the gold galleons being removed at any one time," explained the account manager. "Although you can remove any items that you have placed in the vault, as well as any items with a maximum retail value of 100,000 galleons. "That would be fine," said Bella with a sly grin. The goblin somehow felt more comfortable, as he recognized that grin from observing previous encounters that the goblins have had with her. "I shall be back quickly," he added as he left to go get the required paperwork and authorizations. While he was gone, she thought about the things she had overheard before she had left Malfoy Manor. There was talk about soul anchors, a topic which she had delved into researching when she was younger and had access to the Black family library at 12 Grimmauld Place. She quickly discerned that the item which her former master, Lord Voldemort, had given her, the golden cup of Helga Hufflepuff, was actually a Horcrux. She considered how easily in her mind how she had referred to the Dark Lord as her former master, as she had felt so completely betrayed when he had removed the amulet. But the longer she went without the amulet, the more she felt she had merely been subjected to some very powerful mind control that totally controlled her actions and her beliefs. She shivered slightly as she thought about what the cursed necklace could possibly be doing to the mind of the mudblood. Granger, who would have been completely unsuspecting, and if she had no occlumency training, she would have had no defenses to protect herself from its influence. Yet there was nothing she could do about that now. All she could do was work on seeking her own revenge, and right now that was to bring the cup to the one person who might be able to do something about it. Her thoughts were interrupted as Strongclaw returned to the conference room. "Just a moment, Mrs. Lestrain," said the goblin. "All we have to do is have you sign these papers, and we can have the vault prepared for you by the time you get there after accessing the Lestrange vault, as I assume that is your first priority." "You assume correctly, Strongclaw," replied Bella, as she quickly reviewed the forms she would need to sign. "Now, as my account manager, can I pay your services out of any of the vaults to which I have funds?" "But of course," answered Strongclaw. "Then I would like you to take a full 10% of the total value of all properties and monies which I transfer from the Lestrange vault to pay for your service fee. And please do that after I have removed my funds from the vault." "That will be done as you wish, Mrs. Lestrange," acknowledged the account manager as he tried to suppress the feral grin which was arising from displaying too many of his teeth, lest he be seen as being too eager. 12:30 p.m. Malfoy Manor. Voldemort and his followers had all vacated the manor. One house elf appeared in the manor and quickly made their way to the master bedroom. They were under strict instructions to obtain just a few simple items. The elf noted that Lord Malfoy appeared to be sleeping on the bed, but she paid him no mind as she had a clear directive for getting a few articles of clothing which her mistress had left behind. With another pop, even the house elf was now gone. 12:40 p.m. Gringotts Bank. Bellatrix Lestrange walked into the vault where many years ago she had carefully placed Helga Hufflepuff's cup to keep it safe for the Dark Lord. She had the goblins remove all of the magical enchantments on the vault which she had commissioned herself at the time. She was grateful that she had been the one to arrange the protections, as that made it much easier for her to have them revoked. Looking around briefly, she quickly spied the historical goblet high on a shelf in the back of the vault. Silently, she indicated to the goblin who was with her which item she needed, and the goblin retrieved it quickly and brought it back to her. She slid the cup into the magical satchel she had obtained from the bank, and then she gave the order for half of the contents of gold galleons to be removed and placed in her new vault, which was only accessible by Bellatrix Black. Upon retrieving the gold and the item she had come for, she then arranged for the goblins to acknowledge her magical divorce based on betrayal and enchantment. Soon, she would be legally known as Bellatrix Black once again, and while she did not have the total wealth that her family had when she was younger, absconding with half of the fortune of her now ex-husband and his brother was more than enough for her to live off of for a very long time. 12:50 p.m. Professor Snape's quarters, Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy stood outside of the personal headquarters for his head of house. He was worried that this might prove to be a dangerous move on his part. Finally, he knocked on the door and he heard the deep drawl of the former potions professor call out, "Come in." "Professor," began Draco as he approached the greasy-haired man, "I need to request a special leave." Snape raised an eyebrow at the young man. His look made it clear that he expected Draco to explain further. "I cannot stay here. I am sure that you are aware of the coming events, or at least part of them. If I am still here at the castle when the Dark Lord arrives, I have heard that he plans to have me killed as an example to my father, as well as to others who might think they can get away with failure in the eyes of the Dark Lord." Snape was surprised, as this was a turn that he had not expected. He tried to appear to actually take some time and consider the options, and then he finally replied, "And just how do you plan to leave?" "I was hoping to use your flu so that I could travel home to make sure that certain others are safe." Draco shifted uneasily as he awaited a response. "Very well, Malfoy, you may feel free to use it." "Thank you, sir," was all Snape heard before he realized that Draco had grabbed some flu powder and stepped through the fireplace. 12:55 p.m. Malfoy Manor. Draco now found himself stumbling into the manor's lounge, which he hoped would keep him away from any possibly remaining Death Eaters. He wondered if his mother had managed to get away. Carefully, he made his way upstairs just in case there was anyone who had actually stayed behind. He first went to his parents' bedroom to see if there was any sign of his mother. He immediately noted his father was sleeping on the bed, but as he approached closer, he then discerned that his father was, in fact, not breathing. A quick visual search of the room told him that a number of his mother's belongings and clothing items were missing. Draco assumed that his mother had been able to leave the manor, and he hoped that it would have been successful escape. Draco slowly turned and walked down the hall to his own bedroom. He pushed open the door and his jaw dropped. There, lying on the floor between the bed and the wall, was the body of the blood traitor, Ginevra Molly Weasley. "Merlin's Harry," he said to the emptiness of his home. 1:00 p.m. Malfoy Manor. Draco had walked into his bedroom, and he was shocked to see a body laying there, clearly beaten and injured. Then he recognized the long red hair. His initial reaction was to think, "Bloody hell, a Weasley in my bedroom, what is the world coming to?" But then he realized that his world is completely different. To him now than it was less than 6 hours ago. The individual whom he thought would lead magical Britain to a new era of glory with Draco right there with him wanted him dead. And there were people whom he had detested for years who now he held a certain amount of respect for. So Draco took a figurative step back and reassessed what he had just discovered in his bedroom. A red-headed young woman. A red-headed young woman who was quite beautiful, he had to admit. A red-headed young woman who may be quite beautiful but who was badly beaten and could quite possibly be quite dead lying knotty floor of his bedroom. Draco's brain seemed to engage all of a sudden, and he jumped down to the side of the Weasley girl, as he felt for a pulse or some sign of life. He also tried to force his brain to remember her name. Weaslette was wrong, so was the stupid red-headed Potter fangirl. He was starting to panic slightly as he was starting to realize that this young woman was dead. He cursed himself for not paying more attention to the few lectures they had on healing charms in one of their classes. Then suddenly he thought he may have actually detected a pulse. Then his mind remembered a name, Ginny. Draco quickly recalled that his mother had some potions stored away for use in special situations, which occasionally crop up in the dungeons below the manor. Draco ran down to the dungeons and found the cabinet where the potions were stored. Surprisingly enough, they were labeled, at least to some degree. Healing potions, blood-replenishing potions, dreamless sleep potions, and some other more esoteric ones that he did not want to consider what their purpose could really be. He grabbed several potion flasks and ran back upstairs. He knelt next to the woman and started to gently pour the healing potion into the girl's mouth. Initially, he was having no success, but then he tried sitting down on the floor and holding her up, having her body leaning against him, and he would add several drops of the potion at a time to her mouth. Draco had no idea if this would even work. He had managed to get nearly 2/3 of the portion into her when suddenly she started to spasm in his arms. She didn't truly wake up, but she at least seemed to be able to swallow the small amounts of liquid he placed into her mouth. Draco recalled how the potions his mother had fed him as a child tasted so much better than any of the potions he had received at the infirmary at Hogwarts, and he hoped that the ones he was forcing upon Ginny tasted more like he remembered from his youth. Suddenly, she shook violently in his arms. Then she took a loud gasp and fell back against him. Draco feared that she had died until he realized that her breathing was now regular, although it was shallow. Picking up a blood-replenishing potion, he began to give it to her a few drops at a time. By the time he had managed to get her to swallow the entire flask of the green and pungent liquid, he noted that her color was improving. He wondered how much more he should give her, and how much more her body could take. He looked down upon the face of the woman who he was now cradling in his arms and brushed some stray hairs out of her face that had come to lay there after her most recent bout of spasms. Absent-mindedly, he caressed her cheeks, but she was still near death as best as he could tell. One more healing potion, he decided. And again, drop by drop, he placed it into her mouth. He started to wonder if the effect of the potion would be altered by delivering it slowly as opposed doing so all in one dose as he had experienced himself. He wondered if it would make any difference at all, for it was clear that whoever had done this to her had attacked her viciously and must have just dumped her there, presuming her to be dead. He could see evidence of cutting curses that had been used against her and healing spells that had been used to slow the loss of blood. He knew it wasn't Voldemort's style to be so cruel, for the Dark Lord preferred to show a display of his power by overwhelming his opponents quickly and soundly. No, whomever had attacked Ginny, his precious Ginny, Draco wondered where that thought had possibly come from, had attacked her in a sadistic fashion. Draco shook his head to try and rid it of the sudden and foreign thoughts of compassion towards the girl, no woman, who lay in his arms. She probably hated him for the ways he had treated her and her brothers and her friends over the years. But something inside of him had changed when he learned that the Dark Lord intended to kill him. Something changed even further when he saw the frail vulnerability of this beautiful woman who was now clinging to life, solely, because he happened to show up when he did. He leaned forward and gently pressed his lips to hers after he placed the last drops of the healing potion into her mouth. 1:10 p.m. DMLE headquarters. Narcissa Malfoy was not accustomed to being made to wait, nor being treated so poorly. But then again, her husband had been sent to Azkaban back in June, and he had been broken out of the prison just last month. She herself had not been seen in public since he was arrested that morning, when Voldemort had been proven to be back with the altercations that occurred right here in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Narcissa would just have to wait patiently and hope that Director Bones would be willing to speak with her. She had been here for close to 30 minutes already when the door to the director's office opened. The tall woman with the monocle stood there and simply waved her in. "You are taking a significant personal risk coming here," said Amelia, as she closed the door behind her most unusual visitor on this day. "I would consider it more that I am making a calculated play for safety for my son and myself," replied Narcissa cryptically as she walked into the office and took a seat. Amelia raised an eyebrow as she sat down behind her desk and looked at her childhood friend. While the Bones and Black families weren't in agreement on many political issues within the magical world, they were both old pureblood families, so they had many opportunities for social interaction. The two women had remained friendly throughout school, even though Amelia was several years ahead of Narcissa. But after they had graduated, they had drifted apart, and the first war with Voldemort and his followers had definitely seen a split in their relationship. "What is it exactly that you want?" asked Amelia, getting straight to the point. "I need protection for myself and my son," said Narcissa. "And what about your husband? Lucius managed to anger the Dark Lord one too many times, and now he is dead." Amelia detected a certain coldness in the reply. However, that could be easily understood considering the rumors of where the Dark Lord had been staying for the past few months. "And why should the Ministry give you any sort of protection?" Narcissa narrowed her eyes at the head of the DMLE, who was clearly playing this hard. "First of all, I have done nothing illegal. I have never been marred as a Death Eater." Amelia cut her off. "But you harbored a known escaped convict. What was I supposed to do about it? They were all there. I couldn't leave. I was in grave personal danger if I said or did anything," answered Narcissa defensively. "But yet you find yourself here in my office today," observed Amelia. "Something has changed, obviously." "Yes," sighed Narcissa. She cast a Tempest spell and looked at the time. "I can tell you that shortly there will be a series of coordinated attacks." 1:15 p.m. Hogsmeade Village. Hermione had arrived in Hogsmeade aside Alecto Carrow. The older Death Eater woman watched Hermione as she left with mixed feelings, as she clearly had the right temperament to work for the Dark Lord, but she still saw the teen as a mudblood. Hermione quickly made her way from the village up to the castle. She had her hair undone from the ponytail so that it was partially covering her face. She was hoping that she would not be recognized too quickly, as she knew she needed to catch up to Harry and Ron to start her mission of interfering with their goal of destroying the Horcruxes. Wondering where she could possibly find them, she guessed that the best thing to do would be to start at the most likely place to find them, so she was making her way towards Gryffindor Tower. 1:20 p.m. Outside of Hogsmeade, a series of pops indicating a large number of people had arrived by apparating could be heard in several places around Hogsmeade Village. Nearly 24 Death Eaters had accompanied Voldemort for this stage of his plans. There was a clearing in the woods at the edge of the village where they all congregated, as the Dark Lord had said they would learn the rest of their plan at that time. Seeing that his troops had arrived, he began to relay the next stage. "We are about to begin the final stage of our magical coup. I am sire that many of you are wondering why we are about to attack now." He stopped talking and looked pointedly at the Lestrange brothers, and they quickly understood that he had used legilimency and read their thoughts on the matter. "It is because there has never been a more opportune time. My special lioness is on her way to deal with Potter's friends. Also, and more importantly, the almighty and all-powerful Dumbledore, leader of the light and defeater of Dark Lords in days gone by, has been weakened," boasted Voldemort. In his foolishness and his arrogance, the esteemed headmaster allowed himself to become afflicted by a curse of my own design. His arm and hand are withering. The curse is consuming his magic and consuming his life. Now is the time to strike, when he is weakened and unsuspecting. Voldemort, too, a moment to scan his followers' thoughts again. "The wards that protect the school and would keep us out should be about ready to fall thanks to the magical artifact I have obtained. One of my newer spies should have placed the magical ward disruptor, and within the next hour, we will be able to freely and easily walk onto the school grounds. And the issue of interference from the DMLE will be dealt with shortly." 1:30 p.m. Diagon Alley. Two groups arrived at the main business area for Magical London. 12 men, led by McNair and Yaxley, made their way down the main area of Diagon Alley. They had their dark robes and their silver Death Eater masks securely in place as they started to cast hexes and curses at buildings and people in a seemingly random manner. Meanwhile, a second group of nearly 20 men entered Nocturne Alley. They made their way to Borgin and Burke's. Fenrir Greyback snarled loudly as he walked in. "Where is the vanishing cabinet?" he demanded. Borgin was expecting the group, but he was obviously quite worried about the reaction he would get from the werewolf. He pointed to the cabinet that was against the wall to his left. Fenrir started to walk up to the cabinet, and then he paused and turned to face the store's proprietor. "What is wrong? You absolutely reek of fear," he growled. "The other cabinet, the one at your destination, I don't think it is working," stammered Borgin. "You don't think?" questioned the large man. "Anytime something has been sent through, it has come out damaged," said the store owner. "And then since yesterday evening, there have been no further attempts to send anything through." "Maybe he fixed it already, and he's just waiting for us," suggested one of the younger werewolves who had come with Greyback. His comment was met with the back of Greyback's large right hand to his face. Greyback took a step towards Borgin in his anger over not being able to follow, though, with his part of Voldemort's plan. "I'll rip your throat out, and then I'll hunt down that Malfoy brat and rip his out as well." Suddenly, from behind the large werewolf, heard the sound of spells being fired. One of the other werewolves who was there called out that the Aurors had arrived. Fenrir Greyback started to run out of the store to join in the fight and snarled over his shoulder to Borgin. "I still haven't forgotten about you." The battle at Nocturne Alley had begun. 1:35 p.m. Hogwarts Castle. Harry had met up with Ron, and they were heading back to the dorms to try and meet up with the girls. As they were climbing the stairs, they went a step aside as a student who they did not recognize was heading towards them. "Harry! Ron!" squealed Hermione with excitement. "Hermione?" asked Harry as he recognized her voice, but the appearance of the woman in front of him. The tight purple leather bodice, the gray, loose and flowing skirt, and her hair more manageable than he had ever seen it. Combined with the dark eyeshadow and the dark red lipstick, she looked much older and much prettier than he ever could imagine. Ron just stood there and ogled the Gryffindor bookworm. Hermione smirked internally at the reactions she was generating with her new look. "Yes, it's me," she said, imitating irritation with the two boys. "We decided to get a makeover when we were in the village," she added excitedly. She ran her hands from her head to her legs, outlining her body for them. "You don't think this was too much, do you?" she asked. Before either one of them could respond, she continued, "So guys, where have you been? What have you been up to today?" Harry punched Ron in the shoulder to get him to stop staring at their friend, although part of him easily understood his reaction. Then Harry stuttered as he tried to speak. Yeah, where is Ginny? Wasn't she with you?" Hermione tilted her head to one side and flipped her hair back in a seductive way. "Ginny? Oh, I left her in bed. She's had a really long day already. We shouldn't disturb her." Harry just nodded slightly to indicate he understood, sort of. "So, again, what have you been up to?" asked Hermione. Ron seemed to come out of the fog that Hermione's appearance had created around his brain. Harry was just brilliant. "He found another Horcrux, and we were about to go take care of it." "Really? Sounds great," cooed Hermione. "So, where are you going to do that?" "We were going to head back to the Chamber of Secrets and take care of it there," answered Harry. 1:40 p.m. Malfoy Manor. Draco Malfoy had been gently caressing the side of Ginny Weasley's face for the past 15 minutes, wondering just how he could have ever ended up in such a position. His head was spinning, trying to figure out what he should do next, but something inside of him kept telling him that where he was sitting was the place he should be. He started to look around his room at the various items that were on his walls and on his bookshelf. He came to the conclusion that there was nothing in the room that held any real meaning to him at this point, at least nothing other than the girl in his arms. He wondered if it was the fear of dying, or the knowledge that the most vile wizard in over a generation wanted you dead, or if it was the fact that he held another person's life in his hands, as he was quite sure that Ginny would have died here in his room if he had not come along when he did. Draco never fancied himself as a hero, and he wasn't. About to try and fool himself that he was one now. However, he was now begging to understand that something he had always taken for granted, that something as simple as life was actually something very precious and something to hold dear. As he was coming to accept these thoughts, which would have been so foreign to him before this, he noticed that Ginny's eyes started to open. 1:45 p.m. Hogwarts Castle. Pansy Parkinson and her group of would-be junior inquisitors were not happy that they had missed their chance on capturing Harry Potter previously when they had their best opportunity when Umbridge had managed to get into the school during the night. But the former teacher and undersecretary had somehow been captured herself by the headmaster. But Pansy had told her small group not give up hope on getting Potter. She had gone to Hogsmeade during the morning and claimed to have met up with some others who were setting things in motion to bring about a dramatic change at the school and the rest of the magical world. They just needed to keep their eyes open and look for any opportunity that might present itself. One of the Slytherins looked up and pointed ahead. "Isn't that Potter with Weasley and Granger?" Pansy turned and saw the trio making their way down a stairway. "So it appears," she said with a smile. "Let's go get them." 1:55 p.m. Malfoy Manor, Draco's bedroom. Ginny's eyes blinked open, and the world around came into focus. She felt her head throb, and she realized every bone and muscle in her body ached something fierce. Then the sensations of someone holding her and caressing her registered in her mind. She looked up and saw gray eyes staring at her. Her eyes focused a little more, and she noted that the face was framed with blonde hair. Her mind felt dull and slow, but something clearly is wrong. She tried to process everything that had happened. Voldemort did something to Hermione, and all of a sudden she had been acting more like Bellatrix Lestrange with a raging libido. She remembered Hermione betraying Harry and telling Voldemort what Harry was trying to do. Then she remembered Hermione attacking her, and then she had blacked out. And now she was slowly regaining consciousness in the arms of someone she thought she should recognize. Damn, she thought. Why did everything hurt so much, and why was it so hard to even think? Easy there, she heard a male voice speak to her. I think everything is going to be okay. She heard the words, and the voice was somehow familiar. She blinked her eyes again as she felt the gentle caress on her cheek once more. She looked back at the face that was smiling kindly at her. There was genuine concern in the eyes that were looking at her. She then felt a wave of fear wash over her as suddenly her brain seemed to kick into gear. Draco effing Malfoy, she hissed. The gray eyes shut tightly as she nearly spat the name. It'll be all right, he spoke gently, but Ginny wasn't sure if the words were truly comforting. You're going to be okay, I think. You were in pretty bad shape when I found you. She knew she was too weak to fight or even protest, so she allowed herself to relax into his arms. What's going on? She asked in a whisper. Where is everyone and why are you here? Draco sighed heavily. What's going on is that you were nearly dead and I found you in time to be able to pour some healing potions into you. Where everyone else is, well, the Dark Lord and his followers have gone to Hogwarts to attack the school. Some of them may have gone to make attacks at other places as a diversion, but everyone that was here is gone. Whoever did this to you is gone. As to why I am here, well, that's the easiest one. It's my home. Or at least it was my home. I just stopped by on my way to escape. Once the Dark Lord is finished with Potter, he will either be coming for me or he will be sending one of his fanatical goons after me. That doesn't matter because either way, I need to leave. Most people would say I am as good as dead. I doubt I'd have the kind of luck your boyfriend Potter has. He seems to survive everything. Ginny coughed slightly as she tried to speak, and the only word that Draco could understand was not. Easy there, he said, trying to comfort her. What were you trying to say? He's not my boyfriend, she managed to weakly say as she tried to look around the room. Draco noted her confusion. We're in my bedroom, he explained. He noted the anger start to build in her eyes. I found you here. Whomever did this to you just dumped you in here. I figure they presumed you were dead. Ginny closed her eyes as she thought about those words. Whomever did this to her presumed she was dead and just dumped her on Draco Malfoy's bedroom floor. Hermione, she whispered. Hermione's not here, said Draco. I already told you I'm the only one here. No, said Ginny with a slight wheeze as breathing and talking both hurt incredibly, and Ginny figured she must have had several broken ribs. Hermione did this to me, she said through pursed lips as she tried to deal with a spasm of pain in her chest. Draco's face went blank as he tried to consider what the girl lying in his arms had just told him, but it made absolutely no sense. His mouth opened like a goldfish trying to breathe out of water. Ginny could tell he was shocked. Then she realized she needed to get away from this place, yet she knew she was in no condition to leave on her own, so she decided to try the only option she thought she had. "Burrow," she said as her eyes closed due to the pain she was in. "Please take me to the burrow." Draco had a blank look on his face. He was trying to figure out what she meant by taking her into some burrow in the ground. Ginny was able to see the confusion on his face. "The burrow is what we call our house," she whispered. "My home, you know, the place you make fun of on a regular basis. Can you take me to my home, to my parents?" Ginny doubted that her pleading with this young man would do her any good. However, she thought she might faint from surprise and hope when she could have sworn she heard him say, "Okay, I'll take you home." 2:00 p.m. Malfoy Manor. It was obvious that Ginny was still too weak to be able to walk, so Draco had to carry her in his arms down the stairs to the fireplace. He then had to put her down as he picked up some flu powder and then looked at the redhead, who was now holding on to him just to stand up. "So, are there any protections on your flu connection that would stop us from coming through?" Ginny thought hard for a moment, and then she realized that Dumbledore may have placed protections that only allowed members of the Order of the Phoenix to win access to their home. "I'm not sure," came her weak reply. "It's possible that the headmaster made some extra precautions to keep us safe." Draco frowned at the thought. "It probably wouldn't matter then if I am with you," he said with concern. "Such wards might let you through, but they would still probably stop me. And we can't have you just falling out of the flu and onto the floor on your own. What if there's no one there to help you up?" "I can manage," she said weakly as she looked around the room where she had been experienced so many horrors earlier this day. She closed her eyes so she wouldn't have to look at anything anymore. "There is another way to get there," he suggested. Ginny looked up into his eyes as she asked, "And just what would that be?" "I could apparate us both there," he said with confidence. "Right, like that would work. You're not even 17 yet, you haven't got your permit to apparate yet, so unless you have any more brilliant ideas—" "I can apparate," he replied defensively. He noted the doubtful expression on her face. "Look, there are some perks of being around here. The Ministry just assumes that anyone apparating in or out of Malfoy Manor is an adult, and the Ministry has been persuaded to ignore the goings-on here. And I have been practicing apparating all summer." Ginny was still suspicious. "We'll probably get splinched," she protested. Draco ignored her protest as he lifted her up once again and carried her bridal style out of the house and through the garden. Ginny thought there was no way he would be able to carry her the entire way, but she saw no visible sign of strain on his face. When they reached the far side of the garden, he asked her to describe as carefully as possible a location near her house. He held her tight as he concentrated on her words, and then there was a loud pop as they vanished from his family's home. 2:10 p.m. Hogwarts Halls. The golden trio of Gryffindor was making their way down a hall heading towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom on the second floor. As they were about to take a turn down another corridor, Harry noted Seamus Finnegan was up ahead. "Finnegan!" yelled Harry as he moved closer to his housemate. Seamus was startled by hearing someone shout his name, and he was sure he did not want to have a run-in with the person whose voice he had just heard call out to him. He was trying to figure out how to avoid a confrontation with Potter when he heard Ron call out as well. "Bloody hell," he muttered as he turned around to face the two boys. Then he noticed a girl was with them, but he didn't recognize her at first. He sure did appreciate the curves on her, though, as she walked up behind the boys. But then it felt like he had been splashed with cold water across the face when he heard Hermione Granger ask, "What are you up to, Seamus?" Seamus just stared at Hermione until Harry stood in front of her, stopping the Irish teen from continuing to ogle their classmate. Harry then spoke to his roommate, who had often made his dislike for Harry known in the past, particularly last year when everyone seemed to think Harry was a liar and was crazy. "Seamus, I've heard that you've been starting to hang out with the wrong sort lately." "What are you on about?" questioned Seamus in reply, but there was clearly some nervousness in his voice as he spoke. Before Harry could explain himself, Ron yelled, "Duck," as he saw the red light of a stunner hex coming towards them. The three friends dove to the ground, while Seamus took the opportunity to run the other way. Harry, Ron and Hermione jumped up to see a group of Slytherin students, the same group that had cornered Harry with Umbridge, come charging towards them with their wands out. Harry immediately threw up a shield charm as he quickly realized that they were outnumbered. "Let's run! We're sitting ducks if we stay here," he called to the other two. Ron and Hermione started to run away with Harry behind them. It became clear to them that the group must have had some sort of training, as the spells were coming faster and stronger than they would have otherwise suspected. One of the students cast a Bombarda curse that hit a wall and showered debris throughout the hall. As a result, the three friends ended up getting separated and ran off in different directions. Ron eventually ended up hiding in a classroom to get away. Harry had run down a hallway and hid in one of the boys' bathrooms on the first floor. Hermione felt foolish running away while her so-called friends were being attacked, but she also understood that none of the Slytherins would have any idea which side she was on at this time, and she needed to wait for the opportune time to take out Harry, and even Ron if necessary. She had managed to escape the group, as they had seemed more focused on capturing Harry Potter than either of his friends. Hermione came to a stop near the Transfiguration classroom as she cursed her luck. She had managed to meet up with Harry, but now she had once again become separated from him. And with the latest altercation, she was not sure where he had gone. 2:15 p.m. The Burrow. Draco had managed to arrive outside of Otterycent, Catchpole in Devon, and both he and Ginny were still in one piece. He gently placed her on the grass in the clearing where they had landed as he looked around to get his bearings. He had never been to this part of England before, but he couldn't help but admire the beauty of the gently rolling hills. "So, which way do we go, and how far is it, do you reckon?" asked Draco as he stood up to try and find where even a road might be. Ginny looked around and indicated to a small hill only a couple of 100 yards away. "The Burrow is just over there," she said. She looked at the hill and the nearby road which Draco had just spied, and then she added, "Although I am not sure I have the strength to walk that far quite yet." "Well, then we will either wait until you can, or I will just have to carry you again, Miss Weasley." Draco's face was set in a serious expression as he told her this. Ginny rolled her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. This was not exactly how she ever wanted to show up at her home. She could just imagine how the scene could play out. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. My former best friend became possessed by some dark amulet and tried to kill me, and then one of our family's oldest rivals or enemies shows up, finds me to be mostly dead, lying in his bedroom, saves me, and then illegally apparats us here so he can carry me to my room. Oh, have you ever met Draco Malfoy? His dad is the one who tried to kill me when I was a first year." No, that would definitely not go over well, she decided. "I think I can manage to try and walk," she said tentatively. "As you wish," the blonde young man answered. Ginny noted that the former arrogance which tinged everything he said was quite clearly missing. Draco then reached out and pulled her to stand. Ginny was surprised by how weak she still felt, however she thought she was getting stronger by the minute. "I may have to lean on you, though," she said softly, as she turned her face away to hide the growing blush. Slowly, the couple made their way down to the road, and then onwards to the Burrow. Soon, the silhouette of the oddly shaped house came into view. Draco wasn't sure what to think as they steadily got closer to the house that obviously was being held together by magical means and not by sound civil engineering principles. They were still about 100 yards away from the house when Draco paused to look at the home more closely. "Not what you expected, I'm sure," whispered Ginny. "I'm not sure what I expected," replied Draco without taking his eyes off of the building. "It is definitely unique," he added, "definitely unique. It's nothing at all like Malfoy Manor, obviously, but it is warm and comfortable, and it has been a marvelous place to grow up," she said with a tinge of pride. Draco simply nodded, as he then started to lead her towards the house. When they were still over 50 yards away, the front door flew open, accompanied by the sound of screams. Draco and Ginny froze in place as they observed a large woman come running towards them waving a wand. "You unhand my daughter right now," screamed Molly Weasley. Draco wasn't sure whether to let go of Ginny and draw forth his wand, or if he should hide behind the still weak and injured teenager on his arm. "Mom, stop. It's not what you think," yelled Ginny, who started to feel faint from putting so much energy just into trying to get her mother to calm down. Molly Weasley came to an abrupt stop about 10 feet away. She looked at her daughter, who was clearly not well, and she looked at the young man whose family was effectively in a blood feud with the Weasleys. It was the first time she had ever seen young Draco actually look to be afraid. "He is only trying to help, Mom," pleaded Ginny. Draco gave an awkward smile as Mrs. Weasley turned to look at him again. She really needs to lie down, and probably sleep too, said Draco. We need to get her inside, then we can explain. It only took a minute for them to get Ginny situated on the couch in the main room in the house. Molly had made some soup for her daughter, while Draco seemed to only be concerned with making sure Ginny was going to be okay. Molly could tell that Ginny had been severely hurt. Then she turned to Draco and asked him some questions. It is apparent that you have been helping her, she said pointedly. What have you given her so far? She has had 2 healing potions and a blood-replenishing potion, answered Draco. Although she only took them by sips or drops at a time. I have no idea if that would affect how they work. I'm sure she needs something more than what little I have been able to do for her. Molly looked at the young man who was being so attentive to her daughter, and then she went off to another room as she called back, I'll get something more for her. 2:25 p.m. Hogwarts Castle. Many students were arriving back after spending their day at Hogsmeade. Others were just hanging out, and some were playing Quidditch outside in a pickup game out on the pitch. There were even a few students who were holed away in the library, getting extra study time in during the afternoon before planning to take the evening off for fun and relaxation. Then, suddenly, there was a tremendous crash that echoed throughout the school. The very foundations of the castle shook. A broom closet on the 3rd floor lost its door due to forceful emanation of magic from the artifact that finally detonated. Some students fell to the floor due to the force of the magical blast. The professors and staff at the school stood still, and some were even visibly afraid. The magical wards that had been protecting Hogwarts had definitely fallen. 2:30 p.m. Hogwarts main entrance. Lord Voldemort had been standing just outside of the wards of Hogwarts, and he easily felt the magical backlash as the once powerful wards protecting the school collapsed. Confidently, he strode towards the school across the grounds. His followers who were with him were instructed to wait behind for 10 minutes before they entered the school grounds, and then they were to start their own invasion of the school. As the Dark Lord waved a hand, the large doors at the main entrance swung open, allowing him to stride into the hall. He looked around and was actually slightly surprised that the area was devoid of students and staff. Perhaps they are all too scared and hiding away in their rooms, he thought to himself. Then he noticed one of the professors heading down the stairs towards him, and he stifled a laugh when he noticed it was the part Goblin Charms teacher. Voldemort was aware of the man's skill in dueling, as he had won several prestigious international competitions in the past. Yet he doubted the professor would have enough power to truly pose any sort of threat. Phileas Flitwick drew his wand and called out to the Dark Lord, "You are not welcome here, sir. I suggest that you leave immediately." Voldemort felt he could admire the bravado, no matter how misplaced it was, and decided to not destroy him immediately. "Thank you very much, but I do believe I know my way around," he called out to Professor Flitwick, his words conveying that he really paid no mind to what the professor had said. Voldemort made a quick swish with his wand towards Flitwick, and the half-goblin immediately erected a shield. However, the shield spell gave no real protection against the power of the spell, which the Dark Lord had cast. The diminutive professor found himself blasted towards the ceiling by the Reducto curse, and then he ended up grabbing onto a chandelier so as not to fall to the ground. Voldemort did not even bother to look at what happened to his opponent, but just marched onwards to his destination. 2:35 p.m. Diagon Alley/Nocturne Alley. The storefront to Borgin and Burke's was now the scene of what had quickly developed into a war zone. Shortly after Fenrir Greyback and his pack had arrived and discovered that they had no way to get to Hogwarts through the Vanishing Cabinet, a group of Aurors had arrived. Borgin himself had been hiding behind his counter, hoping that the damage to the items within his store would be minimal. Out in the street, the battle between the Aurors and the Death Eaters and werewolves had finally ended. The additional presence of a team of hit wizards had helped turn the tide of the battle. The casualties on the side of the DMLE were minimal. Rufus Scrimgeour was overseeing the cleanup of the mess, while assessing the damage both to people and to property. He had just written down some notes on the names of the victims who had been identified so far. He was not at all displeased to read the name of Fenrir Greyback as one of those who had died. He was finishing jotting down some short notes when he heard his supervisor calling to him. Amelia Bones had arrived after making sure her informant about the attacks, which had just taken place, was safe, and now she wanted to hear a quick report from the head orer. Rufus quickly ran down the basic information on how many were killed and how many were captured from those that attacked the 2 business districts. Then he listed the casualties from the orer department. Williamson is the only one who didn't make it. He then pointed at the list of names that included known werewolves. It was quite surprising that there was a pack of them here, a full week before the full moon. Things could have been a lot worse if they had waited until next week for this attack. Any other serious injures? She asked Scrimgeour. Alistair Moody limped up and joined the conversation. Other than some splinters blasted off my wooden leg, I can't say that we had any other losses, ma'am, added the gnarled veteran with the disconcerting magical eye. Amelia nodded in response, but continued to speak with Scrimgeour. There is also reportedly to be an attack at the school, at Hogwarts. Scrimgeour sighed at that news. While he wondered where she was getting her information, considering what they found when they arrived here at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, he felt it was best not to question the veracity of her source. We have too much to do with this lot, he explained slowly. Whether it be cleaning up the mess or hauling the ones who are captured back to headquarters, I won't have anyone to spare to go to Hogwarts for a while yet. At least not a full force to take on another band like this one. By the way, how exactly did you know we needed to send a full detachment over here? Rufus ultimately decided he would at least try one more time to learn how his boss knew this was about to occur. A new source of information, and we'll leave it at that, said the head of the DMLE curtly. 2:40 p.m. Hogwarts halls. Harry Potter slipped out of the bathroom where he had hidden. He was hopping to find whomever had ambushed him earlier, which allowed Seamus to get away. He assumed it was the group of Slytherin students who had been patrolling the school in the early morning hours with Parkinson and the Pink. Toad, as he was starting to wind his way back towards the stairs, he heard some heavy footsteps. He slipped behind a tapestry and waited for the person to walk by. Once the sound of the footsteps had passed, Harry removed himself from his hiding spot and noted that today just might be his lucky day, as was now able to confront the person whom he feared would be nothing more than just another Peer Pettigrew, a Gryffindor student who betrayed the light in an attempt to gain personal power or perhaps some other baser motivation. "Finnegan, hold it right there," demanded Harry, who had his wand trained on his roommate. Seamus stopped and turned slowly, his right hand twitching as he tried to figure out to draw his wand. He had seen Harry duel in the DA last year, and he knew Harry was fast. He tried to tell himself that he had that extra training earlier this summer after he had hooked up with Parkinson, but Seamus wasn't fool enough to try and convince himself that he would be that good in a one-on-one duel with Potter, especially when Potter already had his wand in hand. "What are you on about?" "Have you gone round the twist again?" he asked, trying to unnerve Harry. Seamus at least understood one thing. Potter would fight fair, and he would not cast at him if he didn't have his wand in hand. "You know very well what I'm talking about," snapped Harry. "That crash that occurred just a little bit ago. What do you know about that? And what did you have to do with it?" Seamus noted that Harry's wand hand was faltering a little, aiming a little lower. He decided to make him talk a little longer, as that might help distract him long enough to be able to draw his wand. Seamus had been holding his hands up to either side, but he slowly let them fall to his sides as he stammered through an answer. "You wouldn't understand, Harry," he began by pleading. "You have no idea what we've been going through, what my family has been going through." "Try me," demanded Harry, while his wand arm dipped a little more. "Well, it all started after school was out. There were new rumors and new stories about you and the rest and what happened at the ministry." "About who really being back," added Seamus. "You're just rambling now," said Harry, who thought he saw doe movement in the shadows behind. "Seamus, you were in the DA. You eventually told me that you believed me before I went to the Department of Mysteries and battled Voldemort that night." Harry thought he saw more movement in the shadows, but then he noticed a red curse coming from somewhere else in the hall. All he could do was dive to one side to be sure he wasn't hit. As he rolled to get to his feet, he saw Seamus run off, hand in hand with Pansy Parkinson. He realized that she was the one who had been in the shadows but who had fired off that curse. By the time he had got back on his feet, there was no sign of anyone down the hall where that curse had come from. "Bollocks," he muttered. Then he started to make his way back towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. 2:45 p.m. Hogwarts, near Headmaster's office. Tom Riddle had arrived at the gargoyle statue that marked the entrance to the headmaster's office. He had been here plenty of times in the past. He was a prefect, and then head boy after all. The gargoyle silently moved to one side, and out stepped Albus Dumbledore. "I'm surprised that you would dare to come here, Tom," commented the headmaster, whose expression clearly was not one of surprise. "I do not acknowledge that name anymore," said Voldemort. "But our past defines us," explained Albus. "You cannot hide from your past." "This confrontation has little to do with either of our pasts," hissed the Dark Lord. "Oh, but you are wrong there, Tom. It has everything to do with our past," smiled Dumbledore. "No, it will just help define my future and put an end to yours," replied Voldemort, mimicking the headmaster's smile. Before the headmaster could add another quip, the Dark Lord continued, "You cannot win, and you know that. The castle is vulnerable. The wards have already come crashing down. I am sure you know that, and the entire school felt it. You and your pitiful staff cannot hold back the tide, as my followers will soon be taking over the school. And for you, headmaster, it ends here. You are no longer the threat which you once were. Oh yes, I know of the curse which afflicts you. I designed it myself, as I am sure you are now all too aware," he added with a sickening chuckle. Then with lightning-fast speed, he had drawn his wand and was casting curses at the bespectacled old man in front of him. Dumbledore had managed to raise protective shields and even batted away many of the curses that Voldemort was casting at him. The curses were starting to get more powerful, but it was clear that Dumbledore's responses were getting slower. The Dark Lord could see that the blackness was spreading more quickly now, as Dumbledore was expending more power and using more magic to defend himself. Then, with an overpowered Bombarda curse, Voldemort sent the headmaster crashing into the wall. Albus Dumbledore, the defeater of Grindelwald, slumped into a barely conscious heap on the floor. Wearily, he gazed up at the man who had finally bested him. "You are old, and you have become weak and slow," stated the triumphant Dark Lord. "In fact, you have been quite disappointing today as an opponent." Then he stabbed his wand forward as he silently cast the Expelliarmus spell, and Dumbledore's wand flew out of his hand and was grabbed out of the air by the man who had just defeated him. Voldemort examined the wand closely, running his delicate fingertips along the shaft, holding it gingerly. Then he looked back at Dumbledore. "Yes, I have taken the Elder Wand away from you. It is mine now, mine to control. And this wand, known as the Death Stick, shall be the death of you." Then, with a sudden flash of motion, the Dark Lord had waved the wand as he shouted Avada Kedavra, and a sickening green light issued force and slammed into the headmaster. The now lifeless body slowly fell to one side, eyes white and unfocused. "All too easy when the plans are properly set in motion," whispered the Dark Lord to no one. Then he turned to leave. But instead of heading towards the Great Hall, he knew he had to check on something first based on what his special lioness had told him earlier. 2:55 p.m. The Burrow. Molly Weasley had obtained some more potions. Healing potions, another blood-replenishing potion, and even a pepper-up potion. Draco Malfoy had been visibly surprised to see her return with so many different potions, as he had assumed that there was no way that this family could have afforded to buy so many expensive brews. Mrs. Weasley noted the expression on the young man's face and immediately began to explain. "I am not at all bad in the kitchen or in a potions lab." And with so many boys growing up, it became necessary to be prepared for dealing with the results of their various activities. Draco had to admire the logic and the resourcefulness. Molly had begun to give the healing potions to Ginny, and then even the pepper-up potion. Not only did she want to help her daughter heal, but she wanted, or needed, her daughter to wake up enough to be able to finish explaining just what had happened. There were too many mysteries still surrounding the events of the day. How did her daughter get hurt? How did she get healed? How did she end up with this pureblood bigot who seemed to be doting on her every need? Ginny started to stir, and she finally seemed less pale and more alert than she had all day. She looked up at Draco, who was sitting nearby, and she could see the obvious concern in his eyes. "Apparently this young man saved your life today," said Molly softly, as her daughter was becoming more aware of her surroundings. When she had sat herself down in a chair opposite from where Ginny was lying, Molly looked at the two young people, and then she commanded, "Now start explaining. I want to know everything about what happened to you." Ginny began to tell her story. How she and Hermione had gone to Hogsmeade, and then how they must have been imperious to enter Madame Pewdifoot's tea shop, and then how they were kidnapped. She then went into further detail about being brought before he who must not be named. Then she began to shudder and to cry. Draco stepped over to her and embraced her in a hug. Molly was shocked to see this young man offering such comfort to her daughter. Her motherly instincts were telling her to push the blonde out of the way, but she could sense her daughter calming down in his arms, so she used an amazing amount of willpower to stay in her seat. "What happened next?" she asked quietly, understanding that something horrible had happened. Molly could only begin to imagine what the Dark Lord would have done to her daughter, and to Hermione, to put her in such a state. Ginny whimpered slightly, and then she began to speak again, almost choking on the words as she told the rest of her story. She described the scene of Hermione becoming possessed by an amulet that had made Bellatrix Lestrange the evil and sadistic person she was, and then she sobbed as she told her mother of Hermione being the one to attack her. Draco had tears in his eyes as he listened to the details. He then turned to face the Weasley matriarch as he completed the story for Ginny. "I understand you might feel you have no reason to believe anything I am about to say, but I am being completely honest with you. Earlier this morning, I received a message from my mother. The Dark Lord has made it clear to his followers that I am to be killed today. I considered my options. The first thing I did was I took steps to make sure the mission I had been given to accomplish would absolutely fail. The second thing I did was I found Potter. I told Harry. Draco clearly had a hard time using Potter's first name. Everything I knew about Voldemort's plans for today. Then I decided I needed to make my escape. I returned to my home, which is where the Death Eaters have been staying, using it as a base. But I knew that they would have left to start the next phase of their plans. Well, after I arrived, I soon found that my father had been killed. After that, I found that someone had left Ginny there to die. Actually, I am quite sure that whoever did this to her thought she was already dead before they left. I can only assume that they are on their way to Hogwarts now to attack the school." Molly was horrified at the tale she had just heard. "We need to inform the headmaster," she screamed. "He probably already knows," commented Draco wryly. "I'm not sure that we could get a message to him anyway." Molly was becoming quite agitated and was now packing around the room. "I'll have to call your father," she said, "but he might not be in his office. And what are we going to do about Hermione? Has she really betrayed you, betrayed us all?" "It's not her, it's the amulet," said Draco plainly, "but that may be only a technicality." "But if she has gone back to Hogwarts, then Harry and Ron need to know what happened," exclaimed Molly. 3:00 p.m. Hogwarts halls. Harry Potter was making his way back towards the second-floor girls' bathroom. He had hoped that Ron and Hermione were doing the same. He was nearly at the bathroom when he met up with Ron. The two friends quickly shared about how they had each escaped from the students that were chasing them. Then Harry told Ron that he had caught up with Seamus, but then Seamus and Pansy ended up getting away. "How did that happen?" asked Ron, who was sure that Harry shouldn't have had a problem dealing with Seamus even if he did have help from Parkinson. "That would be our fault," said Tracy Davis as she and Daphne approached the two Gryffindor friends. Harry raised an eyebrow and Ron pulled out his wand. Daphne held up her hands, showing that she was not currently armed. "Well, to be more accurate, it was Tracy that allowed them to get away. She's the one who cast the stupefy spell. You tried to attack me," questioned Harry, who had believed that their earlier encounters with these two girls had shown that they were trying to be friends. "No, Tracy tried to hit Finnegan with the spell," said Daphne with a slight laugh as Tracy blushed. "She's just got terrible aim." Harry let out a breath, and then looked at the two Slytherin girls. "When this is all over, I think we'll have to teach you how to cast spells better, or at least how to aim." "I was just trying to help," pleaded Tracy. "We need to get going and deal with that diadem," said Ron. "But what about Hermione?" wondered Harry. "She'll be okay, besides, she knows where we're heading. She'll meet up with us, I'm sure," added Ron. Harry considered his friend's words and decided that he was probably right. So then the four of them started off on their way towards Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. 3:10 p.m. The Burrow. Molly was beside herself. She had tried contacting her husband at his job at the ministry, but she was not able to get through. She knew that they needed to get a message to Harry and Ron, but she was unable to think of how they could possibly do that. Then there was a fluttering sound in the corner of the room. Molly turned to look and noticed Ron's owl, Pigwidgeon, and she recalled that he had returned home just last week. He may be small and quirky, but he was an owl and he could actually fly quite fast. "We'll use Ron's owl to send them a message," she said. Then Molly grabbed a small piece of parchment from the kitchen and scrawled short note. After tying it securely to the small owl's leg, she then commanded the tiny bird to bring the message to Ronald Weasley as quickly as possible. 3:20 p.m. Girls' second-floor bathroom. Harry Potter and the students who were with him were about to round the corner to where they would find the bathroom that was usually avoided due to the presence of the ghost which had haunted it for years. Moaning Myrtle, while not dangerous, was a ghost that the students had uniformly decided was one they all wanted to avoid. Even though Harry knew he had to use the bathroom as the only access he knew of to get to the Chamber of Secrets, he still never enjoyed his encounters with the ghost that seemed to spend too much time in the plumbing. As they were about to push open the door to the bathroom, a voice called out to Harry. "Potter, stop. There's something I need to speak with you about." Harry knew that voice, and it sent chills up his spine. The 4 students turned, and they all had wands drawn as they faced Bellatrix Lestrange. "What do you want?" hissed Harry. "I should kill you right where you are." "That wouldn't be very sporting of you, especially since you can see that I am unarmed," added Bellatrix. Harry was not about to trust the woman who had killed his godfather. "But you killed Sirius," he said venomously. "I should strike you down where you stand." Tracy and Daphne were horrified as they listened to this conversation. Ron was obviously setting with rage at the woman in front of them. "Would it help if I said I was sorry?" "No, I didn't think so," she answered for him. "Things have changed, and you don't believe it, I'm sure, but I have proof." "Proof of what?" demanded Harry. "I know what you're up to," she said simply. "Hell, the Dark Lord knows what you're up to. After all, it was your friend Hermione who told them." Harry noted that something was very odd with this conversation, or many things were actually. Bella seemed to be talking without a psychotic lilt to her voice. She was not taunting him, and she had just mentioned Hermione without cursing her as a dirty mewblood. Harry felt he needed to be even warier around his opponent now. "Yes, Hermione, she told the Dark Lord what you are doing with his soul anchors," explained Bellatrix. "And actually, I am here to help you." "Why should we believe you?" spat Ron. He seemed about ready to hex the woman in front of him any moment. "Please put that away before you hurt yourself," quipped Bella. Then she turned to face Harry. "You cannot defeat him until you have destroyed all of his Horcruxes." A pair of Gryffindors paled at her using that word. She put a hand to her face as she feigned embarrassment. "Oh, did that word shock you, Whittle Harry?" She mentally cursed at herself for taunting him by calling him Little Harry and using baby speak with him again, but then old habits do die hard, it seemed. "Yes, I know what Horcruxes are, and I know you have already managed to destroy some of them, but without my help you cannot possibly defeat the Dark Lord." "And why is that?" demanded Harry. "Because he gave me one to keep safe," she explained as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "So, what do you want from me? Why are you even telling me this?" asked Harry. "I want to help you, so I will just give it to you. I even have it with me. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, if I am not mistaken. But what do I want from you? I want the chance to seek my own vengeance against the Dark Lord. He betrayed me more than once. I was betrayed by my family when I was forced into his service." "Yes, I was forced. By a very dark magic that was imbued into an amulet which I was forced to wear. It was that amulet which made me do the things I did. It was that amulet that turned me into the cruel witch that willingly tortured others. But that amulet was removed, and I am not the same person who did those things." "Why should we believe you?" snapped Ron. "I am not sure if I was in your position that I would believe me, but what I do have to support my credibility is simply the cup." Bella looked intently at Harry, ignoring the glares from Ron. Harry almost felt mesmerized as he looked at Bellatrix. She had a sallowness to her features from her time in Azkaban, but she also had an innate beauty which was more pronounced without the psychotic rantings. "Then where is this cup?" asked Harry. "I have it in a satchel at my side," she answered. "Shall I retrieve it?" "No, she'll just go for her wand and ambush you," exclaimed Ron. "Then how do you expect me to give Potter the cup?" she asked pointedly. "I could get it from her satchel," offered Daphne. Bellatrix fixed her eyes on the young blonde. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," she warned. The 4 students looked at her with slight confusion. Bella gave them all a slight smirk. It's a dark object. You would be a fool to touch it with bare hands. Daphne looked back at Bellatrix and felt a little uneasy with the stares she was receiving. Then she conjured a cloth handkerchief as she took a step closer. Would this suffice to provide protection? It should probably work, answered Bellatrix. Well, then we should take the cup and be on our way, said Harry. Bellatrix pointed to the satchel at her side as Daphne tentatively walked forward to obtain the cup. Opening the bag hanging at the notorious witch's side, she carefully removed the cup. Daphne stepped backwards away from Bella as she did not trust her. She carefully handed Harry the cup, who now had 2 of the dark items in his possession. We do need to get on with this, said Harry, so we will take our leave. 3:30 p.m. Room of Requirement. Tom Riddle had made his way up to the Room of Requirement, although he had actually thought he was the only one who knew of the room, which he knew as the Room of Hidden Things. He walked back and forth past the tapestry that marked the location of the door, and after his 3rd pass the door appeared. The Dark Lord made his way into the room, and he felt there was little change in there compared to when he last ventured here. That was when Dumbledore refused to offer him the position as the defense against the dark arts teacher, and it was then that he had placed one of his prized acquisitions there. No one will ever find this, he had told himself at that time. That was also when he had seen that there was a vanishing cabinet hidden away in this room. It was unclear to him as to why the cabinet was there, but he knew enough about it that, when he had examined it, he recognized some runes which had been carved inside of it. Those same runes had been carved inside of a vanishing cabinet that he had seen at Borgin and Burke's when he had worked there before. While he detested the way he was treated as a lowly shop assistant, the position had enabled him to acquire certain rare objects, which he had then turned into his various Horcruxes. Voldemort quickly banished any thoughts out of his mind that might be construed as reminiscing. He made his way throughout the rows and piles of junk and discarded or lost items, and he came to the area where the vanishing cabinet was located, or at least where it was supposed to be. He quickly noted the scattered splinters of wood, and he could easily detect the magical signature of a Bombarda curse that had been used. Draco Malfoy had not only failed, he had turned on him. The boy was a walking corpse as far as he was concerned, and so would be anyone who tried to interfere with his plans. Then he turned to find the bust where he had left Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Most people thought that it was either a myth or that it had been lost forever. But the young Tom Riddle had managed to convince the Grey Lady, the ghost of the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, where to find the hidden and fabled jeweled tiara. But now it was clear that it was missing. His lioness had been proven to be correct. He was grateful that he had already unleashed her on her unsuspecting friends. But his rage was building. With a sudden burst of anger, he cast an overpowered blasting hex at the debris in front of him. While the explosion destroyed nearly a quarter of the room's contents, he did not feel any better. He was enraged. He would not have his army of werewolves joining him, and the brat who somehow kept managing to survive was tracking down his soul anchors. This would have to stop now. Potter may have learned that it was the basilisk venom that destroyed the diary. Voldemort had learned very little of what had actually happened in the Chamber of Secrets, only that Lucius had carelessly allowed that Horcrux to be destroyed by using it to corrupt that Weasley girl. He cursed the entire Malfoy family tree as he stormed out of the Room of Hidden Things. He needed to get down to the Chamber of Secrets. 3:45 p.m. Gryffindor Tower. Hermione had become separated from Potter and Weasley. She wouldn't think of them by their first names anymore, and she knew that they were heading to the Chamber of Secrets. But she had ended up near the Gryffindor Tower in her effort to avoid capture by the Slytherins. She knew she would probably have no trouble defeating them in a duel, as the amulet had given her many new skills, but she didn't want to hurt any allies of her new lord. But upon realizing where she was, her proximity to the dorm, she remembered that Potter possessed a couple of very useful items. He had not been using the Marauder's map or his cloak recently, and she had hoped that maybe they had been left behind in his trunk in his dorm. So she made her way up to the Gryffindor common room and then up to the boys' sixth-year dorm. She quickly found Potter's trunk and rifled through his belongings, but there was no sign of either the cloak or the map. She knew she would have to head down to the Chamber of Secrets and meet up with Potter and Weasley there, Because after all, that was where they were planning to go before they were split up when Parkinson's cronies showed up. 3:55 p.m. Chamber of Secrets. The group entered moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry hissed, open in parcel tongue, and the sinks separated, revealing the passageway down to the chamber. Harry had told Ron to keep a close eye on Bellatrix, as he still refused to trust her. The 5 people then descended the steep and slipper ramp. From there, they followed the corridor to where the pile of rubble still lay, and they managed to climb through the narrow opening. When they came face to face with the rage-round door, locked with intertwining snakes, Bellatrix felt a shiver as she realized she was about to enter Salazar Slytherin's fabled hidden chamber of secrets. Once again, Harry hissed in parcel tongue, and the snakes slid away, and the door swung open, allowing them access to the chamber. 4:00 p.m. Chamber of Secrets. Harry led the group into the chamber. Ron had been there before and was unfazed by the sight of the basilisk carcass. Daphne and Tracy shrieked when they saw the large, dark body. Daphne turned to Harry as she spoke. So it really was true, what people were saying. You did face a basilisk here. Harry raised an eyebrow. Who was saying that? People's students, said Tracy, who couldn't take her eyes off the giant reptile. Almost everyone was. Talking about it, saying how you and Granger figured out what was happening to students, and that Gilderoy Lockhart was so frightened by what he saw down here he went round the twist. Ron laughed heartily at that. What's so funny? Demanded Tracy, who turned to glare at the redhead. Lockhart and the rumors, explained Ron as he managed to control his laughter. He grabbed my wand, which was being held together by spellotape, and when he tried to obliviate both Harry and me, the wand backfired and he obliviated himself. Even Bellatrix managed to laugh at that comment, but she continued to stare at the deceased creature. She then turned to Harry as she eyed him closely. I'm actually quite impressed, and you managed this. How long ago? 3 years ago at the end of our second year, jumped in Ron. Harry just nodded in agreement. Well, we have something we need to do here, stated Harry. It would be easier if we had a table to work on, he added. Bellatrix moved slowly as she withdrew her wand. Ron turned and pointed his wand at the dark-haired woman. Don't try anything, he snapped. Bellatrix sneered at him. If I was going to try anything, I would have already done it. I was just going to conjure a table for Potter, if that would meet with your approval. Harry gave his approval with a nod, but the 2 Slytherin students were still wary, and they each drew their wands and pointed them at the older witch. Bellatrix turned slightly so that she was not casting her spell towards anyone who was with them in the chamber, and with a quick flick of her wrist, a small table appeared. She had cast it silently, which startled the girls, but Harry decided he needed to keep a closer eye on this woman, for if she could cast silently, he wouldn't know what kind of spell she was using if she tried something on them. Bellatrix stepped up to the basilisk and leaned against its thick dark hide to watch what Harry was going to do. Harry then placed Hufflepuff's cup on the table, and then he carefully pulled out another item wrapped in a thick cloth. He then produced a jeweled diadem and placed it near the cup. He then pulled out another bag from his satchel and carefully removed a large fang. Bellatrix opened her eyes wide as she realized what Harry had in his possession. Aren't you worried about getting hurt by the basilisk venom from those fangs? She asked. They can kill someone almost instantly. Harry gave her a wry smile. Yeah, I already know how painful it is. The 3 women stared at him wide-eyed. Apparently, the cure I received may have given me lifelong immunity from what Hermione told me after she researched the whole thing. Daphne was nearly hysterical as she realized what Harry had said. She pointed at the large snake-like body as she spoke to him. You mean that thing actually bit you? In the arm, said Harry, ignoring the concern in her voice. I still have a scar on my right forearm from the event. How did you survive that? Asked an incredulous Bellatrix. Not that I doubt you, because you are obviously here and this bugger is quite dead. Or is that just part of your mystique? The killing curse doesn't work on you. The deadliest venom in the world doesn't affect you. No wonder the Dark Lord is so fixated on you. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to what Bellatrix had said, so he just turned back to his current mission. He picked up one of the fangs and quickly slammed it into the cup before it could speak to him. There was an ear-piercing screech, and a black liquid leaked from the cup which glowed bright yellow for a moment. 1 down and 1 to go, muttered Harry. As he raised the fang one more time, an image of a beautiful woman came into being above the diadem. Then Harry recognized it as Hermione. "You can't do this, Harry. The diadem is precious. It is full of all of the knowledge of Rowena Ravenclaw, the smartest and wisest of the 4 founders. You can receive all of this knowledge just by wearing the diadem," the ethereal voice stated as Harry looked up at the visage of his best friend. Harry's right arm wavered for a moment. The girls gasped, and Bellatrix stood up straight at the sight of the apparition before Harry. "I don't think so," screamed Harry as he slammed his hand down, and the diadem shattered under the weight of his fist, and the point of the sharp fang hitting the center of the thin piece of jewelry. This time a black mist emitted from the object, in addition to a pool of black liquid having appeared on the table once again. The group stood silently as they watched the mist dissipate. At that time, a person leaving the room of requirement stumbled as he stepped into the hallway. He cursed the floor as he regained his balance and continued to make his way quickly to the 2nd floor. Girls' bathroom. Harry looked at the blackened table and then he looked to his gawking audience. 2 more down," he stated, "so let's go see if we can find Ginny. We haven't seen her since this morning." 4:05 p.m. Gryffindor Tower. Hermione was frustrated that she had not been able to procure either one of Potter's special belongings, as they both would have proven useful in her finding her target and incapacitating him. She had decided that she should make her way down to the Chamber of Secrets so as to meet up with Potter and Weasley, as they had originally planned to go there to deal with the Horcrux which they had acquired. As she was leaving the portrait hole, she heard a fluttering sound, and she looked up to see Ron's owl pigwidgeon. Immediately she was concerned about why the ridiculous bird was there flapping wildly. Probably it's just too stupid to find Ron, she thought. Then she wondered why would Ron's owl be here acting so upset. Deciding not to wait to find out, she quickly drew her wand and blasted the tiny owl with a reducto curse. There was a slight screech from the unsuspecting creature, followed by a shower of feathers. Hermione looked around the mess that fluttered to the floor and noticed that there was a message attached to a small talon that lay in the midst of the feathers. She quickly picked it up and read the message. Hermione was now enraged to read a message to Ron from Ginny. "How did that botch survive?" she hissed. "Next time I won't be so kind." She then incinerated the message and banished the remains of the unfortunate bird. Once the evidence of her violent indiscretion was removed, she started to make her way back down to the 2nd floor to try and catch up with Harry and Ron. When she had made it down to the 2nd floor, she was making her way towards the bathroom that had long been haunted by Moaning Myrtle when she passed several male students walking the other direction. They did not recognize her with her new look and new wardrobe. The boys took notice of a very attractive witch who they had not noticed around the castle previously. When Hermione heard the wolf whistles from the boys, she turned and smiled at them and blew them each a kiss. Then she turned to make her way back towards the girls' bathroom. 4:10 p.m. Hogwarts' empty classroom. The group that had accompanied Harry to the Chamber of Secrets had already made their way back up to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. As they were heading down the hall, Bellatrix suddenly felt anxious about their heading towards the Gryffindor common room. Noticing an open door to an empty classroom, she quickly grabbed Harry by an arm and pulled him into the room. The others in the group immediately ran into the room as well, and they all pulled their wands on Bellatrix. The former right-hand lieutenant for the Dark Lord found herself once again under the sights of multiple wands. She rolled her eyes at the reaction as she began to explain her reasons for dragging them into the room. "Close the door," she commanded to Daphne. The 6th-year Slytherin girl reluctantly did as she was commanded. Bellatrix cast a silencing charm and a locking charm on the door. "What is this all about?" demanded Ron. Bellatrix shifted uneasily from foot to foot as she searched for the right words to say. With all of the eyes on her, she let out a sigh, and then she spoke to them. "You don't want to go to your dorms trying to find Weasley's little sister." "And why is that?" asked Harry as he placed a hand on Ron's shoulder to steady him, as he could feel his friend's ire starting to grow. "She isn't there," she said simply. "And how would you know that?" spat Ron. "Because she and your friend Granger were captured earlier today. We grabbed them in Hogsmeade and brought them to Malfoy Manor to the Dark Lord," she said plainly. Tracy and Daphne gasped at this news. Ron shouted, "You're lying, I know you are, we just saw Hermione a little while ago." Bellatrix raised an eyebrow at the hot-headed youth. "Oh, you did? Well, tell me then, had she changed in any way since you last saw her? Her personality, her clothes? Last I knew she had left after taking some of my clothes. What do you mean she left? Asked Harry. She was allowed to leave. She was probably brought back here by one of the Death Eaters, she explained. I can tell you don't believe me, but you haven't heard everything. The witch was clearly uncomfortable with what she was about to say to them. None of you knew me as a student, obviously. Yes, I came from an old pure-blood family that looked down upon Muggle-borns and even half-bloods. Yes, I was a Slytherin, and I always had an interest in the dark arts. But it wasn't until I was forced into a loveless marriage and dragged before the Dark Lord that I became the witch that gained all of the fame and notoriety for my violence, skill, and cruelty. The Dark Lord did that to me when he placed a dark amulet around my neck. It causes quite a drastic change in someone's personality, particularly if they do not have well-trained occlumency shields. Earlier today, when we brought Weasley and Granger to the Dark Lord, he surprised us all when he removed the amulet from around my neck, where it lay hidden under my skin for nearly 20 years. Then he placed the amulet on your friend Granger. But why would he do that? Asked a doubtful Harry. He figured that I had served him so faithfully for so long that even without the amulet I would still lovingly follow him and his twisted ideas, answered Bella. But more importantly, he wanted to turn one of your friends against you, Potter. Granger's first job was to kill the Weasley girl. Ron screamed and went to cast a stunner at the woman in front of him. Tracy was standing nearby and knocked his arm down, and the curse missed Bella and blasted a desk at her side. Tracy embraced him to hold him back. Harry yelled at Ron to stand down. Then he turned back to Bellatrix. Why should we trust you of all people? I just gave you the cup, she explained calmly. You've seen your friend, briefly at least. Did you not notice any changes in her? She is here to help the Dark Lord capture you, Potter. His goal is your death before this day is over. 4:15 p.m. Second floor hallway. Hermione was making her way towards the second-floor girls' bathroom. She did not pay any attention to a particular classroom with a closed door which was magically silenced, so she had no idea she had just walked past the people she was trying to find. 4:20 p.m. Classroom. Bellatrix could tell that they were still not believing her. Fine, let's head up to your dorm then, said Bellatrix, resigned to the lack of trust that they all showed. See if you can find her there. The room erupted in shouts and accusations as the 4 students weren't sure what to believe of the information that the woman in front of them had just shared with them. 4:25 p.m. Chamber of Secrets. The Lord Voldemort made his way down to the Chamber of Secrets. While he was sure that there would be no one in the castle who would in any way interfere with his travels, he did not want to draw attention to himself just yet, so he had cast a notice-me-not charm on himself. He made his way to the second-floor girls' bathroom and then down the stairs to the passageway. His first concern was finding the pile of rubble. It was clear that someone had caused a cave-in and then had removed some of the rocks so that people could crawl through to the other side. This would not do at all, so he blasted away the debris and pounded the rocks and rubble into sand. He banished any remaining large pieces of rock so that he could easily walk through the halls. Upon arriving at the large door, he hissed in Parseltongue, and the snake locks slid out of the way, and the door slowly swung open. The tall man with the snake-like features strode confidently into the Chamber of Secrets. He had heard that it had been opened by the Weasley girl who had been slain earlier this very day by his special lioness, and he had heard rumors of what might have occurred down here. With a wave of his hand, the chamber was filled with an eerie light from magical torches that now were lit all around the large room. In the middle of the room, he saw the motionless corpse of his basilisk, the very same basilisk that he had freed and controlled all of those years ago. The basilisk that had taken the life of that incredibly irritating student Myrtle. The basilisk that had led to that oaf of a half-giant being expelled from the school because of the rumor that all of the problems that year were caused by his pet acromantula. Who the bloody hell has a pet acromantula? Wondered the Dark Lord as he thought back to that year in school. That's just completely strange, he thought. But his thoughts quickly returned to the present as he walked up to his secret weapon that he had planned to unleash on the Mudblood students. But it lay dead in front of him. He stepped closer to inspect the body. The hide was intact, which was not surprising as it has more innate magical resistance than even dragon hide. He came to the head and noticed that the eyes had been gouged open, although he could not immediately determine what had caused such an injury to the great beast. It was clear that whomever had done that knew the first step in fighting such a creature, as it would render its deadly, or even paralyzing, gaze completely ineffective. Upon closer inspection, he peered into the immense but gaping mouth. There was dried black blood that had seeped out from an obvious stab wound into the roof of the poor beast's mouth. Undoubtedly, the killing blow considered the Dark Lord, but what disturbed him most was the fangs, or more correctly, the absence of the cruel reptile's venomous teeth. Shock was an emotion that the Dark Lord rarely, if ever, felt. Anger was a much more common emotion, but this anger grew steadily and quickly turned into rage. The screams of anguish and fury that were released at that moment caused the very castle to shake. As the echoes of the Dark Lord's displeasure with what he had found died down, he noted a slight movement behind him and to his right. Voldemort turned and faced the area where he saw the movement in the shadows. Then he called out and cast a spell with his wand in the general direction of where he had seen the disturbance. A small rodent flew through the air and landed at his feet. With another slash of his wand, the rat transformed into a full-grown, fat and balding man. "Wormtail," sneered the Dark Lord. "So good of you to join me. Hold out your arm." As the left arm was offered, Voldemort pressed his wand tip into the center of the dark mark. Wormtail struggled as his arm was gripped with pain from the effects of the curse, sending out a summons to all who bore the same magical tattoo. "We shall go and meet our friends as they begin to arrive at the entrance to this esteemed institution," said the Dark Lord. "I will have vengeance." 4:30 p.m. Faculty Lounge. Professor McGonagall had called for a meeting of the faculty as soon as the wards had fallen, but in the chaos of the events of the day, and with many of the students being outside of the building, it was hard to get everyone together. Phileas Flitwick had just recounted his story of running into the Dark Lord Inn. The entrance hall and his being cast unceremoniously up towards the ceiling, and how he had grabbed onto a chandelier to save himself from serious injury or even death from such a fall. The scream from deep within the castle had been heard by all. The professors had now been informed of the demise of the headmaster. "The students are all at risk," exclaimed Pomona Sprout. "We need to get them safely into their dorms." Snape sneered at the whining remarks. "The Dark Lord will not attack all students. I do believe that his personal views on blood supremacy would make it clear that most of those in my house would not face his wrath." Flitwick and many of the other professors simply stared at the former potions professor for the crassness of his comments. "It is true," he said without any emotion. "It is clear that the Dark Lord has a specific agenda, and it would seem that this would involve the capture of the brat, Potter." "If he who must not be named is here, where are his followers?" asked Professor Seinstra. All eyes were on Snape now, as he seemed to have more knowledge of the evil wizard who had apparently entered their school, attacked and killed the headmaster, and now is seeking out the boy who lived. "They shall be here shortly, I would imagine," he replied calmly. Professor Vector voiced her concerns. "Then what would you have us do?" "Do what you can to protect the students, but I fear it may be too late," he said somberly. "This will be a bloody day before it is over," he added. "But creating a panic among the students could possibly make things even worse. Those dunderheads would only get in the way." 4:35 p.m. Second floor classroom. Harry was trying to figure out what to do, and then he cursed and hit himself in his forehead. Before anyone else could ask what he was so mad about, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a parchment. As he started to unfold it, Ron exclaimed, "Oh, yeah, the map." Tracy and Daphne simultaneously asked, "What map?" Bellatrix raised a curious eyebrow as Harry continued to unfold the parchment. Once unfolded, it was clearly just a large blank parchment. "That's no map," said Daphne. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," stated Harry as he tapped the parchment with his wand. Slowly, a map of the Hogwarts castle appeared on the map. On closer inspection, they could see dots of feet moving around the castle with names next to them. "Wicked," exclaimed Tracy. "That looks so cool." "Well, that answers some questions about how Potter manages to not get caught when he is out after." "Curfew," commented Daphne. "Wherever did you get such a thing?" asked an astonished Bellatrix. Harry looked up from the map and simply stated, "Your cousin, Sirius, for one. He and my father and a couple of their friends made this map when they were students." Harry and Ron quickly found the area marked as Gryffindor Tower. There was no sign of Ginny Weasley there. As they scanned the map, they could not find Ginny's name anywhere within the castle. "See, I told you she's not here," states Bellatrix calmly. "She could be out on the grounds somewhere," protested Ron. Bellatrix merely shrugged in response. Harry started looking around the map for other people. There was no one in the headmaster's office. Harry again searched the school for signs of the headmaster himself, and he was also nowhere to be found. He did see that the faculty members were gathered in the faculty lounge. Then he saw that Hermione was in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom not far from where they were currently hiding. 4:45 p.m. Hogwarts main entrance. The group of Death Eaters that had arrived at Hogwarts with the Dark Lord had gathered outside of the main entrance as they felt the summons from their master. Voldemort himself was heading directly towards the Great Hall, where he would meet up with his followers. He also was expecting his teams, who had been sent to Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, to respond to his summons. The Dark Lord would not admit it to anyone, but he was a little concerned that Potter had somehow learned about the Horcruxes, and there was evidence that he had found Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. He reassured himself that at least Hufflepuff's cup was safe. Besides the cup, he also had his familiar, Nagini, in whom he had successfully placed a Horcrux. Upon arriving at the entrance for the Great Hall, he found his 24 followers had gathered, but none of his men who had been sent to London. He then called forth Nagini, and he gently stroked the large snake's head, feeling relieved that at least this familiar was still alive and well. "The hour is upon us, my faithful," spoke the Dark Lord to his assembled troops. "We will soon be rid of the thorn in my side, the young Potter. Then we will have control over the school. Do not fear the headmaster, for I have personally slain the old man. His body could not withstand my power. And now I command the most powerful wand of all time, the Death Stick, the Elder Wand, taken from Dumbledore upon his defeat in battle. Neither Potter nor any other mere mortal, wizard to witch, can stand against me now." Cheers rang out from his collected followers. While the cheering continued, he scanned his small crowd. He wondered why his lieutenant, Bellatrix, had not yet arrived. She should have recovered and awakened by now after the ordeal, having the amulet stripped from her soul and body. He also was becoming irritated with the slowness in response to his call from his troops that were to be causing mayhem in Diagon Alley. Voldemort put that thought out of his mind as he began to explain the next steps in his schemes. He called out to the Lestrange brothers, "Bring me that oaf, the gamekeeper. He should be around here. Somewhere, check his hut and return him as my prisoner to the Great Hall." For some reason, little Potter actually is friends with that half-breed. He then looked to his snake and hissed to her. Then he announced to all of the Death Eaters, "There was a prophecy that actually suggested that Potter might be able to defeat me. However, I have learned that there is another whom the prophecy might have referred to. To make sure everything goes according to my plans, I will eliminate that potential threat immediately." He then spoke to his snake in Parseltongue. "Find the Longbottom heir, Neville Longbottom. He needs to be eliminated as soon as possible." Then Voldemort addressed his followers again. "Potter will come to me, even if it is just to try and save the half-giant. Now let us take our place in the Great Hall, and if any of Potter's friends show up to try and help, there is only one thing to remember. Kill them all." As he was about to open the doors to the Great Hall, an exotic-appearing young woman in a black-purple bustier with a flowing gray skirt walked up to the Dark Lord. Bowing before him, she kissed the hem of his robe as she then looked up at him and pleaded, "Master, can't I help?" she pleaded. Voldemort picked her up with his hand placed under her chin. He leaned forward and kissed her forehead. "Of course, my lioness, of course," he said softly. 5:00 p.m. Hogwarts main entrance. Tom Riddle was very unhappy. Things were not going according to his plan. He had at least killed Albus Dumbledore, and he had taken the headmaster's wand. He wondered briefly if there was something to the prophecy that Lucius failed to obtain for him that would have explained just what he needed to do. But then he dismissed that idea, for he knew that he was the most powerful wizard to walk the earth, that no one could stand in his way, especially now that he had the Elder Wand. But his plans were falling short of his goals. It was time to take matters into his own hands. He had called forth his followers, and he was now meeting them at the entrance to the school. He had already sent his secret weapon, his lioness who he had turned to serve him, to begin another attack against his enemy. He almost smiled as he thought that he actually found something useful for a mudblood to do, to betray their friends to him, even if it would still lead to their own death. But it was proving to be quite entertaining in his mind. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Now he had to meet with his followers. Voldemort regarded the group that stood before him. Thorfinn Roll, the Caro twins, the Lestrange brothers had arrived a short while ago with several other Death Eaters. He looked around and saw no sign of Yaxley or Macnair. More incompetent fools, he cursed under his breath, as it was clear that the group he had sent to Diagon Alley was not responding to his summons. Voldemort stood tall in the entrance hallway as he addressed the gathering of his faithful followers, and he was determined to not show any weakness to them. "As you can see, my plans are unfolding just as I suspected," he began. "The supposedly impenetrable wards of Hogwarts have fallen at my command. The supposedly unbeatable Albus something Dumbledore has fallen by my wand, and soon the boy who lived will be the boy who finally died." His group of about 20 followers cheered their master. "I need a couple of volunteers," he said simply as he looked around the crowd. He pointed to the Lestrange brothers as he continued. "Bring me the Oaf Games keeper. He played his part so well years ago, I think he would do well with a new role today. Potter likes the large creature. Bring him back here. And he will be the bait by which we shall lure and capture the youth who continues to try and foil my plans. Hagrid is his name. His hut is nearby. Now go." Voldemort then turned and walked into the Great Hall. He was surprised to find absolutely no one inside. 5:05 p.m. First floor girls' bathroom. Hermione Granger, the once proud and studious Gryffindor, was hopping that she knew her former best friends well enough that they would come and find her. She licked her lips as she relished the idea of betraying them to her master. This was an excitement that she had never dreamed of, a pleasure she never knew she could feel. Laying a trap for the two Gryffindors who were too blind to see the truth of power and its usefulness. She was so grateful that her new lord had opened her eyes and her mind to the way she now saw the world around her. She let out a slight laugh, that if anyone had heard it, they would have sworn it was the cackle of Bellatrix Lestrange. Hermione decided to head to the bathroom near the dungeons, where Harry and Ron had saved her from the troll when they were in their first year of school. That was nearly 5 years ago, she reminded herself. She shook any thoughts of reminiscing from her head, as she considered the irony of using the place where they saved her, and became her friends as the place where she would betray them, and become the one who ended their little game of playing the hero. Hermione knew that Harry had his special map, which he could use to find anyone. She also knew that he was predictable. They had become separated when they fled away from the other students, and Harry was noble enough that he would come and find her. She knew she just had to wait. A little more patience on her part, and her foolish friend would walk right into her trap. She hugged herself tight as she considered the joy that encounter would bring to her. 5:10 p.m. Great Hall. The Dark Lord walked into the Great Hall, and upon finding it empty, he banished the rows of tables and benches where the students would gather to take their meals. He then jumped up to the front of the hall and to the faculty table. The table where his rightful position had been denied so many times before. With a quick swipe of his wand, the faculty table was banished as well. Then he regarded the chair in the center where the headmaster used to sit. Voldemort then transfigured the chair into a throne. His rule over the school would start now. Voldemort sat himself down upon his newly created chair and looked down upon his followers. He expected that the Lestranges would return with Hagrid any moment. He put his hands together under his chin as he considered that his plans were coming together much like he expected. The loss of a few of his numbers would easily be overcome with his own power and his new wand. The failed attempt of Umbridge to capture Harry Potter served its purpose of distracting others and hopefully exhausting his prey. He knew that the incompetent woman would be hard-pressed to have any chance of success, but it was a pot to draw attention away from his other schemes that he was putting into play. He leaned back into his throne, as he knew that now was a time for him to simply wait for the other pieces to fall into place. 5:15 p.m. Outside girls' bathroom. Harry and Ron had been searching the map. They found no evidence of Ginny being in the castle, nor of the headmaster being there either. They had been looking to find Hermione, and they finally saw her name appear next to some footprints in the hallway near the dungeons. The two friends decided that they wanted to go find her. They still had a hard time believing what Bellatrix had told them. Their best friend could not possibly have turned on them because of some magical artifact. But they also had no explanation for the change in Bellatrix's behavior. She clearly was more stable, not lashing out, not cackling like a mad woman. She even voluntarily gave them one of the missing Horcruxes. The past 24 hours had been very unusual, even among what had become almost normal for Harry Potter. The small group made their way down to the hallway. As they approached, Ron stopped in the hallway. "You do remember this place," said Ron, who was starting to lose color from his face. Harry looked around, and then he simply stated, "Halloween, first year." "Exactly," replied Ron. "What is this about Halloween during our first year?" asked Tracy. Daphne offered an explanation. "Wasn't that when the troll managed to find its way into the dungeons? More like that was when Professor Quirrell let the troll into the dungeons as a distraction so he could then try and steal the Philosopher's Stone form where it was hidden down the third-floor corridor," said Ron. "Professor Quirrell let the troll in," gasped Tracy. "That wasn't any of the rumors we heard back then." "Really, Tracy, now is not the time," snapped Daphne. "We'll tell you all about it later, but for now, why don't you just stay back here?" said Harry, as he recalled the events from their first year. Then he called out down the hallway towards the bathroom where they had found Hermione crying that night. "Hey, Hermione, are you here?" Harry and Ron slowly made their way towards the bend in the corridor that would lead to the door to the bathroom where Harry had jumped on the troll's back. "Of course I'm here," called out Hermione, but the two boys could not see where she was. Suddenly, jets of red light shot forth from the shadows behind the corner. Harry quickly put up a shield spell and Ron dove to the other side of the hall. The two friends found cover behind some suits of armor that were lining the hallway. Behind them, Bellatrix conjured a brick wall to provide cover for herself and the two Slytherins with her. "Bloody hell!" yelled Ron as he landed hard on his shoulder. Another red curse flew towards Harry, and the suit of armor he was hiding behind shattered into debris. Harry went a run to his left, but tripped over a leg of armor. Hermione noticed him stumble and cast a cutting curse at the boy who lived. Harry's wand had fallen from his hand as he stumbled. Suddenly, a shield erupted in front of Harry. The spell absorbed the cutting curse as Harry managed to grab his wand and summon a statue to provide an extra shield in front of him. He looked backwards and saw that Daphne had cast the shield charm that had saved him from injury. As Harry made sure he had a little more protection, he began to cast stunning spells in the direction from where Hermione was sending out her attacks. Ron and Tracy and Daphne joined in as well, while Bellatrix just sat back and watched. She noticed that the attacks coming from Hermione were increasingly powerful as the protections that Harry and the girls were hiding behind were soon leveled to rubble, but the attacks from the witch who had previously been their close friend were starting to slow down. Bellatrix realized that if she were in Hermione's situation, she would send out a massive barrage of attacks soon as it was clear that she was cornered. Bellatrix also realized that the four students would not be prepared for what was probably about to be unleashed on them. Summoning all of her strength, the former right hand of the Dark Lord cast the largest shield spell she could conjure. The attacks of green and red spells that were then sent out against the four students were easily repelled. The four had tried to hide behind whatever protection they could find, but the shield managed to provide all of the protection they needed. Then there was a massive explosion as a blasting haze was sent into the ceiling above them, causing the walls to buckle and dust to cloud the hallway. By the time they could see again, Hermione had apparently made an escape down the hallways behind them. The four friends gathered themselves together to see Bellatrix standing there with a modicum of concern on her face. "What the hell just happened?" asked Ron as he brushed the dust off of his robes. "I just saved your bloody arses, that's what happened," stated Bellatrix smugly. "Well, besides that," he snapped. Harry turned to the older witch. "I guess we owe you our thanks." The girls nodded in agreement and voiced their thanks as well. Ron wasn't about to thank a Death Eater for saving him, so he returned to his earlier question. "I mean, what was Hermione doing? She never knew spells like that. She never would cast spells like that." Harry understood where his mate was going with this. "And she never had that kind of power before," he added. Bellatrix seemed unimpressed. Actually, her attacking you reminded me of the power and the spells I would have used in the same situation, when I was controlled by the amulet, so I would have to say that the amulet has given her that power. But she's our friend, complained Ron, who was clearly not comfortable with the idea that they were being attacked by someone who was such a good friend. Don't fool yourself, Weasley, snapped Bellatrix. That person who attacked you, she is no longer your friend. She is not the same person you knew. She would just as easily kill you as torture you as bring you captive to the Dark Lord himself. Whatever you call her, one thing is she is no longer your friend. Believing otherwise will likely get you killed. 5:30 p.m. Hogwarts Great Hall. The Lestrange brothers had returned with their hostage, Rubeus Hagrid. The half-giant was bound and held against the wall to Voldemort's right side. The Dark Lord looked around his new headquarters as he prepared for the showdown with Potter. He placed his wand against his neck as he broadcast his voice throughout the school. Harry Potter, he declared, your time is coming to an end. You have been brave and strong as you have fought against me, but the outcome of this battle is inevitable. Your headmaster is dead, Harry Potter. Your friends do not need to die. Your classmates do not need to die. The professors do not need to die. All of this senseless fighting can come to an end right now, Harry Potter. There should be no more needless spilling of magical blood. Your friend, Hagrid, he is here with me in my new Hall of Power, what you had previously known as the Great Hall. If you do not want your friend to die, Harry Potter, then you best make your way here and surrender to me. How many of your friends do you need to see die because of you, Harry? I will be merciful to all, once you turn yourself in to me. I now control this school. You cannot hope to defeat me. There was an eerie silence throughout the school after Voldemort finished his brief speech. The students that were gathered in their dorms and house common rooms were not sure how to react or what to say. Their headmaster had been killed. Their school was now controlled by the Dark Lord who had indeed returned. Some wept, some shook in fear, and a few even quietly celebrated the victory of he who must not be named. 5:35 p.m. Black Family Summer Home. Narcissa had completed her meetings with Amelia Bones, the head of the DMLE. She knew she could not return to Malfoy Manor. She was sure that someone would soon discover the body of her late husband, and she doubted anyone would even begin to suspect her for having any involvement in his death. However, she needed a place to go. The home where she had grown up had long ago been destroyed during the First Wizarding War. The home where her cousins grew up was under some sort of protection, and she knew that there was no point in trying to get in there again. The only place she could think of where she might run was the Black family summer home. She remembered that was where the old picture of her and Bella and Andy was taken when they were little girls, the picture that Bella had torn up and left in her room at Malfoy Manor. Narcissa hoped that the wards would not keep her out, although she had no idea what to expect. She concentrated on the location of the house, and she soon found herself standing in front of the old cottage-like home. Clearly the yard needed work, but the house was surprisingly in good repair. As she walked in through the front door, she was surprised to find that someone had recently been taught home. There was evidence of that someone had recently been cleaning in a few of the rooms, and someone had apparently slept on a couch briefly in one of the rooms. Narcissa walked into the kitchen, and there was evidence that someone had eaten a meal in there earlier this day. She turned to the sound of a pop from behind her and looked down upon the smiling face of a house elf. Ariel, questioned the former Lady Malfoy. Welcome, Miss Narcissa, squealed the house elf. First Miss Bella and now you. Is Miss Andy coming by today too? Narcissa was shocked at first to hear that her sister had been by the house earlier. When was Bella here? Do you know where she went? Bella came by and had lunch, said Ariel. Do you need something to eat? Ariel already filled the kitchen with food. Bella left this afternoon to go to see the goblins. Ariel helped her get there without being caught by the wizard ministry people. Bella said she had something important to do after she left for the Goblin Bank. Ariel is not sure when Miss Bella will return. The little elf was bouncing on her feet as she spoke to Narcissa, who was holding back tears as she recalled how the house elves would try so hard to please her when she was young. The house elves other than Creature, who only seems to want to please her Aunt Walburga. Then after she had married Lucius, she found the house elves at Malfoy Manor to be almost distant, which became clear to her was due to the horrible way her late husband would treat them as worthless slaves. How was Bella? Asked Narcissa. Did she look well? She seemed to be upset and worried about something, answered the elf, who appeared to be sad as she spoke. She was holding a tattered picture, and Ariel fixed it for her. She left it here in the other room. What picture is that? Asked Narcissa. With a pop, the elf disappeared and then suddenly reappeared holding the picture for her mistress to see. This picture of you and Miss Bella and Miss Andy when you were little girls. Narcissa took the picture in her hand and stared at it. Something about this picture had affected Bella, and she wondered who that could be. Her sister had become cold and cruel and fanatical once she married Rodolphus. Once Bella entered the service of the Dark Lord, she became obsessed with serving Voldemort, doing anything to please her lord and master. Narcissa knew that they and grown up with a dislike for Muggle-born wizards and witches, but the level of hate that Bella developed for them after she was married was beyond anything that the Black family had ever taught at home. The Black family had been much less inbred than many of the other old families, and her father and uncle had a clearer understanding of the benefits that Muggle-borns brought to their society. They may have looked down at them, but they never wanted to eliminate them completely, as many within the Death Eater ranks spoke openly about their desire to rid the world of all Muggle-borns. Narcissa realized that if her sister had been holding on to this picture, that she had returned here to their childhood summer home, that maybe she had changed. Maybe she had found her heart and soul after years of being a heartless and cruel bitch. Narcissa looked away from the picture and down at the elf in front of her. Ariel, do you know where Miss Bella is now? Can you find her? 5:45 p.m. Greenhouse 2. Neville Longbottom had spent the afternoon working in the greenhouse on a special project that he had undertaken for Professor Sprout. He was working on developing a new way to cultivate some of the plants, such as mandrakes, that would allow them to develop more quickly in case they were needed in an emergency such as the school had experienced with the students being petrified. He was almost finished his work for the afternoon when he heard the door to the greenhouse open and close behind him. Turning to look at who had entered the greenhouse, Neville did not see any sign of anyone else in the warm building with him. He stepped around the raised platform where he was working on the plants to get a direct look at the doorway, wondering if someone had come in and tripped over something, as it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility for Neville to have left a trowel or some other tool lying knotty floor by mistake. But he had not heard any sound other than the door closing. As he turned the corner, he thought he heard a hissing sound. Then he saw the largest snake he had ever seen coiling in the aisle between the garden beds. Nagini, Voldemort's familiar and Horcrux, was ready to strike. The snake lunged towards Neville's face, but Neville made a quick dive behind the planar boxes. He immediately thanked Harry for the training they had in the DA the previous year, including dueling and fighting techniques, especially how to avoid an attack. Neville rolled to his feet and quickly drew his wand as the snake was readying to strike again. "Merlin's balls," exclaimed the once timid boy as he prepared to defend himself. "That thing's bloody huge." Nagini once again lunged towards Neville, who this time was a little more prepared, and he cast a Protego shield which stopped the snake in midair. Neville quickly fired a couple of stunners at the snake, but they seemed to just bounce off of her scales. Realizing that his attacks were having no effect, he started backing up between the tables. Then he feared that the snake might try to slide underneath the tables, so he quickly changed direction and ran to the other side of the greenhouse. His quick thinking was indeed serendipitous, as Nagini had slithered under the table and struck at his feet as he ran away, once again missing her prey. Neville was wondering what he could do. He feared that if he tried to open the door that the snake might catch up with him. He had never heard of a snake this big being around the school before. The only time he had heard of anything like this was when his friend Harry had told him the story of the vision he had when Mr. Weasley had been attacked by a giant snake. "Bloody hell," he thought. "Voldemort's snake is after me." Neville turned and ran around another table of plants, trying to stay ahead of the reptile that was apparently sent to kill him. As he ran down the length of tables, he looked at the various plants in the greenhouse, hoping that he could figure out something that might help him defeat this monster. Nothing came to mind. He turned around a corner and found himself face to face with the snake once more. This time, Neville cast a blasting hex at the ground in front of the snake. This was effective in stopping the snake from striking and gave Neville time to change direction and head to the other side of the greenhouse. He turned around another one of the tables and found himself tripping over something on the floor. Cursing his look, he turned to look at what happened, and he saw a house elf standing there. "Master Harry Potter's friend be needing some help," exclaimed the house elf. "What the?" asked Neville as he wondered where the elf had come from and why was he just standing there. Neville then noticed that the elf was holding an old hat. "How is an old hat going to help me?" screamed Neville as he scrambled to his feet. 5:50 p.m. Stairs leading to the main entrance and the Great Hall. The group of 4 students and the former Death Eater made their way back to the main entrance. "You can't just give yourself up to them, Harry," protested Tracy. "What would you have me do? Let Hagrid die, then what? Riddle is going to not stop until he has me. He will take you all one by one until he finally has me. This is all about me ever since the prophecy that got my parents killed. It's always been about me," stated Harry. "Oh, that prophecy," said Bella with a smirk. "The Dark Lord never found out the entirety of the message. I suppose that you and Dummels knew the whole thing. Snape was such a fool. He clearly didn't hear the whole thing when that drunkard made the prophecy over 16 years ago. If Riddle never heard the whole prophecy, why is he still after me?" asked Harry. Bella shrugged her shoulders. "All he knows is that the prophecy said something about one born at the end of the 7th month being able to defeat him. He also found out it might pertain to your friend Longbottom." She then gasped and put her hands to her mouth. "In everything that has been going on today, I actually forgot about him. And his parents." "What about Neville's parents?" asked Daphne. Harry pointed his wand at Bellatrix. "She tortured them to madness after Riddle was defeated that Halloween when he killed my parents. You may have helped us so far today, but if Neville finds you, I won't even try to stop him getting his revenge for what you did to him. Being an orphan might be better than what you did to him. Knowing they're still alive but can never recognize you, that they can never talk to you, I think that might be worse." "It wasn't me, it was the amulet," she said dejectedly. Then she looked up at Harry and Ron and saw the anger on their faces. "I know, that is a lame excuse. But I can't undo the things I already have done. I can only work on changing things in the here and now. You're closer now to defeating Voldemort than you ever have been. I would like to think that I at least played a part in that." "You have, Bella," admitted Harry. "But I don't have time to debate this with you. I need to head up to the Great Hall." "You are such a noble one, Potter," said Bella with a smile. Then she added, "But you'll be dead before you know it. Look, I have a plan. It may buy you some time. It may even help you in your fight against him. The Dark Lord does not even know I am here." She pulled back her sleeve and showed that the dark mark on her arm had faded significantly since the amulet was removed from her. "The mark is still there. I could feel him calling the Death Eaters earlier, but it didn't hurt like it usually did. In fact, I almost didn't feel it at all. But the Dark Lord doesn't know I'm not on his side anymore. When he removed that amulet from around my neck, he assumed that I would continue to follow him because I had been blindly following the commands from the amulet for so many years. I can save Hagrid." With those words, she turned and started to run up the stairs towards the main entrance. 5:55 p.m. Greenhouse 2. Neville recognized the elf as being Dobby, the crazy little one that Harry had freed from serving the Malfoys at the end of their 2nd year. The elf would often show up in their dorm room trying to find a way to help Harry. Neville was trying to figure out why the elf was here now. Then the elf tossed the hat at him, and Neville grabbed it with his left hand. The hat felt strangely heavy, and then it began to speak to him. "Brave Gryffindor, you've been found worthy by Godric Gryffindor himself." Neville was startled to find that he had the Sorting Hat in his hand, and immediately he dropped the hat. As the hat hit the ground, a sword fell out of the hat. Neville quickly grabbed the sword with his left hand. As he bent over to grab the sword, Nagini had once again managed to try and attack him. This time, as she lunged at her prey, she ended up sailing over Neville's head. The snake's tail knocked Neville over as it flew past him. Neville dropped his wand and the sword. His wand then rolled under the table next to him, so he quickly grasped the sword with both hands. Once again, Nagini had coiled and prepared to strike. Acting on instinct from the battle training he had the previous year, Neville stepped backwards and quickly swung the sword with both hands over his head and tried to hit the snake. There was a loud and sickening thud as the sword hit home on its target. The snake fell to the ground in front of him. There was a black mist rising up from the snake, as Neville noted the snake's head rolling away from him along the dirt in between the garden tables. 6:00 p.m. Hogwarts Great Hall. Bella walked into the Great Hall after dramatically forcing the doors open. "Did you all miss me, boys?" she called out, and then cackled with her crazy laugh. She turned and faced Hagrid, who was bound to the wall. She then began to speak in her faux baby voice. "Is Eichel Harrikin's big dumb friend afraid yet?" She then strutted slowly as she made her way towards the half-giant. "Why, with all of these big mean Death Eater types around, do you think your little friend will come and save you?" Now she was twirling her wand in her hand as she sauntered back and forth in front of the large man. "Did the Kneasel get your tongue, big guy?" she asked, sounding a little more seductive now as she dropped the baby voice. She spun around in a pirouette as she waved her wand all around. "Do you really think your little golden boy will show up and save you and be able to defeat all these big mean bad people? How can anyone ever defeat the Dark Lord?" Hagrid had tried to stay silent and ignore her taunting, but now he had more than he could take. "I'm not afraid of you types. And awry, E's man enough to take you all on. E is. E's a right powerful wizard, and E ain't afraid of you, not any of you." The gamekeeper had tears streaming from his eyes as he struggled against the magical ropes and chains that kept him bound to the wall. 6:05 p.m. Hogwarts, near main entrance. Harry was heading up towards the Great Hall after giving Bella a head start to get there, as she had a plan to help rescue Hagrid. Harry had ignored Ron's protests about daring to trust the former Death Eater, but Harry knew he had a limited number of allies to help him, and so far she had proven to be invaluable to him. They had all witnessed Hermione attacking them, and they feared that Ginny was dead. Harry couldn't let anyone else get hurt. He knew he had to do something to save Hagrid and all the others, and that would require facing Riddle and hoping that there was some way that he could eliminate his familiar, Nagini, the giant snake. As he reached the top of the stairs that led from the dungeons towards the Great Hall, he saw Neville Longbottom come running in. The once timid roommate was carrying a large sack. "Harry," shouted Neville, "am I glad to see you. You'll never believe what just happened to me." "Not now, Neville," interjected Ron. "Can't you see we're in a rush? We've got to face down the Dark Lord and rescue Hagrid. Or at least try," he added, clearly not sure that they could do it. "But I think you need to see what I have in the bag," said Neville excitedly. He stepped between Harry and the Great Hall, blocking them from going any further. He then opened the bag and showed them the rather large head of what once was a rather large snake. Harry's jaw dropped, and he looked up at his friend. "Nagini," Neville just nodded with the biggest grin Harry had ever seen before. "Bloody hell, mate, how did you do that?" exclaimed Ron. "With a little help from Dobby and from the Sword of Gryffindor," said Neville. "The snake attacked me in the greenhouse. I thought for sure I was a dead man, but then Dobby showed up with the sorting hat. Then the hat said that I was found worthy by Godric Gryffindor and gave me the sword to use. The same sword you used to slay the basilisk." Tracy Davis was more than impressed by the young man. "Ooh, modest and brave," she whispered to Daphne. "I thought you had a thing for Weasley," whispered Daphne back to her friend. "Do I have to choose?" she replied with a snicker. "Why can't I have both?" Ron turned and looked at the two girls who were giggling behind him. He couldn't make out many words beyond brave, choose, and both. Tracy started to blush as she wondered just what Ron might have overheard. Harry was still amazed by what his friend had done. He then grabbed Neville in a tight hug. "It's okay, mate, really," said Neville as he tried to break free. "Neville," said Harry, who was clearly excited. "Do you know what this means?" "You, Neville Longbottom, destroyed Riddle's last remaining Horcrux. Voldemort is now mortal." Harry was about to run to the Great Hall, and then he stopped and turned to face Neville again. "Oh, Neville, if you're going to join us in this battle, there are a couple of things you need to know," said Harry as his tone became somber. "Hermione, she's been changed. She's fighting for the other side. And Bellatrix, she's changed too. She's been helping me today. She even gave me a Horcrux that Riddle had given her to hide and keep safe." Neville's face turned red with rage. "I know you're angry, I know you want revenge, but that has to wait. It can't happen now. We need to focus on Riddle." Neville was about to rage at Harry. Harry implored Neville. "For me, can we deal with Riddle? When this is over, then we'll figure out what we're going to do about her. I'm not asking you to forgive or forget. I need you to focus on the battle on the other side of that door." Neville swallowed hard. "All right, I'll try to keep my anger in for your sake, Harry. You're the first one to ever have faith in my ability and confidence in my magical skills. But after the battle, I don't know what else I can do then. 6:10 p.m. Hogwarts Great Hall. Harry walked up to the doors of the Great Hall and slowly pushed them open. He stepped in cautiously, with his wand drawn. Looking around, he noted that Hagrid was bound to the wall behind where the Slytherin table used to be, and Bellatrix was standing there, apparently taunting him. There were about 20 other Death Eaters around the room, and Riddle himself was sitting atop a makeshift throne where the faculty table used to be located. "Harry Potter," intoned Voldemort in his silky voice, "I have your friends. There is no way you can win this battle, so you might as well just drop your wand." Several of the Death Eaters laughed at Harry as he stood there alone just inside the doors. Harry did not drop his wand, but kept it in his hand, pointing towards the floor a little ways in front of him while he took slow steps towards the center of the room. "This is so unlike you, Tom," said Harry with an obvious smirk. "You used to be much more civil, much more likely to follow the old ways. Don't you remember our duel at Little Hangleton? You should. You told me that it was important that we followed the old traditions. Why don't we settle this once and for all? Settle this like real wizards, magic versus magic, wand versus wand, power versus power, man versus snake." Voldemort had stood up from his throne as Harry had taunted him with his little monologue. "This foolish boy doesn't know enough about when to quit," he thought to himself. "You think you can challenge me, boy?" asked the Dark Lord with a laugh. Harry was not intimidated by the megalomaniac in front of him. Harry then asked his foe, "By the way, Tom, where is your snake?" Riddle was about to answer Harry when the doors to the Great Hall opened up and Neville Longbottom walked in. He was carrying a large bag which he quickly opened and dumped the contents onto the floor. A large decapitated reptilian head rolled across the floor towards the raised platform where the Dark Lord was standing. Gasps of shock rang out from around the room. "I think this was yours," shouted Neville as he walked up to stand next to Harry. Riddle remained calm as he stared at the disembodied head of his familiar. His anger was growing, but he hid it for now, planning to unleash his wrath on these two youths who dared to oppose him. His fingers held his wand a little more tightly as he contemplated his next move. Riddle noted to his right side that Severus Snape had slipped into the room. His personal spy had arrived to watch the final defeat of Potter, and he thought to himself that the final pieces to his plan were falling into place. Suddenly there was a sound of spells being cast back and forth just outside of the Great Hall. Once again the doors were thrown open, and in ran Hermione Granger. Her body seemed to glisten from the slight sweat on her brow to the shine of the leather corset that accentuated her form. She ran past Harry and Neville and stopped halfway between her former friends and her new master. Ron, Daphne, and Tracy ran into the hall as well, taking places behind and to the side of Harry and Neville. "My lord," screamed Hermione, "Bella is actually a traitor to you. She was helping Harry earlier when I tried to ambush him and Weasley downstairs." The Dark Lord turned to face Bellatrix as his anger started to rise. Bella realized that Hermione's presence would cause her cover to be blown immediately, so she had already begun to cast spells to remove the magical ropes and chains that were binding the half-giant to the wall. Voldemort was furious as he realized his former right-hand maiden had truly betrayed him. He knew he had to properly reward his lioness later for the information, but that would have to wait. Then he quickly spun around and he fired a killing curse at Harry. However, during the brief confusion of Hermione running into the hall and announcing that Bella had betrayed the Dark Lord, Snape had made his way closer to where Harry was standing. As the green jet of magical energy sped towards Harry, the former potions professor leapt through the air in front of Harry, and the bolt of green light impacted on his chest and shoulder, while Harry and Neville dove to the floor away from the curse. 6:20 p.m. Hogwarts grounds. Multiple pops sounded just outside of the main gate to Hogwarts as a dozen Aurors and hit wizards arrived. "If the source that warned us about the attack at Diagon Alley is still as reliable with their information, we may well be walking into quite the hornet's nest," shouted Mad-Eye Moody. "Constant vigilance. If the Dark Lord is here, you better be good with your wand, or you're not making it home tonight. Now get a move on, and let's find out what's happening here at the school." Moody was surprised that he did not feel the presence of any of the usual wards as they ran through the gate and up towards the castle. "This can't be good," he said to himself. The absence of any wards protecting the school was truly an ominous sign to him, and he wondered if any of the wizards and witches who were with him could tell that something was wrong. Silently, he cursed Scrimgeour, who insisted that they finish their reports from the attack at Diagon Alley before they went to check on the school. As they approached the castle, several other people apparated directly onto the grounds next to them. Remus Lupin, Hestia Jones, Emmeline Vance, and Bill Weasley had arrived representing the Order of the Phoenix. Moody looked them over quickly and barked out, "Good to have a little help, and apparently someone let you know the wards are already down. Now stop dilly-dallying and let's get going." 6:25 p.m. Hogwarts Great Hall. There was an initial shock on the part of everyone who was in the Great Hall. No one had expected that Severus Snape, of all people, would sacrifice himself to save Harry Potter. Voldemort himself stared for a moment at the still form of the man he thought was a trustworthy spy. The evening clearly had not been going the way he had planned. Not at all. Then he looked back at Harry as he shouted out to his followers, "Feel free to kill them all, but Potter is mine." The 3 Gryffindor boys and the 2 Slytherin girls quickly conjured a wall in front of them to shield them from the sudden onslaught of curses and hexes that were aimed at them. Bellatrix started to cast hexes at her former allies, while Hagrid merely began to run over several of the Death Eaters, taking them out of the battle just by his sheer weight and magical resistance. There was then a wave of spells that came from behind the 5 students who were pinned down as the Aurors, and the few members of the Order of the Phoenix arrived. Hermione had jumped up onto the platform next to Voldemort as she stood by his side, as she cast hexes and curses at her former friends. Ron could barely believe his eyes as he watched the witch he thought he loved fire-cutting curses and blasting hexes around the room. She looked more beautiful than he ever remembered, and the rage in her eyes was bewitching. He could hardly move as he watched her fight. 6:35 p.m. The groups were casting spells back and forth, with few injuries being inflicted at first. A few of the Hogwarts teachers showed up and joined in the fight, as there was debris and smoke all around from the effects of the spells. Neville was clipped in the leg by a cutting curse and fell to the ground, letting his wand drop as he instinctively grabbed at the wound. Ron was still mesmerized by the evil beauty of his former friend when he noticed that Neville had been hurt. The sight of Neville getting injured snapped him out of his enchantment, and he ran to Neville's side. Hermione noted that Ron had let his guard down and immediately directed an overpowered blasting hex at the red-headed young man. There wasn't even a scream as he was hit, and suddenly dropped his wand as he collapsed on the floor. Tom Riddle had realized that his wand did not seem to be responding like he thought it should. He could have sworn he saw Snape twitch, and many of his spells were not having the impact or the expected effects. Something was wrong. The Elder Wand should be overpowering his spells, not forcing him to work harder. In fact, if it was true that Snape had managed to survive the killing curse intended for Potter, then it was quite clear that there was no way that the wand in his hand was the fabled death stick. He quickly switched wands as he drew forth his original yew and phoenix feather wand. While this wand felt much better in his hand, he still thought that something was wrong, as the power he would normally feel flow from him through his wand felt different. However, there was a battle raging around him, and the Dark Lord knew that he did not have the time presently to worry about the problem. The first spell he cast was a blasting hex at the conjured wall that had been erected by the students with Potter. The wall immediately was reduced to a cloud of rubble and dust, although Voldemort felt that his spell should have caused an even more devastation, but it was already clear to him that it was working better than the wand he had taken from the headmaster. He then turned and faced the bane of his attempts to take over the magical world, the boy who lived. The Dark Lord cast a body-bind curse at this boy who would not die. Harry had seen the snake-like man turn and face him, and he immediately cast a shield spell with the Elder Wand, which he had been using since Dumbledore had forfeited the wand to Harry earlier this day. The spell that was cast from the yew wand was dissipated by Harry's shield easily. The lack of interaction between the wands initially surprised the Dark Lord, and then he realized that Potter must have exchanged his wand for another. The realization that creeped into Voldemort's mind was the only logical conclusion, that somehow Potter must be using the Elder Wand. 6:40 p.m. Left side of the Great Hall. Bellatrix was taking on several Death Eaters in a duel. She had surprised so many of her former allies when she freed the half-giant that she still had them unprepared for taking her on. While she no longer was under the influence of the amulet that caused her to be crazed and evil, she still had most of the skills she had gained after years of dueling, including learning dueling techniques from her father when she was young. Her husband and her brother-in-law were barely holding their own against her. Their own spells were being easily blocked, and she was keeping them off balance with her attacks. After a few minutes of dueling, she landed a bone-breaking hex on Rabastan, and then a blood-boiling hex on Rodolphus. Rabastan collapsed in pain, but managed to put up a shield. But as soon as he saw his brother fall after being hit by the particularly vicious curse, he lost his concentration, and his shield failed. Bellatrix did not miss with a reducto curse to his chest. Bella was feeling fairly smug after dispatching both her husband and his brother. Then she heard a noise from behind her, and as she spun around she saw a flash of bright pink. Then she felt a burning pain in her side. Looking down, she saw that Scabier had stabbed her with a knife, and from the pain she could tell that it was poisoned. Immediately she cast a blasting hex that caught Scabier in his chest. His sinister smirk quickly left his face as he felt his chest be blown away, and then he collapsed and his eyes went dark. Meanwhile, Tracy Davis had dodged a spell sent at her from one of the Death Eaters. As she dove for cover, she tripped over the lifeless body of Ron Weasley. The shock of seeing him dead distracted her from the battle as she slid next to him, and then cradled his head in her lap, weeping over the loss of life of one of her friends, even if she hadn't really known him very long. 6:45 p.m. In front of Voldemort's makeshift throne. Harry and the Dark Lord were exchanging curses while shielding and dodging the spells cast by their opponent. As the Aurors and the Order of the Phoenix joined the fight, the remaining Death Eaters were quickly being subdued or eliminated. Anton Dolohov could tell that their forces were losing, and he couldn't be sure that the Dark Lord was actually going to defeat Potter, so he decided that he would help, and he turned to face the young Gryffindor. As he was about to finish casting his spell, Daphne Greengrass came crashing into him from his side. She had seen the man prepare to attack Harry, and she was so angry she didn't even think of casting a spell herself, but just launched herself at the man to interrupt his spell casting. Dolohov's spell went wide as he was knocked to the floor. He quickly spun around and was about to attack Daphne when he was dropped by a stunner cast by Mad-Eye Moody. The other battles that were ongoing throughout the Great Hall were winding down, but even so Harry was so focused on his duel with Riddle that he was able to block out all of those distractions. He could feel the power of the Elder Wand as he cast spell after spell. The Dark Lord's shields were easily being overwhelmed by the power of Harry's spells due to the power boost they received from Harry's wand. Harry could now sense that his opponent was weakened, probably due to the loss of all of his Horcruxes. Harry cast a boding hex at Voldemort, but he easily jumped aside. However, the throne that he had made was now shattered. Harry could sense that the Dark Lord was off balance from his last move to avoid his attack, so he cast a series of blasting hexes again at Voldemort and at the areas to either side. One of the curses caught him in the side as he was jumping to avoid another spell from Harry, but the force of the impact sent him flying backwards onto the rubble that was the throne only moments before. Harry took a step closer and then stopped, as he could see that Voldemort was not moving from where he had landed. Harry quickly wiped glasses, and he thought he could see a dark and thick liquid leaking from Riddle's mouth, and Harry could only assume that it was effectively the blood of the Dark Lord. Harry cautiously walked closer, and it was clear that Voldemort was truly dead. Harry could see a large splintered piece of wood protruding from the Dark Lord's abdomen. The force of the blast had sent Voldemort backwards, and he had been impaled on the remnants of his own throne. Harry stared at the sight before him. He could hardly believe that it may actually be truly over. As the idea that the war finally at an end, Harry could feel the exhaustion in his body kick in. He staggered backwards slightly, and then he started to fall. But Daphne was there to catch him. She took his body in her arms and gently guided him down to the floor. 6:50 p.m. Everyone in the hall stopped. The few remaining Death Eaters were so shocked by the defeat of their master that they dropped their wands. Even Hermione, who had been standing the closest to Riddle when he fell, lost her concentration and dropped her wand. Tracy Davis looked up from where she was kneeling on the floor, holding Ron's body. She stood up quickly after she laid Ron back down on the floor. She drew her wand and approached the now defenseless woman who had become a traitor to her best friend. "You bitch, he loved you," screamed Tracy as she strode towards Hermione. Tracy quickly cast several bludgeoning hexes, but Hermione had to move quickly to dodge them all. Tracy cast a cutting curse that the Gryffindor was barely able to avoid, but then she tripped and fell backwards. Hermione tried to crawl away from the quickly approaching Slytherin student whose eyes were red with anger and tears. Slowly, Tracy raised her wand and pointed it at Hermione. "I should kill you now for what you have done." She spat at the brown-haired girl, who actually looked afraid. A hand reached up and gently took a hold of her wand and pointed it away from Hermione. "No," said Neville calmly. "That's their way, don't follow them, don't act like them. We can show mercy and kindness." Tracy turned and looked at Neville's face and saw the pain he felt but the kindness he also had for everyone. "But," protested Tracy, "she killed Ron." Neville reached out with both of his arms and Tracy collapsed into his embrace, and she began to cry. Bellatrix had seen the defeat of the man she had served for years, the very same man who had corrupted her with the accursed amulet that had now been corrupting Hermione Granger. Bella knew she was dying, that the poison would take her life soon. Slowly, she pulled herself up off of the floor and then made her way towards Harry. Several Aurors drew their wands on her, but Harry raised his hand and signaled them to stand down. Once she got close to him, she collapsed onto her knees. She whispered in a hoarse voice, and she explained to Harry how to remove the amulet from Hermione. As she finished telling him how to save his friend, she felt her body growing weak. Quickly, she lunged for the young man in front of her and pulled him to her as she kissed him hard on the lips. Harry was startled by the action and completely unprepared for what she had done. However, as soon as she had made contact with him, Harry felt her body go limp, and she slid down to floor. Bellatrix had died with a kiss stolen from Harry Potter, being the very last thing she would ever do. Harry felt the woman's lips press against his, and then he felt her body slide down to the floor. He then stood up without taking his eyes off of Bellatrix's still body. Then, after a minute, he turned and approached where his former friend was seated on the floor, now bound by magical ropes cast by the Aurors. Neville initially stepped in between Harry and Hermione, but Harry silently shook his head and indicated for Neville to step aside. Harry then knelt down next to Hermione without saying a word to her, and he ignored her glares at him. Harry then reached out towards her chest as he quietly recited the words that Bella had just told him. Harry slowly extended his hand into Hermione's chest as she suddenly screamed at him to stop. Harry ignored her protest, and then he withdrew his hand and pulled the amulet off of his friend's neck. Harry stood up and tossed the amulet onto the floor, and then he pulled out the remaining basilisk fang he had wrapped in the satchel at his side. Harry looked at the simple metal amulet with various runes carved into it for just a moment before he slammed the poisonous tooth into the necklace. There was a sudden flash as sparks emitted from the amulet, followed by a dark mist that quickly dissipated. Harry looked back to his friend. Hermione had tried to reach her hands to her neck, but the bindings were preventing her arms from moving. Tears welled up in her eyes as she seemed to have a fog lifted from her mind. Hermione looked around the room, and then her eyes fixed onto the lifeless body of Ron Weasley. She shut her eyes tight as she screamed out loud and long, "No." 6:55 p.m. Minerva McGonagall and Mad-Eye Moody were trying to maintain order in the room as the battle was now over. Those who had been injured were being attended to by Madame Pomfrey, as well as healers sent over by the Ministry. The surviving Death Eaters had all been placed in magic-inhibiting manacles by the Aurors as they prepared to bring them back to the DMLE headquarters for processing and official arraignment on the charges of insurrection, treason, inciting riots, and any other possible crimes that would be appropriate. The students who were in the room were silent from the shock of taking in everything that they had witnessed. Hermione Granger had killed Ron Weasley. Harry Potter had defeated Voldemort in front of many witnesses. Bellatrix Black Lestrange died after fighting for the side of the light. Then Harry had removed a cursed amulet from around Hermione's neck, and she had responded by screaming out. Hermione wept for a minute, and then she looked around the room. She closed her eyes again as she struggled against the magical bindings. Harry had quietly asked Mad-Eye to remove the restraints, which he reluctantly agreed to do. Hermione felt the sudden release of her bonds, and she opened her eyes. She looked up and into the green eyes of her best friend, her first true friend, and he had saved her once again. But as she considered everything that happened throughout the day, she closed her eyes and collapsed on the floor. Harry moved quickly to her side and called out for someone to help. Madame Pomfrey had arrived next to Harry in a moment, and then she quickly examined the fallen girl. Harry noticed the color drain from the healer's face as she looked up at Harry. He could see tears welling up in her eyes. It was Harry's turn to cry out as he jumped forward and embraced the still body of his friend. Harry lay there silently holding Hermione until Luna came and sat next to him. She reached out and gave Harry a slight hug. He turned to face the blonde Ravenclaw student. Harry looked at Luna and she could sense the unspoken questions. Why? And what happened? Luna's expression was one of sincere sympathy. She could feel Harry's pain at the loss of his friend. Hermione thought she killed Ginny earlier today. She just killed Ron. She even tried to kill you and others here tonight. Her voice was calm and strangely unemotional as she explained this to Harry. She could sense that Harry had still more questions. Her heart was broken. When you removed the amulet, she fully understood just what she had done. It literally broke her heart. It is clear that she couldn't forgive herself for what she had done. Harry was in shock. He felt like he was in a fog with all of the emotions he was experiencing. Then a thought dawned on him. Luna had stated that Hermione had thought she had killed Ginny. Bellatrix had told Harry that Ginny had been killed by Hermione. Luna, said Harry softly, you said Hermione only thought she had killed Ginny. Luna smiled slightly as she answered her friend. Yes, Harry Potter, that is what I said. She stared at him for a moment, and then she realized that he was awaiting a further explanation. Oh, well, Ginny is alive. I can sense that. I think someone brought her to the burrow. Harry narrowed his eyes as he continued to stare at his mysterious and quirky friend. How could you possibly know that? He asked. Feathers, she said sadly. Excuse me, gaped Harry, wondering if his friend had truly gone round the twist. Feathers, she said again with an audible sigh. I think they were Pigwidgeon's feathers. Surely you must remember Ron's owl. They were banished from somewhere, and apparently they were inadvertently banished to my dorm room. I really have no idea why. At first I considered that it might have been a prank by one of my classmates, but then I recognized some of the feathers as belonging to Pigwidgeon, as I knew that Ron had sent a message home to his mother last week with his little owl. I surprised to find the feathers. The only thing that really makes sense is that Ginny sent her brother's owl back to warn him about Hermione and to let you all know that she is okay. Harry was stunned by her comments. He had no idea how she had made so many leaps in logic, but then he was not about to question her any further on this topic. Harry was contemplating Luna's words when Daphne tapped him on the shoulder to get his attention. He looked up at her as he silently questioned just what she needed him for. Daphne tilted her head to one side as she whispered, Snape wants to speak with you. Harry was stunned by those words for a couple of reasons. The first being that he had assumed that Snape had been killed by Voldemort. The second being that he couldn't imagine Snape wanting to speak with him, unless it was to make a nasty comment and give him detention. Harry stood up and followed the blonde Slytherin student, whom he had been growing quite fond of over the past day, and came to find that the former potions professor was being tended to by his own head of house, Professor McGonagall. Snape looked up at the green eyes that reminded him so much of the woman he had loved and betrayed. Harry could see the pain he was suffering and was about to ask what had happened. McGonagall spoke through pursed lips. Mr. Potter, it appears that the curse that Professor Snape was subjected to as he dove in front of you to shield you was not quite as powerful as any of us had thought. For some reason, he who must not be named's killing curse did not kill him immediately, but it will ultimately still have the same result. He asked me to call you over as he wanted to speak to you. One last time. Harry was shocked, to say the least. The professor, who seemed to enjoy making his life as miserable as possible since his first day of classes at Hogwarts, had not only sacrificed himself to save Harry, but now he wanted his final words to be spoken to the dark-haired and green-eyed boy. I thought that I should tell you what I did tonight I did for your mother's memory, said the Slytherin head of house. I always loved Lily, but I could never forgive myself for betraying her to they. His words cut out as he was racked with spasms of pain. It was me, he finally managed to croak out. I was the one who heard the prophecy as Trelawney delivered it to Dumbledore. I was the one who delivered the message to—" and again his words died as he had another fit of pain. When the pain seemed to ebb, the dark eyes of the potion's master looked at Harry as if they were pleading for something. Harry tried to guess what Snape was asking of him, and he wondered if he was actually going to ask for forgiveness. Then Snape's eyes seemed to glass over and lost all color. Harry could sense that Severus Snape had finally died. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, stood up slowly as he felt varied emotions that started to overwhelm him. He looked around what was once the Great Hall. There were signs of the great battle that had just been waged everywhere. Shattered debris, scorched walls and floors from various spells. Several Death Eaters under the custody of the Aurors who had arrived. Several groups of other people, students, faculty, and members of the Order of the Phoenix. Then there were the bodies: Professor Snape, Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Bellatrix Black Lestrange, Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange. But most importantly was the remains of the one person who had claimed he could not die, Tom Marvolo. Riddle, his body lay motionless, twisted and bent on the remains of his throne, the very throne which his body had become impaled on. Harry considered the events of the past 24 hours, the other lives that had been lost, including the headmaster, his mentor. The ordeal was over. The war was over. The madman who had been hunting him since he was an infant was truly and finally gone. But at what price, he wondered. His very first friends he had ever made had been taken away from him. Suddenly, Harry Potter felt very much alone. The enormity of everything that had happened caught up with him. His eyelids were heavy from both physical and magical exhaustion. His mind could not process anything further as his heart was weighed down by the sadness of the loss of all of his friends. His muscles became weak, and he could no longer support himself. Slowly he fell to the floor, barely able to register the hands of Daphne Greengrass and Neville Longbottom as they eased him down to the floor as he lost consciousness. Tracy Davis had been looking on and then cast a Tempest charm, nodding that it was now 7:00 p.m. Luna Lovegood noted the time and then said to no one in particular, "I guess that means we missed dinner. I wonder if the house elves could bring us any pudding. I think everyone must be hungry." Great Hall, 7:15 p.m. The debris from the remains of the recent battle was being cleared. Madame Pomfrey and healers from St. Mungo's were assessing all of the survivors who had not already been removed by the Aurors to custody at the DMLE headquarters. Professor McGonagall and the remaining faculty were looking over the carnage and the few students who were present for the final battle. Minerva had tears in her eyes as she saw two of her favorite students' bodies lying lifeless, while others were in small groups comforting each other. Amelia Bones arrived and was receiving an update on the conditions of the survivors and the individuals who had died. She quickly dispatched Aurors to contact the parents of Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. An obviously distressed Professor McGonagall asked the head of the DMLE what would be told to the press. Amelia raised an eyebrow behind her monocled eye. "Of course we will tell them the truth, even about Miss Granger, Minerva, but the whole truth will be told, including the use of the dark item to effectively possess her and turn her against her friends. And we will tell the story of all of those whose actions contributed to the defeat of Voldemort and his followers. Our society has not been served well by the lies spread by this current administration." She then turned to one of the Aurors. "Do you have a list of all of the Death Eaters who died here?" Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward and answered her. "That we do, ma'am. Of course, Tom Riddle, the self-named Lord Voldemort, was killed, and we have his body as proof to any of his former allies. Then there was Bellatrix Lestrange, who was apparently fighting against the Death Eaters. And then there was Rabaston and Rodolphus Lestrange, Anton Dolohov, Alecto and Amicus Caro, and a man who was only known by the name of Scabier. In addition to the Death Eaters who were either captured or killed at Diagon Alley earlier, I think that the threat which they have posed is most likely quite thoroughly neutralized." "Let's hope that you are right, Auror Shacklebolt," replied Madame Bones, "for all of our sakes." Elsewhere in the room, Harry was sitting on the floor, leaning against Daphne Greengrass, who was holding him in her arms. He turned and looked at her as he thoughtfully commented, "So, you and Tracy have really been working to help us and foil Malfoy since last night?" The girl who had previously been known as the Ice Queen of Slytherin smiled at him. "Well, yeah, we have. We never liked Malfoy, and he was getting so worked up about something we figured we should do whatever was needed to try and stop his nefarious plans. You do know that he turned against Riddle and told me some of what was going on, stated Harry in a way that was almost a question. Last I saw him, he said he was planning on leaving before Voldemort had him killed. I don't know what happened to him after that. About 20 meters away were Neville Longbottom and Tracy Davis. They were sitting next to each other, but they were not embracing or even holding hands. Neville had a bandage placed on his leg for an injury he received during the battle. He looked over at the place where Hermione's body was covered by a sheet that one of the healers had conjured. I can't believe she did that she attacked Harry and helped Voldemort, he said, not holding back a tear that was forming in his eyes. Tracy looked at him and was moved by the sight of the formerly timid student who had proven himself to be brave and strong today. You loved her, didn't you? She asked. Neville wiped away the tear with his wrist and then looked at Tracy. Well, I kind of had a crush on her for the past couple of years. She'll never know, but she had her eyes on Ron for some reason. Neville turned and looked at the other body hidden by a sheet. I can't believe that he's gone too. Tracy leaned over and kissed Neville squarely on his mouth. After a moment of surprise, he pulled back and looked at her. He noticed her eyes were bright and she had a huge smile on her face. What was that for? He wondered aloud. That's thanking you, she answered. Thanking you for staying my hand when I confronted Hermione. Then she leaned in and kissed him again. This time she was met with less resistance, but soon he pulled away one more. And that was for? He asked, feeling a little bewildered. That was thanking you for everything you did to help save us all, she added, still smiling broadly. Oh, was all Neville managed to say before he was caught up in another searing kiss. He let this kiss last longer, and after a minute he pulled away slowly, and once again he questioned her motivation for attacking him with her lips. That one. That was because I wanted to, and the others seemed to be so much fun. Then she put her arms around his neck and pulled him in for another big kiss. Harry and Daphne were staring at their friends, who were now actively snogging. Saturday, 9 p.m. The Burrow. Most of the Weasley family had gathered at home after hearing the news of Ron's death and the defeat of Voldemort. Upon arriving at the family home, they soon learned of Ginny's condition. She had multiple scars that had not been responding to the various healing drafts, and she was still weak, lying in bed. The one thing that shocked her brothers the most was the presence of one Draco Malfoy, sitting on the floor by her side, refusing to leave as he kept a constant vigil over the young woman whom he had rescued from his own house. There was a knock on the door to the burrow. Molly was still being held by Arthur as they were all mourning the loss of Ron. Charlie, who had arrived the most recently, stood up and answered the door. He was surprised to see Narcissa Malfoy standing there, waiting to be asked to enter. Arthur looked up and saw who was there, but before he could say anything, the pure-blood witch, standing there, spoke up. I offer my condolences to your family, Arthur and Molly. The Weasleys who were present all had a collective if silent gasp, as they had never recalled this woman using their first names before. It has been a trying day for many people, she added, especially for you all with the loss of your son and the injury to your daughter. I do believe that my son is here, based on what I have been told from the ministry. Apparently he managed to escape the wrath of the Dark Lord, much like myself, but unlike my husband. Well, Lady Malfoy, began Molly, standing up and preparing herself to be a gracious hostess, but she was interrupted by the woman standing in her doorway. It's Narcissa Black, she corrected. Now that my abusive and manipulative husband is gone, I can thankfully go back to using a name that I can actually be proud of. Although I do need to find out who the current Lord Black is so that I can be sure that I am still a member of the Black family. Eyebrows were raised around the room in response to this statement. Very well then, Narcissa, said Molly as she extended an arm to the guest. I can take you to see your son. He has not left my little Ginevra's side all day. Honestly, I was shocked to discover that young Draco was the one to actually save my daughter, but we all have learned that we owe him our thanks and gratitude. Narcissa nodded politely as she followed Mrs. Weasley to the room where Ginny was recovering with Draco sitting at her side. 9:30 p.m. Hogwarts. No one at Hogwarts seemed to notice as a rat made its way out of the Great Hall and then to the front doors and off into the woods. As the volunteers who were helping to restore the Great Hall were busy working, someone came across a silver replica of a hand that was lying in the midst of debris. The seventh-year student who had found it was bending over to pick it up when there was a sudden shout from behind them. "Don't touch that, lassie," came the gruff voice of Alistair, Mad-Eye Moody. "That's cursed, that is. It's a foul creation of none other than the Dark Lord who died here tonight." He then walked up to stand beside her, his wooden leg making a loud clump with every step. He quickly conjured a metal rod and poked the hand with it to see what would happen. The instant the rod touched the hand clasped around it with a vice-like grip. The battle-scarred Auror let out a sigh, and then he turned to face the Hufflepuff girl. "Wouldn't have wanted that to grab onto your hand now, would ye?" He then turned around, lifting the silver hand in the air with the metal rod, and he called over to Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Do you think the Unspeakables would like to have a look at this?" Amelia Bones was having a tense discussion with a man who was in dark gray robes that obscured his face. No one who was even a few feet away could make out any of the words they were saying. However, the man kept pointing over towards where Hermione Granger's body was still lying underneath a sheet. After a few more minutes of animated discussion, the man in the gray cloak walked over to where he had been pointing, and with a wave of his hand, a similarly dressed man came. Running up to his side, without any words spoken between them, the second man pulled out what appeared to be a shiny but black bag that appeared to have wooden handles. The first man made a sweeping motion with his wand, and then the amulet which had been removed from Hermione's neck and cast away to her side floated up into the air. The movement of the man's wand arm made it appear that he was under great stress to move the magical item, but then he finally managed to have the amulet hovering directly over the bag. With a sudden upward motion of his wand, whatever magical connection he was using to control the amulet was broken, and the item fell into the open bag. The two men in the gray cloaks turned and looked over to the head of the DMLE, who responded with a curt nod of her head. Then the two men disappeared without a sound. Sunday, October 20, 1996. The Daily Prophet. The boy who lived wins again. The headline clearly got the attention of the entire magical world. Students at Hogwarts had arrived for breakfast, and they all were reading the magical newspaper, many of them also gawking at Harry Potter and the blonde Slytherin who were sitting together at the Gryffindor table. Harry had only briefly skimmed through the articles, but Neville, who was sitting across from him, was reading all of the articles about the previous day's events carefully. After several minutes of silence at the table, Neville finally put the paper down and looked at his friend. Harry looked up and raised an eyebrow in anticipation of the commentary about the articles that Neville was about to relay. "So, how did they do this time?" asked Harry. His tone conveyed he did not have much hope for an accurate portrayal of everything that had happened. Neville sighed, and the brunette Slytherin witch at his side hugged him slightly to encourage him to speak up about what he had read. "They got most of the details right. They had a very detailed description of your battling with Riddle, and they even have the history of who he really was. The article even mentions that I killed his familiar, the snake Nagini, but there was nothing in there about the Horcruxes you had to destroy." Harry sighed in relief. "Good, we don't need anyone trying to copy him and make themselves immortal." Harry received a gentle hug from Daphne as he spoke. Neville then continued his report. "You're the hero again, Harry. They do list everyone who died. They even went on to describe how your best friend, Hermione, betrayed you and fought against you." Tracy added as she lifted her head up off of Neville's shoulder. "They even describe Ron's sacrifice and made him out to be brave as well." She then looked at Daphne as she went on to further explain. "There was even a mention of students from other houses working together side by side to help in the battle, showing true school unity. But they didn't mention either one of us by name." Harry nodded at Tracy's comment. "No offense, but you may not want any of the attention that you would receive if they had mentioned you in the paper." Tracy sighed as she acknowledged Harry's concerns. "You're probably right about that." Harry then looked to Neville. "Did the articles mention anything else?" Neville quickly thumbed through the pages again. "A bunch of stuff about Dumbledore and how he must have trained you to be the next greatest wizard who ever lived. Some fluff piece about what a great Professor Snape was before he died. An editorial about how all of those books written about you before you came to Hogwarts may have just predicted all of the amazing things you have yet to do in your life." Daphne's jaw dropped at that comment. "Really?" she asked as she reached to grab the paper from Neville. Neville pulled the paper away from her as he laughed. No, that one I just made up. Harry seemed pensive as he looked at Neville, ignoring the laughter and the joke. Neville became a little more serious, and then he put the paper down and looked back at Harry. No, there is no mention about Bellatrix doing anything to help out. There was an awkward silence, followed by Neville taking a deep breath and stating his opinion on that matter. Look, Harry, I can appreciate that what she did was helpful. Hell, it was more than helpful. I know she changed and all that, but her changing led to Hermione's death, and she still is the one who put my parents in St. Mungo's. I don't think I can ever forgive her for that, no matter what she did for you. Harry looked at his closest remaining friend. I understand your feelings, Nev, really I do, but what she did wasn't just for me. It was for all of us. If she hadn't given me that cup, then I never could have defeated Riddle. And it's true that the rest of the magical world will never know what she did for them, because we can't tell them about Horcruxes. The four sat in silence for a moment, and then Harry reached up and rubbed his scar. Neville frowned at the action, worried that something was wrong. Harry noted the concern on his friend's face. It's okay, Neville. I was rubbing the scar because it didn't feel like anything today. In fact, it seems smoother, less noticeable to me. Neville, Tracy, and Daphne all smiled at Harry as he seemed truly relieved. Narcissa Black moved into the Black summer home. She eventually became a welcome visitor to the burrow. Draco Malfoy eventually asked Harry Potter if he could take the name Black before he asked Ginevra Molly Weasley to marry him. He never went back to Hogwarts to finish his formal schooling. Eventually, he went to university and to law school, and worked initially as a barrister in the Muggle world before eventually becoming a sports agent for star Quidditch players, including his wife, who played for the Holyhead Harpies for many years as one of their chasers. Pansy Parkinson and Seamus Finnegan were never seen at Hogwarts again after that fateful night. Rumor had it that Seamus and Pansy were involved in black market smuggling, but that they met a tragic end during a business meeting that went south in Belfast, Ireland. Amelia Bones was eventually elected Minister for Magic when Cornelius Fudge was exposed for his incompetence and his corruption. Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom remained lifelong friends after the adventures of October 1996. The details of their lives, after the night that Harry defeated Tom Riddle, are a story for another day.
Thanks for watching this story. If you'd like to see more, then please subscribe to my channel.